Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 3294. Create, Protect. Hearing these two words, she tried hard to search for the meaning of these two words in her mind. Of course, she quickly understood and asked, in other words, that world and all of them exist because of me, right? Seeing the light in her eyes, Long Chen knew that whatever he said to her today would have a huge impact on her. She was currently the most unstable element in the myriad worlds, and it was very likely that she would cause unprecedented destruction. Therefore, Long Chen had to be careful and guide her in a good direction. Fortunately, she began to trust Long Chen. The previous battle was also because she was curious about Long Chen and the others. That's right, you created that world and those people. They all exist because of you. They have reproduced for many generations, and you are immortal. All of them are related to you by blood, and they are your closest people. Long Chen said seriously. I'll take you to a place to have a look. Sure. Hearing that they were going to a place, ancestor god Ling Su was very happy. From the curious light in her eyes, it could be seen that she trusted Long Chen more and more. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen brought her to his divine kingdom. In fact, he could have brought her into the realm of life and death, into the time tunnel, or into the demonic dragon tomb. As long as he sealed her in these worlds, it was very likely that he could imprison her forever, so that she would no longer be in danger. However, Long Chen did not do this. That was a method that would not make up for the losses. It would offend her and betray her trust in him. Once she had a way to escape, it would be destruction. Moreover, at this time, Long Chen also felt that this ancestor god Ling Su, who knew nothing, was actually very cute. It was just that she did not have any rules or good or evil in her heart. These were all things that Long Chen needed to quickly instill in her. This place is called the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. You can think of it as a world that I created. Of course, it was not entirely true, but it was equivalent to it. After all, the current Dragon Sacrificial Continent was a part of Long Chen. If Long Chen died, this place might also perish. What a beautiful world, much more beautiful than the one I created. I'm so envious. Ancestor god Ling Su had already been brought into Long Chen's mind. Long Chen led her around the Dragon Sacrificial Continent as he said, "You are the creation god of the Spirit Essence Star Sea, the Creator. Your title is Spirit Essence Ancestor God. This title is the same as others calling me God Ancestor. Of course, if you don't like it and think it's too old-fashioned, you can also change your name." He did not say a word to her and was basically very careful. However, ancestor god Ling Su did not notice. She thought carefully and said, "Ancestor god Ling Su. Then call me Su. Long Chen was a little embarrassed. In his mind, this was actually a rather ancient and terrifying existence. She had once created the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. Although it was very weak now, before the epoch, it was still a world that was at least equivalent to a primordial chaos realm. Su, this name is not bad. Long Chen chuckled. He looked at the god of creation who had suddenly appeared from ancient times. No matter which angle he looked at her from, she was different in every way. She walked happily on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, changing her position, making it very difficult for others to catch up with her. After playing for a while, ancestor god Ling Su asked Long Chen very seriously, "Although the world I created is small, it is very beautiful. Those people are the closest to me." "That's right. Then I want to go back and see my world." "Alright, I'll bring you there. But before that, you have to promise me a few things." "Speak quickly, friend." Ancestor god Ling Su's tone was a little coquettish. Clearly, she trusted Long Chen very much, which was why she would do this. Now, she was basically defenseless in front of Long Chen. Long Chen believed that as long as he was sincere, he would definitely be able to win her friendship and even help her in the future. He said solemnly, "You have to remember what I said. First of all, the spirit essence star ocean is the world you created. Everything there is a masterpiece of your beauty. As a creator god, the creator, you should love your world and your people, just like how I love this world. Why are we so much stronger than mortals? That's because all the mortals gave us power. Therefore, we have to protect them from harm, and even more so, not harm them. Their lives are very fragile, and if you get angry, they will completely die. That way, the people around them will be very sad. Is that so? Last time, someone touched me, and I was very angry. I don't know why, but was it wrong?" Ancestor God Ling Su remembered Long Chen's words very seriously. "You've just appeared, so they definitely don't know who you are. But now that you've arrived, they'll know. From now on, they'll definitely treat you with the utmost respect, because you're their guardian, just like how the people here respect me." Along the way, many people saw Long Chen, and all of them had deep faith in him. "Yeah, I'm so envious of you. So many people like you." Fortunately, Ancestor God Ling Su was a good friend. Long Chen explained many things to her, and as expected, she remembered them all. This made Long Chen relax quite a bit. If this went on, not only would there be no trouble, but he would also be able to add a super expert to his camp. Although, he still did not know her background. "You can do it too. Now, I will introduce you to your people. When you reach that world, feel it carefully, and you will understand that you are connected to that world. Alright, let's hurry back. I can't wait anymore." And so, when the preparations were complete, Long Chen brought her through the death rain and instantly returned to the air above the spirit essence star ocean. "Where did you come from? That was amazing." Ancestor God Ling Su looked at Long Chen curiously. "I'll tell you about it in the future. From now on, you will stay in your world. This is your home, your territory. In the future, I will often come here to accompany you. After all, we are friends. Furthermore, I will introduce you to even more friends. All of them will like you very much." "Really? That's great," she said excitedly. "You're absolutely right. Now that I've taken a closer look, it seems as though I was the one who created this place. Every single blade of grass and tree is my work. Every single living thing comes from me. This is my home, a place that I will protect. I will not allow others to bully my people. They are the people closest to me." Hearing Ancestor God Ling Su say this, Long Chen knew that the problem was not too big. At this time, he and Ancestor God Ling Su descended in the air above the spirit essence star ocean. For a time, the entire sky was filled with the figures of Long Chen and Ancestor God Ling Su. Every spirit could see the two of them. Every one of the spirit essence star ocean, gods and demons. Long Chen's voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone could see him when they raised their heads. When Long Chen appeared, many of them knelt to the ground and shouted in unison, "Greetings, God Ancestor." They were all very excited. After all, Long Chen's status in the infinite worlds was simply too high. They all like you and respect you. Why? I want to be like that too. Ancestor God Ling Su realized that she was enjoying this feeling. It was very comfortable. Because there were bad people who came to destroy this place. I saved them. Long Chen smiled calmly. I hate bad people. I also thank you, my friend. Thank you for protecting my world. Ancestor God Ling Su said seriously. Long Chen treated her with sincerity, and she could feel it. Long Chen smiled at her, then said to everyone, "Today is a special day for the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, a day worthy of celebration. That is because the creator of the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, the Creator, has returned. And she is right in front of you. Countless years ago, when the heavens and earth were first formed, she was the one who created the spirit essence star ocean, the spirit race. She is the common ancestor of all of you. Everyone must find this unbelievable, but this is an unbelievable era. Please believe me, your ancestor has returned. To everyone, this was no longer unbelievable. It was like a dream. The ancestor god who created this world had returned, and it was this woman. It had to be said that ancestor god Ling Su had her own divine might. When they felt this divine might, coupled with their absolute trust in Long Chen, after a short moment of shock, they were greeted with extreme joy. Ancestor God. Instantly, many of the spirit race's eyes were brimming with tears. They had naturally heard of the story of the Creator, and knew that this entire world had been created by an ancestor God. Of course, that was just a legend, but now that Long Chen had brought the Creator to them, they believed it. How magical! I can feel their love and respect for me. I am willing to protect this world. Ancestor God Ling Su smiled happily. She was very simple right now. Happiness and sadness were written all over her face. Hearing this, Long Chen relaxed. He knew that he had succeeded today. Of course, he would still need to spend a long time communicating with her in the future. He would need to teach her the correct way of thinking. This process was like raising a child. Ancestor God Ling Su had too many things she was curious about. Long Chen did not dare to leave for now. He accompanied ancestor God Ling Su as they wandered the spirit essence star ocean. Ancestor God Ling Su seemed to want to memorize every single place. Do you remember my name? Su Su. Correct. But only you can use this name. Chapter 3295. Everyone knew how terrifying it would be if a god of creation were to stand against them and against the entire world. She alone could cause a disaster that would be even more terrifying than the entire primeval troll race. Therefore, Long Chen was very responsible. From beginning to end, he was the one who accompanied Elder God Ling Su. Just like that, it had been half a month. By now, Elder God Ling Su had learned many things, and she was living a very happy life. Every day, she would learn about many new worlds. She was as happy as a little bird, innocent and innocent. Long Chen rejoiced that he had chosen to guide her instead of fearing her and then fighting against her. If he had done that, he might have personally created a fiend for himself. However, he could not stay by her side forever. He needed to cultivate, and at the same time, Elder God Ling Su needed to face the world on her own. Therefore, after half a month, Long Chen said to her, "If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my home. But if you need me, you can call me at any time. I'll definitely be by your side as soon as possible and keep you company." Elder God Ling Su was a little unhappy to see him leave. However, she was still a child, and it was fine to coax her a little. "Remember, when I'm not here, you have to protect your world and your people. Don't let them come to harm. Don't worry. I'll remember everything." Elder God Ling Su nodded solemnly. Then she said, "Then you have to promise me that if I need you, you will be by my side at any time. I'm alone, and I'm quite lonely." She was the one who created the world, and it was difficult for her to get along with mortal beings as equals. Therefore, she was afraid of being alone. No problem. Not long after, Long Chen returned to the realm of death. At this time, the world lords of the engine-grade worlds, the three lord gods, and Mo Xiaolang were all in the realm of death, waiting for Long Chen's news. Everyone was a little nervous. "How is it?" Long Chen replied, "It shouldn't be much of a problem. She's like a child. I've instilled a lot of good and evil into her, and she's kind to us now. If this goes on, we'll only have one more powerful friend. Of course, we still have to be careful. Don't worry, everyone. Leave this to me for now. I'll handle it. Then there shouldn't be a problem." The world lords trusted Long Chen a lot. She's the one who created the spirit essence star ocean. That's why we say that there are creators in our world. But where have they all gone? For a moment, the world lords of the origin grade worlds all had such doubts. Long Chen thought about it and decided not to tell them about the sky-swallowing clan for the time being, in case it caused chaos in the myriad worlds. At least for now, the world lords were still rather vague about the sky-swallowing clan. At most, they were a little suspicious. Everyone, go back first. Be prepared. I feel that the worlds won't be peaceful. Although the primeval troll is gone, it's still a troubled time. That's right. The worlds are so vast. Anything can happen. We'd better strengthen ourselves. And so, they went back first. Only Long Chen's core team was here. Boss, be honest. Did you do something bad to her when she was ignorant? That's why she's so dependent on you. Kitten said sneakily. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Luckily, Li Xuanji and Lingxi were at the Tower of Time. Bullshit. I'm not a dog. Tell him to let me go. Kitten burst into laughter. His wretched expression and his sturdy body were a bit of a conflict. He pointed at Mo Xiaolang. Anyway, they couldn't relax about ancestor god Ling Su. Long Chen was always paying attention to that place. Soon after they settled down, there was a slight movement in the realm of life that Long Chen hadn't been to for a long time. Among the four worlds, Long Chen went to the Death Realm and the Tower of Time most often. Especially after the Dragon Sacrificial Continent was rebuilt and the Origin Realm, he spent most of his time in the Dragon Sacrificial Continent and the Tower of Time. In the past, everyone was in the realm of life. But now, they had basically moved out. Now, the realm of life was basically empty. Therefore, when there was a movement there, Long Chen was quite surprised. Without saying anything, he directly went to the realm of life. When he came to the realm of life, it was still lush and very quiet. But at this moment, a vortex suddenly appeared in the center of the realm of life. This was not under Long Chen's control. Could it be, after he got closer, he suddenly found that there was another space inside this turquoise vortex. This space was hidden in the realm of life. Long Chen had never found this place. Today, it had opened on its own. Never could Long Chen have imagined that there would be another dimension hidden within the realm of life, which came as a huge surprise to him. That was especially true when, as soon as the dimension was revealed, Long Chen saw the primordial dragon soul. There were a total of 8 syndicate dragons in the Tai Chi living dragon. In fact, Long Chen had already found the inheritance blood and origin dragon soul of the spiritual dragon and succeeded in giving birth to the spiritual dragon. Of course, it was young Ling Qing. And now, there were 7 origin dragon souls in the secret space of the realm of life. In the origin dragon palace, there were a total of 5 types of supreme divine dragon inheritance essence blood, including the spirit dragon inheritance essence blood. Here, the remaining 3 drops were also present. This meant that the 8 great syndicate dragons of the Tai Chi lifeform dragon could be completely reborn. With these, I can nurture another 8 unparalleled divine dragons. Each supreme divine dragon could probably reach the level of Long Chen or even the level of Soyan and Kitten when they reached their peak. This was very terrifying. All they needed was time. However, the most terrifying thing was Long Chen's reproduction. Long Yen had almost reached the realm of an ultimate god. She was very terrifying, especially in the Tower of Time. However, she was still too young, so Long Chen was not willing to let her fight. I need to select another 7 people to inherit this supreme divine dragon. Now, I've basically found all the people I'm close to. The rest of them should be fairly inherited to those with good talents and temperament in the divine dragon clan. He had obtained more inheritance blood and origin dragon souls of the supreme divine dragons. Now, there were almost 50 supreme divine dragons. There were still 4 ancestral dragons that he had yet to find, namely the first ancestral dragon, the primeval sacrificial dragon, and the void cosmic dragon. As for the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon syndicate dragons, of course, they had all betrayed him. Among them, only the primeval sacrificial dragon syndicate dragon was inherited by Wuxia. There is a hidden space in the realm of life that was only open today. The most likely place to be found now is the syndicate dragon of the void cosmic dragon. However, I have almost searched the entire myriad worlds. Then, could such a space also exist in the time tunnel? Perhaps, all the void cosmic dragon syndicate dragons are in the time tunnel. Currently, Zhang Tai only had 2 kinds of void cosmic dragon syndicate dragons, 8 origin dragon souls and 6 drops of inheritance blood. After all, there were many mysterious places in the time tunnel. For instance, the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, where the time was 10,000 times faster. Long Chen had entered it before, however, it had been closed now. There shouldn't be any in the 4th floor of the Tower of Time or the Eternal Swirl. Therefore, it might be the ruins of time. However, the price to pay for the ruins of time was too great. Time slowed down there by 10,000 times. Even if Long Chen existed there for 2 hours, 10,000 hours would pass in the outside world. Who knew what would happen in such a long time? Therefore, Long Chen didn't enter it for the time being. He collected the origin dragon souls first before discussing with the 15 dragon emperors about the candidates. Right at this moment, he felt the call of ancestor god Ling Su. Long Chen, hurry up, hurry up. Hearing her anxious voice, Long Chen was startled. Nothing could have happened, right? He had only left for a few days. He hurriedly collected the origin dragon soul and crossed into the death world. Then, he quickly descended into the spirit essence star ocean. Because he was worried that something would happen to the spirit essence star ocean, he left behind many death world dragon gates in the spirit essence star ocean. After finding the position closest to ancestor god Ling Su, he rushed out. In front of him was a beautiful sea of flowers. Not far away, an alluring woman was dancing amidst the sea of flowers. She was wearing a long skirt woven from flowers. It was gorgeous and moving, showing off her alluring figure. She had a slender waist, ample breasts, and plump buttocks. As she danced, it was a feast for the eyes. There were also flowers in her long hair, adding color to it. The power of a progenitor created an incomparably dreamy atmosphere for her. Her innocent laughter could be heard all around. Do I look good? As ancestor god Ling Su danced gracefully, she looked at Long Chen expectantly with a pair of enchanting eyes. It seemed that during the period when Long Chen was away, she had learned to dress up. Naturally, she had thrown away the beast hide she had been wearing. After changing her clothes, she looked like a brand new person. She matched well with the entire spirit essence star ocean. Of course you do. When a woman asked this question, there was only one answer. Fortunately, nothing happened. Friend, if you like me, look at me a bit longer. I don't want you to leave. Ancestor god Ling Su smiled sweetly as she danced amidst the countless flowers. Long Chen noticed that the flowers and trees were all listening to her commands. As long as she willed it, the flowers would bloom instantly. Even the trees would dance with her. Is this the power of a creator god? Long Chen finally understood what it meant to be a progenitor. Come here, ancestor god Ling Su appeared by his side. She held his hand, and the two of them wandered amidst the sea of flowers. They went to many places, and ancestor god Ling Su was very satisfied with his company. What are you doing? Suddenly, they saw two people in the sea of flowers. A man and a woman. They were naked, and they were in the middle of it. Chapter 3296. What are they doing? They look like they're having a good time. Interesting. Ancestor god Lingsu stared at them with interest. After a few more glances, her expression changed. Long Chen hurriedly took her away. Suddenly seeing this scene, it could be considered quite awkward. Let go of me. You haven't told me what they're doing. Besides, didn't you tell me that there shouldn't be any secrets between friends? Why do you want to hide it? Ancestor god Lingsu looked at him angrily. She was like a little girl throwing a tantrum. It was cute. However, her question was sharp. Long Chen had to answer. They're making, reproducing. That's the only way for all the living beings in the spiritual essence Starry Sea to reproduce. After this process, women usually get pregnant and have children. So that's how it is. Ancestor god Lingsu nodded in satisfaction. But from now on, the way she looked at Long Chen changed. She looked at Long Chen and walked up to him. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Long Chen's waist. Her pretty eyes looked at Long Chen shyly, but she said boldly, I want to have children with you. Oh, no. Long Chen was shocked. This guy was too direct. He couldn't handle it. Long Chen quickly explained, it's like this. Only husband and wife can reproduce. We're just friends, so we can't do that. Ancestor god Lingsu was a little disappointed. She looked at Long Chen with her colorful eyes and said, so that's how it is. In other words, husband and wife are better than friends. Since you're taking care of me, I want to be husband and wife with you. Is that okay? From her hopeful eyes, if he rejected her directly, she might change her mind. Long Chen said, Lingsu, we've only known each other for a short time. We need to spend a lot of time together to become husband and wife. Husband and wife are built on love. You need to love each other deeply to have love. Then, what is love? This was not easy to answer. Long Chen thought for a long time and found a more vivid answer. He said, the deepest love is probably when both parties are willing to leave this world and disappear forever for the sake of the other party's survival and happiness. Is he that great? Ancestor god Lingsu said, patting her chest and sticking out her tongue. I just appeared here, and I don't want to die forever. So, I don't want to have love. Susu, in fact, I already have a wife. But I believe that in the future, someone will love you, and you will love someone else. It's still early, so don't worry. No wonder you don't want to have children with me. Humph, to be honest, Lingsu ancestral god was still a little angry. Coaxing a kid like this was giving Long Chen a headache. But luckily, this was over. But Long Chen also realized that Lingsu was still a dangerous person. She couldn't control her emotions yet, and would need to be guided for a long time. She was a blank piece of paper, and would be easily influenced by others. So, Long Chen had to spend a lot of time with her. Oh, right. Let me introduce you to more friends. Okay. As the topic shifted to another topic, ancestor god Lingsu became excited again. Because it involved the issue of husband and wife, Long Chen did not introduce Lingxi and Li Xuanji to her. This time, it was Mo Xiaolang, Xiao Mao, and Su Yan who appeared. Humph. Last time, you guys beat me up. You made me so tired. Ancestor god Lingsu stared at them. As the saying goes, friendship comes from discord. We got to know each other through battle, so our relationship will be better in the future. With Long Chen's words, Ling Su was able to let go of the previous matter. Before long, everyone was familiar with each other, and they were friends. Long Chen was relieved. Because females were attracted to each other, ancestor god Lingsu and Soi Yan got along very well. Looks like Yen will be able to keep her company. After all, among the group, Soyan's ancient troll was the strongest, and she got along best with ancestor god Lingsu. Long Chen still needed a long time to cultivate. Yen, you and he are husband and wife, right? Yes, Sister Su Su. Then do you guys have children? I just wanted to have children with Long Chen. Pfft, Soyian was stunned. Everyone looked at Long Chen. Even Mo Xiaolang had an evil smile on his face. But he said we're not husband and wife, so we can't have children. Hee hee. Hearing that, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. After a few days, when Lingsu ancestor god's mental state stabilized, it was time for Long Chen to leave. They left Su Yan here to accompany Lingsu ancestor god for a long time. Remember to come to my house and play. Before Long Chen left, ancestor god Lingsu reminded him. Don't worry, I'll come. You have to remember to protect this place. No problem. Long Chen secretly watched Soyian and told her to report to him if anything happened. Then, he left with Mo Xiaolang and the others. Once ancestor god Lingsu calmed down, he would begin his new cultivation. But this time, he had something on his mind, so he couldn't be at ease. Why did she suddenly appear and have no memory of anything? This huge doubt made Long Chen unable to feel at ease. It made him lack a sense of security. He kept having the feeling that a terrifying crisis was gradually descending. Who knew when it would descend upon him? This reminded him of the origin of the mystical dragons. Could it be that I went there and touched that figure, so she came to the myriad worlds? Is she really ancestor god Lingsu? If she came to this world because of me, then all the answers should be in the origin of the mystical dragons. Whether it was in terms of laws or cultivation, he couldn't calm down, let alone improve. So, he stood up and left the dragon sacrifice continent, appearing at its original location. He headed east, where the origin of the mystical dragons was. After arriving here, Long Chen was still hesitating whether to enter or not. One last try. If there's a chance to know the answer, it's better than being in a daze. Even if other ancestor gods come, I'll just follow ancestor god Lingsu's method again. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. Go in. Of course, after entering, Long Chen informed Soyian, Mo Xiaolang, and Kitten. Now that they were overseeing the myriad worlds, Long Chen was relieved. Of course, every time he entered the origin of the mystical dragons, the ancestral dragon cave, he would be forced out not long after. When he entered, it was the same feeling as last time. The deeper he went, the more he felt like he had entered an ancient and open world. Everything was blurry, and as he went deeper, he could feel his own insignificance and fragility. The mystical dragons originated here. This is the oldest place since the beginning of the world. Long Chen sighed as he continued to venture deeper. He realized that it was the same as the last time. He was gradually losing his mind, and even his consciousness was starting to blur. He did not feel the existence of any rules, but once he entered this place, he seemed to have lost all his strength and become a powerless mortal. He didn't know what was affecting him. It's here again. After a period of time, he found it difficult to move. In front of him, a few more figures appeared. They were also walking aimlessly, just like him. The figures couldn't be seen clearly, but he could feel that there were people and beasts. This time, Long Chen still maintained a certain level of consciousness. He didn't dare to touch them, and if they encountered Long Chen, they would avoid him. I should continue. When he was kept in the dark about so many secrets, this feeling was too uncomfortable. Long Chen had no choice but to continue. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to admit defeat. Today might be his last chance. Why couldn't he continue? What secrets did this world, the origin of the mystical dragons, have? Why couldn't he understand them? Ignorance would lead to destruction. The current situation was that the Sky Devourer clan was in the dark and didn't know what was going on. This feeling made Long Chen feel a little scared. I must persevere, this was his strong will, urging him on all the time. Onward. Even though he felt very sleepy, he still struggled to move his feet, 1 step, 2 steps. he found that it seemed that his walking was getting smoother and smoother. There were more and more figures around him, but Long Chen didn't dare to touch them this time. They might be the ancestral gods of the myriad realms. If he touched them, they would all go to the myriad realms, and the myriad realms would be finished. He didn't know how long he walked, but he was getting more and more confused. At a certain moment, the dragon Jade Dao seal in the center of the primordial spirit of the Great Void Universe dragon suddenly flickered. A black light shrouded Long Chen's body. This dragon Jade Dao seal hadn't moved for a long time. The deepest secret. What's wrong? Long Chen was a little more awake. His vision was completely covered by the black light, making it difficult for him to see what was going on around him. In order to avoid touching those figures, he didn't dare to move. What's wrong? I feel like I'm being squeezed. He felt light beneath his feet. It was as if he was in a void. However, this void was really firm and stable. Even he was not used to it. It was not that Long Chen could not withstand it, but he had spent too much time in the fragile space-time. When he came here, he felt a sense of pressure. At this time, the black light in front of him disappeared. What's going on? Chapter 3297. This is, Long Chen's eyes widened as he looked around in awe. This didn't seem to be the origin of the divine dragons. Long Chen was only focused on walking. He had no idea why he was here. Before the Jade Dragon Seal's black light appeared, he knew that he was surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. But now, when he looked around, all he saw was a beautiful ancient starry sky with countless stars. He was in a starry sky. There was nothing around him except for the billions of stars in the distance. The heavenly rivers were endless and boundless. Long Chen was shocked that he had reached this place from the origin of the divine dragons. His biggest question was, of course, where exactly was this place? He lifted his head and scanned his surroundings. He discovered that this starry sky was much more beautiful and sturdy than the starry sky of the myriad worlds. Just the feeling of pressure alone was at least 10 times that of the myriad worlds. The feeling of vastness and grandeur was also at least 10 times greater. The billions of stars he could see and the trajectories of the stars were also more than 10 times larger. Long Chen had been to many places in the myriad worlds, but he had never seen such a beautiful place. Therefore, he was almost certain that this was not the myriad worlds he could reach. So, where was this place? A world like this is probably the starry sky before the epoch. Currently, it wasn't just the 10,000 worlds that were being destroyed. The boundless starry sky was also shrinking. If the 10,000 worlds before the epoch were the size of a person's head, then the starry sky of the 10,000 worlds now was less than the size of an egg. The two worlds that were once far apart were actually getting closer as the 10,000 worlds were being destroyed and shrinking. But where was this place? Long Chen surveyed his surroundings. In the end, he saw a heavy and majestic aura in one direction. Clearly, there was a world in that direction. The primordial chaos realm, the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the others were all separated. It's very likely that this is also a world that was separated. That was Long Chen's guess. As for what kind of world it was, he would know once he got closer. It should be an original grade world, but it seems very strong. Here, even the starry sky was so bright, let alone the world. Long Chen quickly approached, but he had just taken a few steps when he discovered an incomparably huge problem. He had lost all forms of communication. This was rather terrifying, because from the beginning, no matter where he was, at least no place or world could stop him from talking to Li Xuanji. But now, he had lost his connection with Li Xuanji, lost his connection with the dragon sacrificial continent, lost his connection with the 3 lifetimes thread and Lingxi, and lost all his faith. Of course, he had also lost the life and death realms, the time tunnel, and the demonic dragon ancient tomb. Even his divine kingdom seemed to be something that didn't exist at all. However, the strange thing was that all the rules still existed. Perhaps it could be said that everything that could communicate with the outside world had been sealed. But, that's impossible. This discovery simply shocked Long Chen, and even made him a little nervous. After all, such a thing had never happened before, and it was very likely that it would be troublesome to go back after coming here. The land of origin of the divine dragon and the mysterious dragon Jade, where did they bring me to? Long Chen stopped in his tracks, and it was difficult for him to calm down. Only then did he understand that this might not be a separated world, because a separated world would not allow him to lose those things. He knew that those things still existed, but in this place, they had disappeared. Long Chen tried many methods, but he couldn't get in touch with others, let alone return to the infinite worlds. He had no way of knowing what had happened in the infinite worlds and how much time had passed. This made him lose a huge sense of security. His only hope was that world. In the end, Long Chen calmed down and decided to go to that world to take a look. Let's go. At this time, he calmed down and turned into a ray of starlight, gradually approaching. The closer he got, the bigger the world in front of Long Chen. When he got closer, Long Chen found that this world was actually 3 huge clouds. As expected of an original grade world, but this original grade world is too majestic. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had seen many original grade worlds, but he had never discovered that an original grade world could actually give off such a strong sense of pressure. It was too oppressive. Very soon, Long Chen discovered that he was wrong. Because, this original grade world was much larger than what he had imagined. Even the supreme ancient immortal realms and the 6 paths of reincarnation realm were simply too small when compared to these 3 clouds. At the very least, only 4 supreme ancient immortal realms would be able to match the size of these clouds. In fact, it might even be more than that because Long Chen hadn't gotten close to them yet. It's too big, and this pressure doesn't only come from these 3 worlds, but also from the center of them. Long Chen discovered that in the center of the 3 clouds, he could faintly see something new. I understand now. When Long Chen approached, he discovered that there were a large number of experts in each of the 3 clusters of clouds and mist. He was able to discern one thing. So, these are actually 3 original grade worlds. It's just that they're too close to each other. Moreover, these 3 original grade worlds are much more majestic and stable than the original grade worlds I've encountered before. Each world is strong and majestic, and the mortals within them are too tyrannical. The Fortune Divine Realm and the Primordial Divine Realm were together. Long Chen was already shocked enough, but he didn't expect that there would be 3 huge worlds together. What is this place exactly? His biggest doubt still couldn't be solved. Long Chen was prepared to land in one of the 3 original grade worlds. As long as he asked the people here, everything would come to light. However, as he got closer, he inadvertently saw a huge shadow behind the 3 clouds. When Long Chen saw that shadow, it was like an impact that was several times stronger than the 3 worlds had landed on him. This caused Long Chen to be stunned. There was something behind the 3 worlds. What was that? The 3 clouds couldn't hide it at all. It was like a cloth covering its body. So it turned out that what truly made Long Chen feel suffocated was the thing behind the 3 clouds. How is this possible? It felt like it wasn't a living thing, but a terrifying world. When Long Chen shifted his angle and passed through the 3 clouds and mist from another angle, he finally saw clearly that the huge shadow behind the 3 clouds and mist was actually a world. A world that was 10 times the size of each cloud and mist. Its volume was several times that of the tomb of Samsara. It was more than 20 times the size of the supreme ancient immortal realms. Such a huge world seemed to be a continent. Because it was still very far away, Long Chen could roughly see the entire continent. Heavens! What is this place exactly? Why does such a world exist? Long Chen was momentarily stunned. However, when he clearly saw the appearance of the continent, he felt a suffocating feeling. Upon closer inspection, the shape of the continent seemed to be the shape of a human. It was a towering giant, burly and majestic, a humanoid continent. 3 clouds, Long Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. For a moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this Pangu continent and the third heaven?" Yes, he was very familiar with Pangu continent and the third heaven. He had been there countless times, and was even familiar with many places on Pangu continent. But he did not expect that the appearance of this continent was so similar to Pangu continent, and the 3 clouds were so similar to the third heaven. The biggest difference was that the third heaven was an eternal level world, while the 3 clouds here were original level worlds, and they were even more majestic than the third heaven. As for the humanoid continent in the middle, judging from the unprecedented pressure, even the tomb of Samsara was a world beyond the original level, not to mention this world. It was definitely a 10th grade world. The former Pangu continent was like a miniature version of this world. Compared to this world, it was like a child, while this world was the age of the mighty barbarians. It can't be. Staying where he was, Long Chen still couldn't believe himself. He would rather believe that this place was not Pangu continent and the third heaven, but some other world. If this is Pangu continent and the third heaven, the Pangu continent and the third heaven of all the worlds would never look like this, and it would not recover to this state in such a short period of time. So, right now, I might be in. Long Chen dared not think any further. No wonder he couldn't get in touch with all the others. This place could simply drive anyone crazy with fright. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Now it seems that I still have to go in and merge with this world. Only then can I figure out what is happening, and where exactly is this place. After making up his mind, Long Chen was ready to bypass the third heaven and head straight for the humanoid continent. For now, Long Chen was not sure if this 10th grade world was Pangu continent. When he got closer, he was even more shocked by the vastness of this world, as well as the majestic natural energy. The level of this natural energy was much higher than the original Pangu natural energy, but Long Chen found that at least the feeling of the wilderness was the same as that of Pangu continent. Before he got close to the continent, he suddenly felt a threat behind him. Looking back, he saw 2 beams of dim yellow light shooting in his direction from the distant starry sky. Who dares to trespass on my Pangu continent? A barbarian with a rough voice and a wild voice descended in front of Long Chen, together with another barbarian of similar age, but who looked older. Pangu continent, the barbarians. The appearance of these 2 pieces of information made Long Chen's heart tremble. Chapter 3298. Long Chen heard what the 2 barbarians said. Their appearance and temperament were not too different from the berserkers on Pangu continent in the past. The only difference was that they were much more ancient, and they possessed an ancient presence that even the ancient gods of the savage universe did not possess. What made it even harder for Long Chen to calm down was that the 2 barbarians were much stronger than he had imagined. Both of them were above the ultimate divine realm, and if he was not mistaken, both of them were half-step ancestors. The appearance of 2 barbarians on the 10th grade Pangu continent, and both of them were half-step ancestors. Such an encounter was too unbelievable for Long Chen. He could not even react to it. When the 2 barbarians stared at him, his mind was in a mess. They seemed to be father and son. Both father and son were heaven-defying figures, just like the barbaric sect master and the barbaric ancient god. However, this pair of father and son was much more terrifying. It was especially so for the berserker's father. He hid behind his son and stared at Long Chen with his pitch-black eyes, as if he wanted to see through Long Chen. The threat in his gaze was simply too great. Long Chen had already seen the likes of ancestral god Ling Su. This person's realm was most likely very close to that of ancestral god Ling Su. At the very least, he should be at the same level as Kitty and Su Yen. What a terrifying world. The two barbarians he had met were both half-step ancestors. Didn't you hear what I said? Who are you? You are a divine dragon, but you have a flaw. The man looked at Long Chen suspiciously, his eyes filled with a terrible pressure. He doesn't have an origin dragon soul, said the barbarian behind him. Without an origin dragon soul, you are not a real divine dragon. How dare you trespass on Pangu continent? You are only in the realm of Tai divine realm. Fine, I'll just capture you and throw you away. In terms of realm, Long Chen was indeed only a primordial divine lord. However, everyone in the universe knew that Long Chen had the fighting strength of a half-step ancestor. However, the people here did not know that. Even though that barbarian was about to attack him, Long Chen was still unable to extricate himself from his shock and confusion. This is Pangu continent, and you are the barbarians. Where exactly is this place? Long Chen's questions were somewhat incoherent. It should be a mixed-blood dragon that inherited the inheritance blood essence without permission, but it doesn't have an origin dragon soul, so it escaped from the dragon sacrificial continent and wandered here. It's really not easy to rely on the inheritance blood essence to reach this level. I reckon that it's the inheritance blood essence of an ultimate divine dragon. Desolate barbarian heaven, imprison him and send him to the dragon sacrificial continent. Let the divine dragon race handle him. I'll head back first. Yes, father. As expected, they were father and son. But at this time, Long Chen had already heard about Dragon Sacrificial Continent. This was the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. The existence of a 10th grade Pangu continent, and the existence of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. To him, this was simply too magical. At this time, the barbarian's father was about to leave, but the other barbarian from desolate barbarian heaven stood in front of Long Chen, staring at Long Chen with cold eyes. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Long Chen, and was about to make a move. Wait. Long Chen stopped him and hurriedly asked, how big is the current dragon sacrificial continent? Is it the number one world in the myriad of worlds? He had an idea in his mind that even he didn't want to believe. That was it possible for him to come to the era before the era through the origin of the divine dragons? Only in the world before the era was it possible for a 10th grade Pangu continent to exist, and only at this time would they place the dragon sacrificial continent in such a position. The barbarian from desolate barbarian heaven said impatiently, aren't you talking nonsense? How big is the dragon sacrificial continent? Aren't you a person of the dragon sacrificial continent? If not, how could you inherit the inheritance blood essence? Is there any world in the myriad of worlds that is bigger than the dragon sacrificial continent? His various answers were affirmation of Long Chen's thoughts. Heavens, it turned out to be a world before the era. An unimaginable excitement overwhelmed Long Chen. No, not necessarily. I've walked into the origin of the divine dragons. It's a land of illusions, and my mind isn't clear. How would I know if everything I see now is real? Perhaps, all of this was illusory, and it was just his eyes that had seen the world before the era. But in any case, Long Chen was still excited. As long as it's a world before the era, I can go to the dragon sacrificial continent. At least, I can see a lot of things, and see how glorious the dragon sacrificial continent was in the past. He was unprecedentedly excited. He believed that there must be a reason for him to come here. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to rush to the dragon sacrificial continent immediately. Long Chen couldn't let the barbarian from desolate barbarian imprison and escort him there. Of course, he had to go there himself, so as to avoid being directly exposed to the experts of the dragon sacrificial continent, which would be very troublesome. Moreover, he knew that he came from an era after the era, but no one would believe him if he told this to anyone. Therefore, he couldn't casually reveal his identity. I have to leave this place first. If he wanted to leave this place, he would have to avoid the entanglement of these two barbarians. But it was very obvious that these two were carrying respect for the dragon sacrificial continent and seemed to be determined to bring Long Chen back. The barbarian father returned first, while the barbarian from Desolate Barbarian blocked Long Chen's path and was about to attack in an instant. "Wait, you don't have to attack me. I can return to the dragon sacrificial continent by myself. People like you who steal inheritance blood essence are a disgrace to the divine dragon clan. I don't believe that you will obediently go back and surrender. Cut the crap." The barbarian from Desolate Barbarian attacked in an instant, leaving no room for maneuver. He was a terrifying half-ancestor level expert. In theory, it wouldn't take him any effort to capture Long Chen. He reached out and grabbed at Long Chen. "I didn't steal the inheritance blood essence. You've misunderstood." Long Chen easily dodged, but he was still thinking of ways to get out of the grasp of these two. The barbarian father hadn't gone far yet, and it would be troublesome if he returned. However, he also knew what was going on with stealing inheritance blood essence and origin dragon soul, so it was hard to say. "You can still dodge." The speed at which Long Chen dodged surprised the barbarian from Desolate Barbarian. "What's wrong? Can't you handle it?" The barbarian father turned back and asked coldly. "No problem, father. I will definitely return from the dragon sacrificial continent as soon as possible. Be more polite when you go there. Don't offend the divine dragons." "I know that. Who dares to offend the divine dragons? Besides, I'm here to deliver a thief to them." While they were talking, Long Chen didn't manage to escape. He had a plan in mind. At this moment, the barbarian from Desolate Barbarian attacked again. This time, he used a destinable artifact. It was an ancient cauldron with 3 legs. It was ancient and majestic, and possessed great power. Any random item that the barbarian from Desolate Barbarian's hand was an origin-grade destinable artifact. The ancient cauldron shrouded Long Chen. This time, Long Chen didn't put up much resistance. He only resisted symbolically for a few times before he was completely controlled by the barbarian from Desolate Barbarian's hand. "Let's see if you still want to escape from my palm, you shameless thief." The barbarian from Desolate Barbarian snorted coldly. On the other side, his father had also sensed that he had captured Long Chen, so he directly landed on Pangu continent. The barbarian from Desolate Barbarian grabbed the ancient cauldron and flew in the direction of the dragon sacrificial continent at a terrifying speed without saying a word. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Along the way, the barbarian from Desolate Barbarian didn't say anything. Long Chen also quieted down, calmly thinking about everything. "It seems that I won't be able to go back in a short time. For the time being, with Kitten and Xiao Lang there shouldn't be a big problem, and Susu has also stabilized. So, I should see what secrets this place of origin of the divine dragons has brought me here." 1 day, 2 days. 3 days had passed. This place should be relatively far from Pangu continent. At this time, it should be out of the control of the barbarian from Desolate Barbarian, and his father shouldn't be returning. Long Chen was confident that he could deal with the barbarian from Desolate Barbarian, but not his father, especially when he joined forces with his father. For a moment, he gathered all the strength in his body. The Origin Dragon Palace protected his body, the primordial dragon halberd in his hand, and the walls of the ancient cauldron surrounded him. Break. 2 great original grade destiny grade divine artifacts attacked 1 destiny grade divine artifact. Rumble. All of a sudden, the ancient cauldron shook violently, and for a moment, it rushed out of his hand uncontrollably. In the midst of high-speed rotation, Long Chen rushed out from it. "You can actually come out." The barbarian from Desolate Barbarian took back the ancient cauldron and said in shock. For him, it was impossible for a mere initial grade Tai Divine Realm expert to come out from his original grade Destiny grade. That's right. Long Chen was about to turn and leave, but as expected, the barbarian still clung to him. He said angrily, "Don't even think of leaving." It was difficult to really get rid of him. If this is not before the real epoch, then if I fight, it should be slightly different from the real world, Long Chen guessed. Therefore, he was interested in fighting with the barbarian from Desolate Barbarian. Therefore, he did not carry him away. "You're quite fast. Looks like you're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Obviously, you also have the strength of a half-step ancestor. You're really terrifying to be able to endure to such an extent and possess such a realm. It seems like you're a big shot in the dragon sacrificial continent. I've actually never heard of your name. However, since you've met me today, no matter what, I won't let you escape." "Who said I'm going to escape?" Long Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the barbarian. When he heard Long Chen's words, it meant that he wanted to fight. The barbarians were more enthusiastic about fighting. The barbarian from Desolate Barbarian directly roared. His eyes were fiery red, and his muscles bulged. Just his physical strength alone was terrifying enough, not inferior to the Jiuli giant demon. Roar! The overbearing barbarian from Desolate Barbarian fiercely suppressed Long Chen. At this time, apart from his fixed body, he was also wearing a set of pitch-black battle armor. It was actually an original grade Destiny grade Destiny grade Destiny grade. Chapter 3299. Ancient Cauldron, Battle Armor. In the end, the Heavenly Desolation Barbarian did not stop. When he held the Ancient Cauldron in his left hand, a pitch-black battle blade appeared in his right hand. The Ancient Cauldron, the battle armor, and the saber were actually of the same series. With the combination of the three, the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian, who was originally a half-martial ancestor, appeared even more terrifying. Even among the 10 great ancestor fiends, not many could match him. The battle armor had the mountains of Pangu continent carved on it, and the cauldron had the rivers of Pangu continent carved on it. As for the blade, it had the pattern of countless skeletons. Perhaps, they were the ancestors of the barbarians. Although there were countless skeletons, there was also an even more savage, violent, and murderous impact. Moreover, at this moment, the man of Heaven Wasteland let out a cold snort. The ancient cauldron in his left hand actually fused with his huge fist and became a part of it. The ceaselessly flowing river in the ancient cauldron became a part of his fist. The combination of fists and blades, coupled with the armor that looked like a hedgehog, made Heavenly Wasteland Barbarian look terrifying even if it was not on Pangu continent. Although the aura of the giant beast in the wilderness wasn't that of a demonic beast, it was far more ferocious than one. Compared to the Heaven Wasteland Barbarians, Long Chen looked much more refined. At this moment, the other party mercilessly attacked. The barbarian tribe was famous for their belligerence. Now that they had finally met someone who could fight, they would definitely not let him go. Before this epoch, will I still be able to fight like before? Is this really the world before the epoch? Although Long Chen was facing such an opponent, he was more focused on the doubts he had about the world. Boom! The Heaven Wasteland Barbarian tribe crossed an endless distance and charged over. Feeling such power, Long Chen instantly entered into a state of mind. The speed and brute force of the Heaven Wasteland brute was simply too terrifying. At this moment, it let out an earth-shattering roar. Like a falling meteor, the gigantic fist that had fused with the ancient cauldron smashed through everything with a single punch. A simple punch actually caused hundreds of thousands of explosions. Sky-rushing fist. At the same time, the furious roar of the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian also caused a roar in Long Chen's ears. Buzz buzz buzz, amazing. While he was feeling emotional, it also stimulated Long Chen's endless fighting spirit. Primal Chaos Dragon Fist. It was all a clash of fists. Primal Chaos Dragon Fist. The 9 types of Primal Chaos Elemental Chi turned into startling divine dragons, surging around Long Chen's arm and charging forward. In a short time, they clashed violently with the heaven-desolate savage heaven-rushing fist. Boom! The tremors caused ripples to appear in the starry sky from before the epoch of time. This was a battle that spanned billions of years. Bang! Under the impact of the opponent's pure power, Long Chen's entire arm turned into powder, completely dissipating. He was sent flying. Of course, the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian did not have it easy either. The primal chaos elements directly rushed into his body. However, the advantage of the Heaven Wasteland Barbarians was that Long Chen only had the Origin Dragon Palace as a layer of defense. However, in this duel, the ancient cauldron and battle armor were his defensive weapons. Whoosh! Under the effect of the resurrection song of life, Long Chen's arm recovered rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was completely unscathed. His recovery speed was even faster than his opponent's, which made the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian's jaw drop. I couldn't tell that a mixed-haired dragon like you knew quite a lot of rules. You have such a high cultivation level, but I've never heard of your name. You've really hidden yourself well. However, if this is all you've got, I advise you not to resist and obediently surrender. Mixed-haired dragon. This appellation made Long Chen very unhappy. One must know that he was the inheritor of the 8 types of ancestral dragon essence blood. In the blink of an eye, the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian had already pressed forward again. This time, he still threw a punch, but this punch contained 7 types of fist intent. It was obviously much stronger than the previous sky-rushing fist. This time, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. The Heaven Wasteland Barbarian's eyes were filled with disdain. With a roar, he threw another punch. Divine Fist of the Big Dipper. Within the rules, 7 huge stars were incomparably bright, almost blinding Long Chen's eyes. The power of each layer was comparable to the previous Divine Fist of the Big Dipper. Such a violent impact was simply a nightmare for anyone. However, this time, Long Chen was not anxious at all. He attacked calmly. Nirvana Primordial. Chaotic Dragon Fist, Primordial Dragon World, Creation Reincarnation. These 3 rules were mixed into the Primordial Dragon Halberd. The Heaven Wasteland Barbarian had never taken him seriously. This time, it was time to let him know how powerful he was. Nirvana Primordial, the supreme rule of destruction. This rule, with the trident of the Primordial Dragon Halberd as the leader, directly rushed towards the opponent's Divine Fist of the Big Dipper. The 2 rules clashed in that instant. Ding! This was the sound of the ancient cauldron and the Primordial Dragon Halberd colliding. It was like a sharp thorn that pierced into the surroundings. Rumble. Next, it was the destruction of the 2 rules. Even with the protection of the armor, the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian was still smashed into pieces by the mysterious and brutal rules. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Not far away, the melody of life swept out and completely dissolved the power of the Divine Fist of the Big Dipper. Once again, Long Chen was unscathed. The Heaven Wasteland Barbarian was infuriated. Although the 2 duels were basically equal, Long Chen's melody of life was too infuriating. No matter how injured he was, as long as he was not dead, he would immediately recover. If the battle went on like this, wouldn't he be defeated? How could this be? Before this, the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian had always thought that he was playing with the opponent, but he did not expect that the opponent was playing with him. Given the character of the barbarian race, his blood surged, and he went crazy. Pangu's mighty power. After he used this rule, even if he was not on Pangu continent, the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian almost seemed to have been possessed by Pangu, except that there was no shadow behind him. With the support of Pangu's mighty power, the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian's body grew several times larger, and his strength naturally became more majestic. It was simply a nightmare to be stared at by him now. Die, mixed-haired dragon! The Heaven Wasteland Barbarian roared, and the starry sky within millions of miles trembled. At this moment, he held the pitch-black blade with both hands. On the blade, countless black fiend energy swept toward his body, stirring up layers of whirlwinds. At this moment, he suddenly opened his red-black eyes, and slashed the blade directly and violently toward Long Chen. The rules of the barbarian race seemed to be so straightforward. There was not much mystery to it, but it had the highest lethality. Violent beheading. The blade slashed down. In a trance, Long Chen felt as if his head had been locked, and it was a feeling of death. "I'm done playing." It was a terrifying attack, but for Long Chen, it was just so. He had allowed his opponent to attack him twice before, which was actually an experiment. Now, he had a result. That was, in this world, he could use all his strength normally, without any restrictions. Therefore, when the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian used the violent beheading to kill Long Chen, he did not say a word, but directly transformed into a divine Tao heart refining dragon in front of the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian. A huge divine dragon appeared in front of the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian, which startled him for a moment. The target he wanted to behead had become bigger. At this moment, a stone appeared in front of Long Chen. The primeval sacrificial stone. The primeval sacrificial stone was filled with the shadows of divine dragons. From the primeval sacrificial stone, it could be seen that Long Chen's body was already full of white light. The fusion of gold and black had magically given birth to a pure white power. It was a dazzling light that pierced the primeval sacrificial stone. After passing through it, countless shadows of divine dragons surrounded it, and its power expanded again as it rushed out from the primeval sacrificial stone. Boom! The light of karma trial. This was actually a rule that belonged to the divine Tao heart refining dragon. Only the divine Tao heart refining dragon had the right to judge. And in the dragon sacrificial continent before the epoch, the divine Tao heart refining dragon was actually the ancestral dragon that appeared the most. With the addition of the primeval sacrificial stone, the light of karma trial was terrifyingly strong. The Heaven Wasteland Barbarian charged forward with the saber in hand, and naturally collided with the light of karma trial. Ah! At that moment, the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian was completely engulfed by the light of karma trial, and could not escape. Even the saber fell out. He struggled and roared in the white light, but it was of no use. Long Chen did not want to kill him. Now, he just wanted to let him have a taste of pain. Now that the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian was heavily injured, he did not have the strength to chase after him. He could not be bothered to say more, and directly turned around, using his fastest speed to leave this place, so that the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian could not find him again. He indeed wanted to go to the dragon sacrificial continent. But he was also sure that he did not want to be escorted there by the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian. Now, Long Chen had great expectations for the dragon sacrificial continent. He longed to see the world at that time, longed to see the real 10 great ancestor dragons, and maybe even make them make some changes. If this was the past, then changing the past might be able to reverse the future. Now, this was the craziest thought in Long Chen's heart. Mixed-hair dragon. Behind him, the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian was still roaring in anger, but he could only watch as Long Chen disappeared. Not long after, he completely lost track of Long Chen. This guy actually escaped. How am I going to explain this to father? The Heaven Wasteland Barbarian felt an incomparable headache. This time, even the battle armor was almost penetrated by Long Chen. This guy is actually powerful to this extent, almost catching up to father and the others, but I have never heard of him. Could it be that he has some secret on him? Judging from the inheritance blood essence he inherited, he doesn't seem weak. The Heaven Wasteland Barbarian's heart was filled with doubts. Finally, he looked in the direction that Long Chen left. Chapter 3300. Long Chen was moving forward at a high speed. I didn't expect the myriad worlds before the epoch to be so vast and huge. It's really amazing. He looked around at the infinitely bright starry sky, his heart full of emotions. The deep shock he felt when he saw the Pangu continent of the 10th grade was still lingering in his heart. Along the way, Long Chen had been rushing at full speed. He already couldn't wait to return to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent as soon as possible and see what the Dragon Sacrificial Continent was like before the epoch. I hope nothing happens to the other side because I'm gone. Until now, he still had no idea what kind of situation he had encountered. Therefore, Long Chen was still quite worried about the other side. It did not take long for him to worry. As he moved forward, he could vaguely see a world of a terrifying level in front of him. It was a vast and amazing world. Although he was not close to it yet, the vastness of it was obviously greater than the sum of Pangu continent and the three heavens. Is this the Dragon Sacrificial Continent? For a moment, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. The myriad worlds made it difficult for him to determine the distance, but as he had imagined, such a huge world was in line with the Dragon Sacrificial Continent in his mind. Be careful. Having learned his lesson this time, Long Chen did not move forward rashly. Instead, he concealed himself and gradually approached. As he got closer, Long Chen discovered, this is a huge planet, obviously not the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. What kind of world is this? Although it was still far away, there was a sense of déjà vu. Long Chen estimated his position with that world, and the size of the world he had seen before. From this position, the area of this world is about twice as large as Pangu continent. It should still be a 10th grade world. However, in terms of aura, energy, and the terrifying pressure I feel, it's at least several times, or even 10 times that of Pangu continent. Intuition told Long Chen that this was definitely not just a 10th grade world. After all, he had thought this was the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. The truth will come out when I get closer. It was useless to make wild guesses. He just had to get closer. After a moment, the huge world was magnified in his eyes, and Long Chen finally understood where the familiar feeling came from. Primal Chaos Divine World. That's right, this was the Primal Chaos Divine Realm from before the epoch. Of course, the current Chaotic Divine Realm was nothing compared to this world. That Chaotic Divine Realm was not even comparable to any of the three heavens here. But this Chaotic Divine Realm was definitely one tier higher than Pangu continent. It was one of the strongest worlds below Dragon Sacrificial Continent, an 11th tier world. The Dragon Sacrificial Continent could be considered a 12th grade world. It was the core of the myriad worlds and the strongest among them. The reason why this planet was only twice the size of Pangu continent was that the Dragon Chariot had only seen the outermost continent of the Chaotic Divine Realm. There were a total of 9 chaotic continents in the Chaotic Divine Realm. An 11th tier world. First of all, it was a stable world before the epoch. The creator of each world existed, and each world had the strongest expert of the ancestor realm. In addition to the 10 great ancestor dragons on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, there are also kitten, dragon attendants, and other ancestors. I believe this chaotic divine realm may not only have one ancestor. In Pangu continent, any two people are comparable to kitten and yen air, equivalent to the level of supreme divine dragons. I believe the ruler of each chaotic continent here is at least at the level of supreme divine dragons. According to the comparison of strength, Long Chen speculated that there were more than 100 experts equivalent to supreme divine dragons on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, and there were 80 supreme divine dragons. The chaotic divine realm was only one level lower, so there should be about 10. This comparison of strength was quite accurate. There seemed to be a limit to how many experts each world could produce, or in other words, the level of the death world determined the number of experts. Therefore, when the myriad worlds were weak, all the experts had disappeared. Before Long Chen appeared, the strongest experts in the myriad worlds were the chaotic divine lord and the others, who were ultimate gods. And in the eyes of Long Chen, ultimate gods were nothing in this myriad worlds. The chaotic divine realm, this meant that this place might not be far from the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen was shocked before he even got close to the giant world of the 11th rank. It was hard to imagine that in this epoch, the myriad worlds had actually declined to such an extent. The magnificent and majestic world before him had actually declined to such an extent. What a pity. Of course, this was the reason why Long Chen resisted the Sky-Swallowing clan. It was the Sky-Swallowing clan's destruction and devouring that destroyed the balance of the entire world, causing the myriad worlds to collapse. To be honest, Long Chen still wanted to enter the chaotic divine realm to take a look. It was just that this world was too dangerous for him. He roughly estimated that there were at least a dozen people who could suppress him. The world before him was extremely prosperous. Everyone was like a dragon, and there were countless experts. There were not many living creatures. Most of them were gods and demons, and there were countless experts. After hesitating for a while, Long Chen decided not to go in, lest he got into trouble. The most important thing now was to return to the dragon sacrificial continent as soon as possible and see what the situation was over there. Perhaps when he got there, he would know why he came to this world. Let's go. Before he got close to the chaotic divine realm, Long Chen immediately left. However, just as he turned around, several rays of light suddenly appeared in the direction of the chaotic divine realm. Their target was actually Long Chen. I'm so far away. How did they find me and even chase me? For a moment, Long Chen realized that he was being chased. There were more than a dozen people, and their target was definitely him. Among them, some were fast, some were slow, and one of them was the most terrifying. Let's go. Long Chen made up his mind and instantly left to escape. However, his start was slightly slower. The person in the other party's team was definitely a peak half-martial ancestor, a terrifying expert comparable to Kitten and Soiyan. Her speed was even faster than Long Chen's. Swoosh. Not long after, she directly blocked in front of Long Chen. Little thing, don't run away. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Long Chen coldly glanced at the person in front of him. The person in front of him was a graceful and elegant woman, a huge contrast to the barbarian race. This was a half-martial ancestor from the previous epoch. From her, Long Chen could sense an aura similar to the primal chaos fire dance. Perhaps this was the ancestor of the primal chaos fire dance. However, the primal chaos fire dance was young and inexperienced, while this woman in front of him was a mature and flirtatious peach. Back then, when Long Chen had just left Baiyang town and met Lu Lan, she gave him the same feeling. She was so flirtatious that it made men's hearts itch unbearably. It was proven that whether it was a mortal, a demon, or even an ancestor god, they all had the same desire for the opposite sex. It was just that the higher one's level was, the higher their desire to conquer. The woman in front of him or ancestor god Ling Su were the targets that Long Chen wanted to conquer at that time. It was just that he was not interested at that time. When the woman stopped Long Chen, the people around her also quickly caught up. Looking back, Long Chen roughly glanced around and saw at least a few half-martial ancestors from the chaotic god tribe who were equivalent to the heavenly wasteland wildlands. The rest of them were at least ultimate realm ultimate gods. In this grade 11 chaotic divine realm, even those who were following behind were at least at the level of chaotic divine lord. A group of people quickly surrounded them. Of course, the woman in front of him posed the greatest threat to Long Chen. They were all chaotic god tribe. Their blood and energy were strong and their bloodline was at its peak. Compared to the chaotic god tribe in Long Chen's world, their bloodline was purer. Each of them was like their ancestor. This woman had just said that she had been waiting for Long Chen for a long time. Who are you? Why are you waiting for me? This woman was obviously a problem. It was possible to get rid of her, but the problem was that she was not the only expert in the chaotic divine realm. Once she summoned others, it would be troublesome. The woman smiled coldly. Before she could answer, a half-martial ancestor next to her said, "Are you blind? You don't even know the master of the chaotic divine realm, the Sky-Heart continent?" This woman came from the outermost chaotic continent. After the epoch, the outermost continent was called the Fire Dance continent, named after the Chaos Fire Dance. Since it was called the Sky-Heart continent now, this woman must be the chaotic heavenly heart. The heavenly wasteland wildlands of Pangu continent said that you stole the blood essence but did not have the origin dragon soul. They also said that you have a secret, so they asked me to help stop you. Sure enough, you came to me. It turned out that it was the heavenly wasteland wildlands doing. Long Chen did not think of this at all. Otherwise, he would have to avoid the chaotic divine realm. Long Chen hurriedly said, "You misunderstand. The heavenly wasteland wildlands was defeated by me, so they have a problem with me. I'm from the dragon sacrificial continent, and I'm on my way back now. I don't need them to escort me back." "Oh, is that so?" The primal chaos heavenly heart circled around Long Chen a few times, covered the corner of her mouth with her delicate hand, and laughed. "What you said is quite reasonable, it's just that, a divine dragon without an origin dragon soul, no matter what, it's still suspicious. I'm thinking, if I send you over, there will be some kind of reward." Even the chaotic divine realm was in awe of the dragon sacrificial continent. "You're thinking too much." At the end of the day, it was still because Long Chen was too unfamiliar with this place. If not for this, he would have been able to scare the other party with words. Now, even if he wanted to scare the other party, he was afraid of being exposed. After all, this woman's understanding of the dragon sacrificial continent should be more than Long Chen's. "Not much, definitely not much. However, when I saw you, I changed my mind." "What do you want to do?" "I want to bring you to the chaotic divine realm, to the Sky-Heart continent. You can just treat yourself as a guest. Don't worry, no matter what I say, I won't take your life, right?" Chapter 3301. If he went to the chaotic divine realm, it would be even more impossible for him to escape. This made Long Chen a little speechless. Was it really so difficult to go to the dragon sacrificial continent to have a look? He had just gotten rid of Pangu continent's heavenly desolate barbarian, and now the chaotic heaven's heart of the chaotic divine realm had come to intercept him again. Sure enough, there were vortexes everywhere, and many of them would take the initiative to find you even if you didn't want to fall into them. "I absolutely can't follow her to the chaotic divine realm. There are too many experts there, and it's not good to expose my current situation to them." Long Chen trusted the dragon sacrificial continent the most. If he could go back there and see the ancestral dragon, then maybe all this could be solved. So, when the chaotic heaven's heart made up its mind to take Long Chen down, Long Chen suddenly said resolutely, "I'm sorry, I can't go to your heavenly heart continent. I have something important to do and need to return to the dragon sacrificial continent as soon as possible. I hope you don't stop me, or you may have to bear the wrath of the dragon sacrificial continent." Seeing that Long Chen was resisting, the other party's expression didn't change. Instead, her smile became even more unbridled. She said in a sweet voice, "Io, you've scared me. However, you're just a thief. What qualifications do you have to make the divine dragon clan vent their anger on me? Don't scare me. I'm not a little girl who doesn't know anything." Then, she said to the people who surrounded Long Chen, "Stand back. I'm going to take him back to the Heavenly Heart Palace today. No one can stop me, and you're not allowed to tell anyone, understand?" "Understood." For a moment, everyone dispersed to a very distant place. However, in reality, they were still using Long Chen as the center. It was just that they had given up the battlefield to Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart. The other party's intention was very clear. "Don't you want to leave? Then try and see if you can escape from her hands. I have no enmity with you, but you restrict me and go against me. One day, you will regret it. Long Chen said word by word. I'm not afraid. I've never regretted anything I do. You're really hot-tempered, but that's good. I like people like you. Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's charming smile was truly amorous. Of course, on her smiling face, her eyes were stern and persistent. Clearly, she was the kind of person who wouldn't change her mind after making a decision. Since that was the case, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to waste any more time. She was admittedly very strong, but a gentleman would rather be killed than humiliated. He was in a hurry to return to Dragon's sacrificial continent and didn't have the energy to waste with her. In this unfamiliar world, no one knew him, and this was indeed troublesome. Humph. Seeing that Long Chen had made a move, Primal Chaos Heaven's heart didn't stay idle either. She quickly entered a battle state. Her long skirt and long hair fluttered in the wind like a 9-colored rose blooming in the starry sky. 9 types of primal chaos elements circulated around her body. She specialized in the primal chaos laws. Before the epoch, the 3 great divine worlds, the Chaos Divine World, Grand Mist Divine World, and Fortune Divine World, surrounded the Dragon's sacrificial continent. After passing through these 3 great divine worlds, one could reach the Dragon's sacrificial continent. However, the 3 great divine worlds were a chasm that most people didn't dare to cross. Long Chen was still somewhat familiar with the primal chaos laws, but the problem was that Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's attainments in the Primal Chaos laws were simply too shocking. Long Chen's Primal Chaos laws were like a pool, while hers was a lake. She was an existence that was infinitely close to the ancestor realm, comparable to a supreme divine dragon. Long Chen was protected by 2 great origin-grade fortune divine weapons and was brimming with killing intent. There were too many laws on his body, which similarly attracted Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's attention. This time, Long Chen's goal was to escape, not to defeat his opponent. Therefore, he was well aware of the situation. Just now, not only did he take out 2 origin-grade fortune divine weapons, he even took out the primordial sacrificial stone. Karmic Judgment Light. Against the Heaven Wasteland barbaric laws, the instant impact brought fatal pressure to the opponent. Long Chen had used a killing move right from the start. To a half-step ancestor, this Karmic Judgment Light was equivalent to a fatal lethality. A resplendent ray of light. Not bad, but what kind of laws are these? Facing Long Chen's attack, Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's expression did not change. At this time, her slender hands formed the shape of a lotus. Heaven Primal Chaos Furnace. The profound primal chaos laws that made Long Chen gasp were born. The entire world changed abruptly. Within a boundless radius, the world suddenly became the Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's world, becoming its Heaven Primal Chaos Furnace. Therefore, the entire world was a storm of 9 types of primal chaos elements. Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart used its own body to transform into this world. At this time, the primal chaos elements were magnified to the most terrifying degree. The destructive power swept around Long Chen, and for a moment, even the attack of the Karmic Judgment Light simply lost its target. Boom, boom, boom. Countless chaotic windstorms slammed into the Origin Dragon Palace, which was protecting Long Chen. For a moment, they created world-destroying shockwaves. If it weren't for the protection of the spirit-returning melody of life, Long Chen would have been smashed to pieces. Break. In the end, the Karmic Judgment Light tore the Heaven Primal Chaos Furnace apart. All Long Chen could do was to rush out of the furnace. Of course, he had to bear the impact of many primal chaos elements in the process. In the blink of an eye, he had gone through the cycle of life and death several times. In the end, Long Chen still rushed out of the Heaven Primal Chaos Furnace. As soon as he rushed out, the entire Heaven Primal Chaos Furnace changed and condensed into a person from a huge world. You can't escape. Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart knew his purpose. At that moment, Long Chen had turned into a meteor and moved very far away. There was only one ultimate realm ultimate god intercepting him, and he was directly sent flying by Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen turned into a star. At that moment, Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart smiled faintly and chased after him. Swoosh! A ray of light flashed behind him. Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's speed of movement was too fast. It was really amazing to be able to move so quickly in such a level of 10,000 realms. Little thing, you can't escape from the palm of your big sister's hand. You'd better be obedient and I might treat you better. Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's laughter came from afar and soon approached Long Chen. Dead Spirit Blood Talisman. In fact, Long Chen did not intend to escape this time. He was very clear that the only way to escape was to injure Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart or even severely injure it. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape no matter what. Escaping was just a pretense. Naturally, it was to attack. When Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart approached, Long Chen suddenly turned around and attacked. Under the guidance of the rules, the Dead Spirit Blood Talisman could find its own target and entangle Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart forever. This made it easier for Long Chen to lock onto his opponent's position. When the Dead Spirit Blood Talisman attacked, Long Chen suddenly turned around and rapidly turned into an immemorial Blood Spirit Dragon in front of Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart. That huge divine dragon suddenly appeared in front of Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart and released a bloody aura. Indeed, Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart was slightly startled. However, very quickly, Long Chen used the Dead Spirit Blood Talisman to lock onto Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's position and immediately used his killer move. Dragon's Inverse Blood. This was the strongest slaughter law at the moment. As long as there was blood, it would turn into an immemorial blood spirit dragon. Success. Billions of immemorial blood spirit dragons attacked Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's body and released numerous slaughter rule to destroy it. The attack from the inside caused Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's face to turn pale and the smile on his face disappeared. Primal Chaos Giant Wings. However, in that instant, she used all her strength and once again used the rule. Instantly, a pair of huge 9-colored wings condensed behind her. Each feather was of a different color. Swoosh! Countless rainbow-colored feathers exploded and tumbled, forming sharp weapons. Like 100,000 destinable divine weapons, they pierced towards Long Chen. Long Chen was concentrating on controlling the dragon's inverse blood. Facing such a terrifying attack, Long Chen couldn't resist for a moment. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of rainbow-colored feathers rushed into his body and pierced through the Origin Dragon Palace. Primal chaos elements exploded in Long Chen's body, bringing with it a terrifying impact. Life Echo Melody. Aquamarine flames burned wildly in his body. Whoosh, whoosh, only then could he barely suppress the destructive power of the chaotic wings. However, Long Chen's goal of severely injuring his opponent and escaping failed because he was also in a state of severe injury. Furthermore, the dragon's inverse blood couldn't kill his opponent. At that moment, the two attacked each other. Their expressions were rather ugly as they looked at each other. There's no point in continuing this stalemate. I'll count to 3 and we'll end it together. Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart hadn't endured such an attack for a long time and was a little irritated. It was difficult to suppress the dragon's inverse blood. In your dreams. Long Chen wanted to continue the stalemate with him. With the Life Echo Melody, he could definitely hold on for a longer time. Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart laughed involuntarily and said, "You're so cute. I gave you a way out, but you didn't. I'll call a few of them over now and they can easily imprison you. I'll give you another choice. Remove the rules or you'll lose." Under Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's signal, the other chaotic gods, who were comparable to the 10 ancestor devils, descended and were ready to attack Long Chen. In the current situation, although Long Chen and Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart could barely injure each other, there was no hope of escaping. Long Chen could only look for other ways, so he removed the dragon's inverse blood. The other party also removed the chaotic giant wings. Her recovery ability was very strong, and in a short time, her face became rosy again. She looked like she was drunk, but she wasn't angry. Instead, she looked at Long Chen with great interest and laughed softly, "You're getting more and more interesting. I'm even more reluctant to part with you. Fine, I'll bring you back to Heaven's Heart Palace first." Right at this moment, the Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart fluttered in the air, and a strip of light wrapped around his shoulders and arms. Upon closer inspection, there were countless colorful stars within the strip of light, and it was incomparably gorgeous. This was not just a strip of light, but a complete galaxy. Inside, there were endless stars. This was a kind of creation divine weapon, but perhaps, it wasn't a fortune divine artifact. That was because this river of stars had completely surpassed the level of an origin-grade destinable divine artifact. Long Chen could deeply feel how terrifying it was. The power contained within it was as terrifying as the chaotic heaven's heart. This rainbow was simply the strongest divine artifact that Long Chen had ever seen. Chapter 3302. It had completely surpassed the origin grade. Long Chen didn't know what this creation artifact was called. To him, the world before the epoch was simply too crazy. Even the chaotic heavenly heart, which was at the outermost layer of the chaotic divine realm, was close to the progenitor realm and could casually summon a creation artifact that surpassed the origin grade. At least the primeval sacrificial stone was far from this level. To Long Chen, the chaotic heavenly heart with the river of forgetfulness should be more terrifying than Kitten and Soyeon. After all, Kitten and Soyeon didn't have something of this level. Perhaps something of this level could only be born in the world before the epoch. Now, the chaotic heavenly heart smiled coldly and waved the river of forgetfulness that looked like a river of stars. As the river of forgetfulness danced, countless bright stars appeared around Long Chen. River of forgetfulness, binding of destiny. The chaotic heavenly heart's voice came from countless directions, ringing in Long Chen's ears like a dream. For a moment, a terrifying binding rule that had never been seen before descended on Long Chen's body. Countless starlight shone on his body, each point containing the infinite power of a star. "Don't move, it'll hurt." For a moment, the chaotic heavenly heart's voice seemed to be ringing in his ears. Her breath smelled like orchids, and a warm current rushed into Long Chen's ears. It was like a swarm of ants crawling inside, making him feel very itchy. However, when he looked down, the river of forgetfulness had formed a colorful ribbon that had invisibly entangled Long Chen. From his head to his hands and feet, he had been tied up by this creation artifact that surpassed the origin grade. The river of forgetfulness was created to confine. Therefore, when its power was released and the rule was unfolded, from all aspects, be it the use of power, the application of the rule, or the movement of the body, everything was restricted. Even though Long Chen was resisting, all his efforts were like stones sinking into the ocean. This was a crushing of absolute power. The combination of the primal chaos heavenly heart and the river of forgetfulness celestial river gave Long Chen such a huge blow. Frankly speaking, if chaos heavenly heart wanted to kill Long Chen now, it would be relatively easy. How terrifying! Long Chen clearly tasted the power of the river of forgetfulness star river. His resistance was severed at the root. The fortune divine artifact on his body was no different from a galaxy formed by countless stars entangling him. What was suppressing his body was the power of countless space and stars. Therefore, even if he used all his strength at this moment, he still wouldn't be able to break through, let alone use the laws. Under the confinement of this forgetfulness river galaxy, anyone would become a cripple. I'm still a bit off. I'm afraid only those at the same level as the primal chaos heaven heart would be able to break through this river of forgetfulness star river. But not now. After all, he was currently in a rather unfamiliar world where he didn't know what was going on. Therefore, Long Chen was still a little nervous. If Chaos Heavenly Heart wanted to kill him now, no one would come to save him. Fortunately, after Chaos Heavenly Heart captured Long Chen, she walked to Long Chen while twisting her slender waist. She looked at Long Chen with seductive eyes, stretched out her jade-like hand, and gently placed it on Long Chen's chest. She said, "Little guy, you're resisting. Big Sister's River of Forgetfulness Star River has captured many wild guys like you, but they can't escape." Long Chen was speechless. He really couldn't break free, so he said, "Why are you grabbing me? I have no enmity with you, so you don't have to do this. You don't have to cause trouble for yourself." Chaos Heavenly Heart smiled charmingly. She stretched out her hands and wrapped them around Long Chen's waist. Her divine body was tightly pressed against Long Chen's body. Her seductive eyes were truly a peerless beauty. She gently opened her red lips and said, "It's not troublesome at all. I originally wanted to capture you and let that heavenly desolate man come and take you away. After all, I have some friendship with him. But I've changed my mind now. You make me feel very comfortable. I want to take you to the Heavenly Heart Palace." She was called Chaos Heavenly Heart, and the Heavenly Heart Palace should be her place. "Why are you taking me to the Heavenly Heart Palace?" This fellow didn't seem to have too much ill intent towards him for the time being, so Long Chen felt a little relieved. However, her frivolous actions and hugging were indeed a little hard to resist. To Long Chen, this was an ancestor from an epoch ago. "Shoo, I'll tell you secretly when we get there. You're still mischievous right now, so I can't let you go. You can't hate me." After Chaos Heavenly Heart finished speaking, she held on to the River of Forgetfulness Star River and descended towards the vast primal chaos divine world with Long Chen. Her assistants also descended with her. Along the way, Chaos Heavenly Heart didn't speak a word. She only looked at Long Chen with a charming smile. Long Chen secretly tried a few times, but after realizing that it was temporarily useless, he gave up for the time being. "I want to see what this woman wants me to do." When they got closer to the primal chaos divine world, Long Chen realized how huge the gap between this huge world and the primal chaos divine world before the epoch was. This gap was too terrifying. First, the nine-colored chaos spiritual energy was too dense. It was simply a difference of 100 times. Living in this primal chaos divine world, even a pig could become a god. Being in this place, Long Chen felt that it wouldn't take long for him to absorb the nine-colored chaos spiritual energy and break through. This place was much more suitable for cultivation than the dragon sacrificial continent. From this primal chaos divine world, one could see how prosperous the dragon sacrificial continent was. The second huge shock was that, the number of living beings here was just too huge. Perhaps it was proportional to the size of the land. In the chaotic divine world, the dancing fire continent had 100 trillion living beings. Long Chen felt that it was quite a lot. However, the Sky Heart continent was dozens of times larger than the dancing fire continent. It might even be hundreds of times larger. The Sky Heart continent probably had trillions of living beings. This was horrifying. The number of people in the Sky Heart continent probably exceeded the number of people in the myriad worlds after the epoch. From this, one could see how weak the myriad worlds were. The myriad worlds in the past were actually so prosperous. Seeing this prosperous, powerful, and magnificent primal chaos divine world, Long Chen momentarily forgot about his conflict with the primal chaos heaven's heart. He couldn't help but say, "The primal chaos divine world is really huge." The primal chaos heaven's heart rolled its eyes and said, "Are you mocking me? Among the myriad worlds, the dragon sacrificial continent is comparable to 10 primal chaos divine worlds. You, who came from the dragon sacrificial continent, are envious of our primal chaos divine world. It's normal for the spiritual energy of the dragon sacrificial continent to create so many terrifying divine dragons. Hearing this, Long Chen was looking forward to visiting the dragon sacrificial continent. Unfortunately, he was caught by the primal chaos heaven's heart again. What a crazy era! After descending from the sky and arriving at the primal chaos divine world's sky heart continent, he could feel the vastness of this world. Most of the people here could only walk through a billionth of the sky heart continent in their lifetime, let alone the continents of other primal chaos divine worlds. The creator of the primal chaos divine world is here. Will he be able to see me? Amidst his shock, Long Chen thought about many things. He forgot about the primal chaos heaven's heart until a pure white sky heart palace appeared in front of him. It's just a residence, but it's actually an original grade creation artifact. That's right, that pure white world shrouded in immortal fog was the original grade creation artifact. It occupied the highest point of the Sky Heart continent, a place where mortals didn't dare to enter. To the Sky Heart continent, the primal chaos heaven's heart was the ruler. In this world, she was one of the master gods. A master god that controlled trillions of lives. Of course, with her strength, she could rule over the myriad worlds even without Long Chen and the others. We're here. The primal chaos heaven's heart returned to the Sky Heart Palace. Many deities welcomed, surrounded, and respectfully sent her into the palace. Of course, those experts also looked curiously at Long Chen. The master god brought back another person today. How many has he brought back in the past countless years? There are quite a few, probably more than 100 million. However, they are eliminated quickly. Some are strong, some are weak. Now, there are only a few left. This guy is controlled by the Master God using the River of Forgetfulness Galaxy. He's obviously very strong. He's probably the strongest among the Master God's harem. Indeed, it's possible that because of his existence, the Master God's harem will start a reign of terror. As they passed by, many people discussed like this. A large number of ultimate gods were among them. They were all primal chaos heaven's heart's subordinates. Long Chen and the primal chaos heaven's heart could hear their discussion. However, the primal chaos heaven's heart didn't seem to care. Otherwise, those people probably wouldn't dare to talk. Harem. Upon hearing that word, Long Chen was startled and almost vomited blood. Harem, isn't that? Long Chen didn't even have a harem. Now that he had come to this era, not only did he have to enter a harem, but he also had to fight for a woman's affections and set off a reign of terror. He couldn't believe his ears. It's good that you know about it. Primal Chaos Heaven's heart stretched out her hand and pulled Long Chen to her side under her control. She held Long Chen with one hand and stared at Long Chen with a charming yet domineering gaze. I'll give you a month to prepare yourself. After a month, you and I will get married. Now that there aren't many people in my harem, you can be the 9th concubine. Long Chen said, you're probably joking with me. I'm not. Don't even think about running away. This month, the Forgetfulness River Galaxy won't leave you. If you want to run away, the Forgetfulness River Galaxy will follow you forever. After saying that, she didn't give Long Chen a chance to speak and directly dragged him into the Heavenly Heart Palace. Not long after Long Chen entered the magnificent palace, he saw 8 men with different characteristics in the deepest part. Some were beautiful, some were burly, some were domineering, and some were bright. When the 8 of them saw Primal Chaos Heaven's heart, they bowed in unison and said, "Welcome back, my husband." Chapter 3303. Husband. Hearing this word, Long Chen was stunned. After all, Chaos Heavenly Heart was still a woman. Harem, concubines, these words were unimaginable for Long Chen. He could only sigh with emotion that it was really a crazy era before. However, he had to get out of trouble and go to Dragon Sacrificial Continent. After experiencing Pangu Continent and the chaotic divine realm, he was now full of deeper curiosity about Dragon Sacrificial Continent. He was very eager, even eager, to go to Dragon Sacrificial Continent immediately. But this River of Forgetfulness galaxy was really not easy to break. Let's get to know each other. From now on, he will be one of you. In a month, I will marry him. By the way, what's your name? Chaos Heavenly Heart was very domineering. In front of her, the 8 men with their own characteristics were really like her wives. Long Chen was too lazy to say. Although Chaos Heavenly Heart was a bit interesting, now that she restricted Long Chen's movements and prevented him from returning to Dragon Sacrificial Continent, for Long Chen, this was already a kind of hatred. I'm still a little stubborn now, but I'll be fine in a few days. He didn't answer, but Chaos Heavenly Heart didn't care. She directly took Long Chen, passed by her harem, and took Long Chen to the depths of Heavenly Heart Palace. Here, she opened up a sealed space, threw Long Chen into it, and said, "You know very well what kind of existence I, Chaos Heavenly Heart, am. Now, to the divine dragons of Dragon Sacrificial Continent, you're just a thief and not qualified to inherit your blood essence. Only by staying with me, maybe I can still protect you. Think carefully, I'll give you a month to think about it. There's no need at all. I want to go back to Dragon Sacrificial Continent now. Whether I'm a thief or not, you'll know when you get there. You can take me there." Given the current situation, Long Chen couldn't care less whether he was directly exposed to the divine dragons or not. Hee. Chaos Heavenly Heart was amused by Long Chen. She laughed and waved her hand, saying, "Have a good rest, I'm leaving. As for River of Forgetfulness Galaxy, it won't leave you before you figure it out." After saying that, she really left. Leaving him alone here, it could be said that even the heavens and earth would not respond. For a moment, Long Chen was speechless as he looked around. The origin ground of divine dragons, where on earth did it bring me to? What kind of spacetime is this? Coming here, I should have quickly reached the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, but now I'm trapped here by this Forgetfulness River Galaxy. This is really... It had been a long time since Long Chen felt so depressed. The primal Chaos Heavenly Heart wanted to keep him by her side forever and be her male pet. However, to Long Chen, if he really did that, it would be a humiliation. I must think of a way to leave this place. The only way to leave this place was to break free from the River of Forgetfulness Celestial River. As long as he broke free from the River of Forgetfulness Celestial River, Long Chen might not be captured by the other party. After all, his strength shouldn't be too far off from the primal Chaos Heavenly Heart. However, Long Chen had been struggling for a long time, but to no avail. The spiritual energy in this 11th grade, one world is terrifyingly rich. Moreover, this Heaven's Heart Palace was actually the place with the richest 9-colored chaotic spiritual energy in the entire Heaven's Heart continent, especially where Long Chen was located. It might be closer to the primal Chaos Heavenly Heart and was the best place for cultivation. The River of Forgetfulness Celestial River controlled Long Chen to use the laws and unleash his strength, but it didn't control him to refine the heaven and earth spiritual energy, which provided Long Chen with the only way out. It seems that I can only break through this River of Forgetfulness Celestial River if I work hard to break through to the ultimate God realm. After confirming his goal, his eyes became much brighter. Long Chen had never experienced the power of this 11th grade, one world for so many years. Staying here temporarily had great benefits for him. 1 day, 2 days, when he started cultivating, Long Chen deeply realized the great benefits of this power. He was like a land that had been dry for a long time meeting Gonlin. He greedily swallowed it and his overall progress was 10 times faster than before. In terms of talent, he was at the very top. In fact, even before this epoch, he was at the very top. Therefore, when he encountered this level of spiritual qi, its terrifying effects were quickly revealed. It was a kind of surge. It won't take too long to break through to the ultimate God realm at this rate. In addition, due to the suppression of the River of Forgetfulness Celestial River, I've accumulated more explosive power during this resistance. I'll probably be able to reach a new realm when I break through this River of Forgetfulness Celestial River. The problem is, if this is a fake world, will I return to the initial realm Ultimate God Realm after returning to the original world even if I break through to the Ultimate God Realm? However, that was not the most terrifying thing. Instead, it was whether he would never be able to return. He would never be able to see Lingxi, Li Xuanji, her daughter Zhang Kai, his son, and his brothers and sisters forever. In that world, Long Chen would disappear forever. Without Long Chen, the sky-devouring clan would come and the world would be destroyed. It was terrifying when he thought about it carefully. I believe there's always a way out. Long Chen gritted his teeth and did not let the difficulty scare him. 10 days later, he could already feel his progress. If this goes on, maybe I'll succeed after 20 days. His most important goal was to leave. As long as he could leave, nothing else mattered. On this day, someone seemed to have come. Long Chen thought it was the chaotic heavenly core. Not long after, the sealed space opened and there were 2 other people. They were both men. One of them was burly and completely giant. He was wild and domineering. He was obviously a barbarian but did not look like a barbarian from Heaven Wasteland. It could be said that he was the best-looking barbarian Long Chen had ever seen. Although he was a barbarian, he had a strong charm and was as masculine as the sun. The other one was quite small, only reaching Long Chen's chin. He was a little thin and weak, but he was a beautiful young man who would make anyone want to pity him. He was a strong contrast to the barbarians beside him. His blue eyes were as clear as the sun. Long Chen had seen those 2 before. They were 2 of the 8 concubines of the chaotic heavenly core. Long Chen had noticed them before because they were actually at the half-martial ancestor realm and were the 2 strongest among her concubines. The others were ultimate gods with the lowest being at the primordial realm. All 8 of them were outstanding beauties without exception. What were they doing here? Stand up. The barbarian's voice was rough. A pair of black eyes shone on Long Chen and were full of majesty. This barbarian was born with the temperament of a king. What can I do for you? Long Chen was a little unhappy that his cultivation was interrupted. Hehe, why are you asking when you already know the answer? We are here to guide you. The Heaven's Heart Palace has its rules. You are not married yet, so we will tell you the rules. The beautiful young man's voice was very sweet and soft like a little girl. Although he was threatening, his voice was childish and was very likable to women. Rules. Long Chen did not react for a moment. He did not dare to think further. Could it be that these 2 were here to fight over a woman? You have misunderstood. I have no interest in the chaotic heavenly core. She forced me to come back. I will definitely not stay in the Heaven's Heart Palace and will not have anything to do with the chaotic heavenly core. So you don't have to target me. Long Chen would never have thought that there would be a day when he would have to fight over a woman. If Kitten knew about this, he would probably be laughed to death. His head was getting bigger now. I know, we were also captured. At first, we had the same thoughts. But later on, we were reluctant to leave this place. The beautiful young man said indifferently. A dignified half-ancestor, who could summon the wind and summon the rain after the epoch, was actually willing to be a man behind a woman's back. What kind of rice soup did the chaotic heavenly core feed them? It is said that you were originally brought to the dragon sacrificial continent by my Heaven Wasteland barbarian brother. It was Heaven Wasteland barbarian brother who asked my husband to capture you. But my husband changed his mind and even rejected my brother. It is also because of you that their relationship is not good. This debt is all on your head. The barbarian said indifferently. This barbarian race was also related to Heaven Wasteland barbarian race. Long Chen was really speechless. He said again, "Let me repeat myself. I am different from you. I will be able to leave soon. If you don't believe me, just watch. I definitely have no intention of staying here, let alone with you." Long Chen was too embarrassed to say the rest. "Do you think we will believe you? We only believe in rules and lessons." The beautiful young man smiled coldly. His blue eyes were so cold that they were cute. The primal chaos was filled with an ice-cold chill. Everything in the surroundings seemed to be frozen. At this moment, he actually took out an ocean blue needle and placed it in front of Long Chen. Origin grade. As expected of a half-ancestor. A random blue needle he took out was actually an origin grade destinable artifact. The barbarian was even more exaggerated. A wolf tooth mace appeared in his hand. On that wolf tooth mace, every wolf tooth emitted the ferocious aura of a peerless ferocious beast. There was jet-black saliva that perfectly fused with the laws. Clearly, it was a type of terrifying destructive poison. There is no need. Long Chen was even more speechless. He did not expect that one day, he would become the victim of jealousy. There is a need. You are a great threat. The beautiful young man said. Do you mean that I am very handsome? Long Chen asked. You are a little worse than us. However, we will not let those who are a little worse than us have the opportunity to surpass us. Therefore, today, you must know who is in charge of this Heaven's Heart Palace besides our husband. At this point, their eyes shone with a cold light. The beautiful young man held the blue needle in his hand while the barbarian held the wolf tooth mace. Without saying a word, they waved at Long Chen. Remember, we are your masters. You have to listen to us. Chapter 3304. Crack. Although the river of Forgetfulness Star River had blocked the attack, the numerous sharp wolf fangs on the mace had still pierced deep into Long Chen's body. The barbarian had obviously used a rather vicious law, causing a deadly poison to rush into Long Chen's body, causing his entire body to turn dark green in a very short period of time. This was a poison from before the epoch. After the epoch, there was no poison of this level. It could even poison a half-step ancestor. The barbarian injected the poison into Long Chen's body. The poison turned into countless poisonous snakes and surged into Long Chen's body, which was like a vast starry sky. It first occupied his skin, then went deep into his flesh and organs. The world tree, Long Chen's body was numb and itchy. To be honest, this was the most terrifying poison he had ever encountered. At this moment, he could not use the melody of life and could not resist it at all. He could only endure it under the barbarian's vicious gaze. From now on, Long Chen was really angry. Previously, he thought it was funny, but now, he had given the barbarian a death sentence. Of course, there was also the beautiful young man. What are you looking at? She rebuked, but her movements were swift. She raised the blue needle and stabbed it towards Long Chen. Currently, Long Chen could be considered to be in a state where he couldn't resist. The Forgetfulness River Star River was too tightly controlled, and the other party wanted to stab his eyes. Long Chen tilted his head slightly, but he still couldn't escape from misfortune. When that needle stabbed into his body, the ice in front of him engulfed him. Even though his body was as vast as the starry sky, he was still completely frozen by this ice. Bang, bang, bang. The barbarian waved his huge mace and smashed it on Long Chen's body a few times. He said angrily, "Now you should know the rules. In the future, you should know who is the master and who is the servant. Don't go against us. Although my husband likes new things, we are the only ones who can survive in this Heaven's Will Palace. If you don't listen to us, you won't even know how you died. That's right. Do you remember that? Do you need me to stab you again?" The pretty boy snorted coldly. Long Chen was doing his best to resist the two destructive energies in his body. Honestly speaking, it was really troublesome and tough. Of course, it also made Long Chen extremely angry. In fact, for a very long time, even the primeval troll was against the entire myriad worlds and not himself. For a very long time, he had been shouldering the hatred of the entire myriad worlds. But this time, it was his own business. Provoking him and endangering the myriad worlds were two completely different things. However, looking at these two fellows acting like villains intoxicated by success, it was truly disgusting. An evil flame erupted in Long Chen's heart. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to tear these two fellows apart. He had never been a pushover. After they were done, the two of them prepared to leave. Let's go. This is enough for him to endure for a while. This brat is just a grandson. He doesn't resist as fiercely as we did at that time. He can't withstand the torment. If we don't kill him, our husband will blame us. The beautiful young man said in a sweet voice. And, let's go. After the two of them left, Long Chen sat up straight. It wasn't that he didn't want to resist, but with the forgetfulness galaxy imprisoning him, he couldn't be bothered to put up a meaningless struggle. He was mature enough. Of course, he would settle this score with these two. Today, what they brought to Long Chen was not just simple torture. The poison and ice had penetrated deep into Long Chen's bone marrow. They were everywhere, invading his entire body. They were even corroding Long Chen's strength, destroying everything that Long Chen had. One could imagine how vicious these two were. Moreover, with the forgetfulness galaxy controlling them, it was impossible to suppress these two energies. Right now, Long Chen could only try his best to resist. Otherwise, if the poison and ice continued to invade his body, it would be really troublesome. At this moment, he was gritting his teeth. His cultivation was completely cut off. His entire body was in pain. At the thought of these two fellows, Long Chen really wanted to tear them apart. So it turns out that my personal hatred can also drive people crazy. The more he thought about the faces of those two, the more he couldn't control the anger in his heart. Io, these two fellows actually tortured you to this state. Not long after, when Long Chen had no way to deal with it, Primal Chaos Heaven's heart came. She looked at Long Chen's body, which was now black and covered in ice, and said with a distressed expression, "This must have scared you." There was no point in saying more. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to her. However, he had a rough idea of this matter. Didn't the two appear because of Primal Chaos Heaven's heart? Otherwise, how could they move freely in this Heaven's Heart palace without letting Primal Chaos Heaven's heart know? When I get out, I'll punish them properly. Primal Chaos Heaven's heart was a little annoyed. She stretched out her jade-like hand and touched Long Chen's body. She looked like she couldn't bear it, and her body that was wrapped in her long dress was trembling. You seem to have your own way of resisting. Primal Chaos Heaven's heart smiled. Right in front of Long Chen, she slightly loosened her grip on the river of Forgetfulness Star River. Of course, it was only from a tense state to a slightly controlled state. Long Chen was still in the river of Forgetfulness Star River's control, but his power seemed to have regained its freedom, and he could also use the rules. During this period of time, Long Chen had improved a lot. Soul Melody of Life. After being able to use the rules, Long Chen had to recover as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the poison and ice continued to affect him, he would probably be in deep trouble. Fortunately, Primal Chaos Heaven's heart came in time, and Long Chen's Soul Melody of Life was very powerful, so his injuries were recovering rapidly. What kind of divine dragon's inheritance blood essence and origin dragon soul did you fuse with to have so many rules? How curious. Primal Chaos Heaven's heart stared at him with her bright eyes. After about an hour, seeing that Long Chen had almost recovered, she was still very cautious and quickly locked the river of Forgetfulness Star River on Long Chen again, afraid that Long Chen would suddenly resist. But in fact, Long Chen didn't have such thoughts, because he was in the Heaven's Heart Palace, and he still wanted to break through to the ultimate God realm. Why, are you afraid now? Primal Chaos Heaven's Heart looked at him coldly and arrogantly. Stop pretending in front of me. You have to send people to torment me twice, don't send such disgusting people twice. Although he hadn't fully recovered, he could still continue to cultivate. Primal Chaos Heaven's Heart said, I went out for a while and wasn't here. They snuck in. I can't bear to let them torment you like this. Otherwise, why would I come to save you? To Long Chen, it didn't matter if it was real or fake. He directly sat down, closed his eyes to rest, and said, Don't you still have time? You can leave now. Seeing that he didn't know what was good for him, Primal Chaos Heaven's Heart was angry, but she was still full of confidence and said, Yes, there's still time. You will understand one day. You have to know that there are many people who want to be my man. You are so honored. After saying that, she left fiercely. Long Chen didn't have any ripples in his heart. He continued to cultivate as if those two and Primal Chaos Heaven's Heart had never been here. As he made great progress, time continued to pass. Long Chen was counting the time bit by bit. I've improved by a huge margin again. Even now, he was deeply moved. The spiritual energy in this 11th rank world was simply too majestic. It was no wonder that so many experts could be born. Dragon Sacrifice Continent. Now, Long Chen wanted to go back even in his dreams. It's about time. As long as I can get out of here, that was the most important thing. Therefore, Long Chen constantly reminded himself that he had almost reached the peak in the blink of an eye. After all, 25 days had passed. Primal Chaos Heaven's Heart had come a few times but left in anger because of Long Chen. If Long Chen still didn't obey her, she would probably go to extremes. Currently, endless power was surging in Long Chen's body. It was mighty and endless. He wasn't in a hurry to rush into the Forgetfulness River Galaxy. After all, Primal Chaos Heaven's Heart might find out if he did so. If that was the case, it wouldn't be easy to leave. At that moment, Long Chen felt that his power that had been dormant for a long time had reached an explosive point. At the final moment. The moment he had been waiting for was finally here. Just as he was about to go all out and achieve the ultimate God perfection realm in one go to make his power even more terrifying, someone suddenly came and got closer. At that moment, Long Chen couldn't bear it anymore. Soon, Long Chen knew who it was. It was the barbarian and the beautiful young man again. This time, they seemed to be even angrier as they came aggressively. When they opened the passage and came to Long Chen's enclosed space, it was the moment when Long Chen raised all the power in his body to break through to a new realm. Rumble. Inside Long Chen's body, bursts of thunderous sounds erupted as if there were endless galaxies colliding inside, erupting an unprecedented huge impact. The new power and the old power converged at the peak at that moment. What's going on? He seems to be breaking through to a new realm. For a moment, the two guys' expressions changed. They wanted to torment Long Chen. We can't let him succeed. My husband saved you last time. Let's see who else will save you this time. For a moment, the two of them pounced on Jian Wushuang. At that moment, Long Chen opened his eyes and two strong white light rays rushed out and collided with the two of them. Although it was called a gaze, it was actually the power of the karma trial light. It meant that Long Chen could already display the laws. The two rays of light hit the two of them and temporarily sent them flying away, slamming into the wall. At that moment, Long Chen stood up. With a roar, all the power gathered and exploded at that moment. Rumble. For a moment, the new realm was completed with the surge of power. The entire enclosed secret chamber was filled with a very intense roar as countless power vibrated in it. The ultimate God perfection realm was achieved. Long Chen also felt that he had broken through to a deeper realm. Stronger. His power skyrocketed. Chapter 3305. Long Chen already had an estimate. He was suppressed by the River of Forgetfulness Star River, but he was slightly weaker. To him, the primal chaos heavenly heart's power level was roughly equivalent to Kitten after devouring half of the samsara fruit, which was not far from Long Chen's level. Every time Long Chen tried to break through, he would be stuck for a little bit. Therefore, he was sure that when he reached the next realm, he would be 100% sure that he could break through the River of Forgetfulness Star River. It was not that the River of Forgetfulness Star River was not powerful, but Long Chen was now at the same level as the primal chaos heavenly heart. In other words, he was on the same level as Kitten. It was really hard for him to reach this level under the River of Forgetfulness Star River's control. Now that the primal chaos heavenly heart did not have much control over the River of Forgetfulness Star River, it was also an opportunity for Long Chen. Break. When the extreme power rushed out from the trillion sacred palaces, everyone worked together to suppress the River of Forgetfulness Star River. Under one spurt of energy, the River of Forgetfulness Star River rapidly collapsed under Long Chen's attack. Who? Long Chen took advantage of this moment to rush out from the River of Forgetfulness Star River's control. At this time, feeling Long Chen's intense murderous aura, the River of Forgetfulness Star River quickly fled to find its master. Of course, Long Chen could not stop it. He could only say that the feeling of breaking free was too good. The past 20 days could be considered as a soul-stirring moment. However, this was the primal chaos divine world, and there would be trouble if he did not leave. Although there was a huge conflict with the primal chaos heavenly heart, it was best to leave safely. But the problem was that the Berserker and the beautiful teenager were two half-martial ancestor-level opponents in front of Long Chen. It could only be said that they had come at the wrong time. Long Chen hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he decided to return everything he had suffered to them. After all, even if he did not attack them, they would still entangle him at this time. Don't think of leaving. Before Long Chen made his move, they were already in a hurry to attack. Both of them held their own origin-grade fortune divine weapons and charged towards him. You came to the Heaven's Heart Palace and you still want to escape. Do you know what the consequences of angering our husband are? Ignorant fool. This time around, you're done for. Do you really think that you'll be able to escape? This is the primal chaos divine world. It's all good now. My husband probably won't like you anymore. Anyway, your bitter days are coming soon. Last time, the two of them had caused great damage to Long Chen, as well as their ugly faces. Long Chen still remembered it. Reverse dragon blood. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen's killing rule power descended on the barbarian. The barbarian stopped in his tracks and stared at Long Chen with his eyes wide open. His entire body was in a state of chaos. When Long Chen reached a new realm, the power of his rule power had greatly increased. The barbarian might not have been able to withstand such an attack before. Now, his entire body was covered in blood. In an instant, his huge body fell to the ground, trembling violently. He used all his strength to resist the inverse dragon blood, but the billions of ancient blood spirit dragons continued to ravage him endlessly. Go to hell. The blue needle in the young man's hand grew bigger and became a blue spear in his hand. At this moment, Long Chen held the primordial dragon halberd and collided with him violently. Nirvana primordial beginning. The most violent attack, simple and direct destruction and killing. The primordial dragon halberd collided with the blue spear. Although there was a wave of ice rule power, Long Chen used the origin dragon palace to block it, so he didn't suffer much damage. However, under the impact of his current strength, the power of the Nirvana primordial beginning rushed into the body of the young man. Arg! For a moment, the young man screamed in pain. Under the rule power of chaos, primordial chaos and creation, his body was collapsing rapidly and couldn't be reversed. His ending might not be better than the barbarian who was rolling on the ground and being torn apart by countless ancient blood spirit dragons. You're so strong. At this juncture, the two of them could only look at Long Chen in despair. Back when they were bullying Long Chen, they had not expected that Long Chen would be able to reach this state in such a short period of time. They had thought that Long Chen would at most be around the same level as them. This time around, they were here to torture Long Chen once more. However, they had not expected that they would bump into Long Chen escaping. And then, they met with Long Chen's direct and violent attack. Both of them couldn't even withstand a single rule power. Do you have any last words? Long Chen kept his primordial dragon halberd and asked them coldly. Previously, they had almost killed Long Chen as well. It was only right for them to repay kindness with kindness and seek revenge with enmity. You're dead meat. To think that both of them would tell him the same thing. Long Chen had initially thought that if they were to beg for mercy, he could let them off. However, it seemed like there wasn't a need for that now. Arg! The two of them had not expected Long Chen to be so straightforward. At this moment, the power of the two rules increased. In that short instant, the berserker's inverse blood of the dragon was torn apart, and he vanished like smoke in thin air. With a pft, he turned into a mist of blood. The last thing that remained was the barbarian's unwilling roar. From start to end, Long Chen still did not know who he was. Let me go. I don't want to die. The remaining handsome youth begged for mercy. However, it was already over. In any case, to Long Chen, it didn't matter if he killed one or two. The primal chaos heavenly heart's rage towards him would be the same. You brought this upon yourself. Under the destruction of the Nirvana primogenitor, the handsome youth also vanished in despair. In the end, he completely disappeared, leaving only an empty space. What a strong power. I wonder if this power can still be maintained if I can return to my world, Long Chen sighed. However, his actions were still swift. He used the primordial dragon halberd to split open the sealed space. Without the River of Forgetfulness galaxy, there was nothing that could stop him. Along the way, he directly rushed out of the Heaven's Heart Palace. It was simple and straightforward. The primal chaos heavenly heart is not in the Heaven's Heart Palace. Now, he was outside the Heaven's Heart Palace. The Heaven's Heart Palace was in chaos because of his escape. However, the primal chaos heavenly heart did not appear. Obviously, she was not there. In that case, it was not the primal chaos heavenly heart's intention for those two guys to cause trouble for him. However, the moment Long Chen came out of the Heaven's Heart Palace, the primal chaos heavenly heart returned. She was not far from where she was. When Long Chen appeared from the River of Forgetfulness galaxy, she already knew about it. She returned in shock. On the way back, she found out that her two most beloved treasures, whom she had doted on for countless years, were killed by Long Chen. In an instant, she was extremely furious. Like a violent flame, she appeared in front of Long Chen. The collision between the two attracted the attention of many experts. A large number of ultimate gods flew out from the Heaven's Heart Palace to assist the primal chaos heavenly heart in restraining Long Chen. They could clearly feel that the Lord of the Heaven's Heart continent was in a state of unprecedented rage. The incomparably cold face, the murderous eyes, and the terrifying power that was being suppressed all explained everything. Stand down. An angry roar swept through the entire Heaven's Heart continent, causing endless roars. The earth trembled and all living beings were shocked. The Lord's anger was too great. After receiving the order from the primal chaos heavenly heart, the ultimate gods did not dare to step forward. However, everyone was extremely nervous. Most of them still did not understand why the Lord was so angry with Long Chen. In their eyes, the current Long Chen was already a dead man. Long Chen did not even realize that he was almost at the level of a supreme divine dragon. When a supreme divine dragon grew to its peak, it would be almost at the same level as Long Chen. Of course, it might be a little stronger. It was above the half-ancestor realm, but it had not reached the ancestor realm. It was a borderline position. The primal chaos heavenly heart was also in this position. You dare to kill them? To be honest, the primal chaos heavenly heart was about to faint from anger. When she spoke, the degree of her chest rising and falling was unprecedented. However, what made her even angrier was that Long Chen completely ignored her words. As soon as he saw the primal chaos heavenly heart, he directly burst forth with his strongest speed and rushed into the starry sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. His speed increased rapidly. In a short while, the chaos divine world rapidly shrank in his eyes and the heaven's heart palace could no longer be seen. His main goal was to return to the dragon sacrificial continent. As for the conflict with the primal chaos heavenly heart, it was actually not that important compared to this matter. It should not take long to return from the chaos divine world to the dragon sacrificial continent. Before the epoch, the location of the chaos divine world was probably not too far away. It was just that the distance from the dragon sacrificial continent had increased by more than 10 times. Don't even think about escaping. However, as expected, this crazy woman still chased after him. Moreover, she was desperate. Her speed was about the same as Long Chen's. Wherever Long Chen went, she would chase after him. If she persisted like this, perhaps Long Chen would not be able to shake her off. Long Chen was rushing towards the dragon sacrificial continent, but the primal chaos heavenly heart chased after him. The more she chased, the more intense the killing intent in her eyes became. After about 2 hours, the current chaos divine world seemed to be a little far away. From afar, it looked like a disk that was only 100 times the size of an ordinary star. Long Chen thought, since that's the case, I'll let her know the difficulty and retreat here. This was not the chaos divine world, so he could naturally fight with the primal chaos heavenly heart. It was not easy for him to reach his current realm. Just dealing with those 2 people was far from enough to satisfy Long Chen. Sometimes, fighting was also his life. Whoosh! At this moment, Long Chen suddenly stopped in the starry sky. When he turned back, the primal chaos heavenly heart was already behind him. Perhaps it was because they had chased for a long time, but the primal chaos heavenly heart was not angry anymore. She looked at Long Chen coldly and did not say anything. However, her eyes were indeed awe-inspiring. Chapter 3306. After taking a look at the distance between here and the primal chaos divine realm, Long Chen felt a lot more at ease. Since this woman still wanted to settle things with him, then let's settle things. It would be bad if she kept chasing him all the way to the dragon sacrificial continent and caused a commotion because of her. Now that he had escaped from the control of her forgotten river Star River, there was nothing to be afraid of. You're really ruthless. You actually killed them. However, it's not that I hate you for killing them. Rather, it's that you're still trying every possible way to leave me. You're the first person that I've taken a liking to truly escape. So, right now, I'm also thinking about what kind of ending I should give you. Just kill me. Long Chen said indifferently. The primal chaos heaven's heart was self-centered. It seemed like everyone had to obey her. Being too conceited wasn't a good thing. With Long Chen's personality, it would only make Long Chen feel disgusted if she said she had taken a liking to him. Very well. Facing this person, the primal chaos heaven's heart gritted her teeth. What she wanted, yet couldn't control, was the most infuriating. Especially Long Chen's indifferent expression, it thoroughly infuriated her. In the blink of an eye, she was already preparing her killing move. Relying on her terrifying strength that was close to that of a divine dragon, the master gods of the primal chaos divine world Sky-Heart continent had a huge reputation in the myriad worlds. Other than the ancestor gods, she could be considered as one of the few hundred strongest experts in the myriad worlds. Since there was nothing else to say, the battle naturally began. After reaching a new realm, Long Chen's chest was filled with hot blood. Coupled with his disgust towards the primal chaos heaven's heart, it formed an incomparably intense battle intent. Now that he was very far from the primal chaos divine world, Long Chen focused all his attention on the battle against the primal chaos heaven's heart. In the ancient myriad worlds, conflicts of this level rarely occurred. They were considered peak half-ancestors. Compared to ordinary half-ancestors, they weren't just a little bit stronger. Boom! For a moment, the starry sky trembled as boundless ripples swept out in all directions. The two clashed fiercely. The primal chaos heaven's heart's colorful skirt drew a beautiful trajectory in the starry sky. Chaos wings. In an instant, a pair of huge wings appeared on his back. Each feather had its own color. This pair of feathers was incomparably gorgeous, and hidden beneath this gorgeous appearance was the killing intent of the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. Crash! The primal chaos wings spread out completely, turning into countless feathers. Each feather contained its own nomological energy. The 9 types of primal chaos elements were attached to these feathers, giving birth to primal chaos flames, primal chaos lightning, primal chaos storms, and so on. Countless feathers condensed into a torrent of 9 different elements of primordial chaos that blasted towards Long Chen. For a time, even the starry sky of the infinite worlds was torn apart. Countless fragmentary stars in the surroundings were shattered, turning into dust and disappearing from the world. In the face of his opponent's merciless attacks and contempt, Long Chen's heart was as calm as still water. His movements were smooth, and he condensed a fist in his hand. Although it seemed like a casual punch, it contained an earth-shattering might. Primal Chaos Dragon Fist. Xiao Chen's Primal Chaos Law was exactly the same as his opponent's. When his strength caught up, the Primal Chaos Dragon Fist's Primal Chaos Law was not much weaker than his opponent's. The 9 divine dragons swirled together and collided heavily with the Chaos Giant wings. Chi. The exact same nomological energy was extinguished in the intense collision. Fortunately, Long Chen had moved the battlefield here. Otherwise, it was unknown how many lives would have been destroyed in the Sky-Heart continent because of the battle between these 2 pinnacle half-martial ancestors. You've really broken through. At this moment, Chaos Heavenly Heart's eyes were filled with disbelief. To them, the pinnacle realm was basically the supreme existence of the entire world. The word breakthrough was almost impossible. For example, if Chaos Heavenly Heart broke through again, she would be in the ancestor realm. However, the heart of Chaos knew her limitations. It was impossible. It wasn't just her. There were hundreds of people in the myriad worlds who were at the same realm as her. Apart from the myriad world's ancestor god, the creator of the myriad worlds, there were only a few people like Cat in the dragon sacrificial continent. There were at most 2 in an 11th grade world. That was why the myriad world's ancestor gods had transcendental achievements. This time, Long Chen relied on the Primal Chaos Dragon Fist to force back the Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's attack. He stood on equal footing with the Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart. When the Primal Chaos wings were destroyed by the impact, the Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart felt deeply shocked. Who are you? Chaos Heavenly Heart began to doubt. I told you, I'm someone you can't afford to offend. If I were you, I would act as if nothing had happened in return, said Long Chen. Dream on. Chaos Heavenly Heart sneered and said, so be it. If you win, you can naturally leave. If you lose, you might not be able to escape from my control for the rest of your life. Even after witnessing Long Chen's strength, she was still so conceited. Then, without a word, she attacked again. This was her true attack, much more terrifying than before. The biggest change was that when she charged at Long Chen, her body suddenly changed. Primal Chaos Beast. In the blink of an eye, what appeared before Long Chen was indeed a Primal Chaos Beast. However, this Primal Chaos Beast was not much weaker than Soyan's Primal Chaos Demon form. It was simply too huge and too terrifying. That violent power and wild face did not look like a woman at all. When Long Chen thought of her harem, he immediately understood why those men were subdued. Roar. This terrifying Primal Chaos Beast let out its loudest roar at the tiny Long Chen. Boom boom boom, no one knew how far his voice traveled. In the next instant, an even more violent killer move descended. At this moment it was clear that Chaos Heavenly Heart no longer cared about Long Chen's survival. What it wanted was to attack and fight. Swoosh swoosh, soon, Long Chen saw the Galaxy of Forgetfulness, a divine artifact that surpassed the origin grade, turn into a huge galaxy with countless stars shining within it. Then, the Chaos Beast wrapped the Galaxy of Forgetfulness around its fist, turning it into a glove. It then perfectly fused with the claws of the Chaos Beast, making it an even more terrifying killing weapon. On the claws, stars shone brilliantly. Such a Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart indeed brought a certain amount of pressure to Long Chen. This was a fatal crisis. Without any time to think, Long Chen could only summon all the creation artifacts and the primordial sacrificial stone. These were the three greatest treasures he had on him, but for now, none of them could fight against the River of Forgetfulness. At this critical moment, the primordial sacrificial stone seemed to have helped Long Chen. The primordial sacrificial stone was transferred to the primordial dragon halberd under Long Chen's urgency. On the primordial dragon halberd, a groove appeared where the silver-gray shaft and the dragon tooth were connected. The primordial sacrificial stone was embedded in this groove. At the moment of fusion, Long Chen discovered that the primordial sacrificial stone originally belonged to the primordial dragon halberd. Because of this, under the pressure of the River of Forgetfulness, they took the initiative to fuse perfectly at this time. The amplification of the primordial sacrificial stone and the power of the primordial dragon halberd perfectly fused together. During the process of fusion, the power of the primordial dragon halberd skyrocketed, like a divine dragon awakening from a deep slumber, making an explosive sound. Long Chen's hands trembled as he held it. Buzz. In the end, a dragon's roar erupted. A power that was enough to go against the River of Forgetfulness galaxy erupted in Long Chen's hands. These two fortune divine weapons were like the roar of a divine dragon and a star colossus. The current primordial dragon halberd was not inferior to the River of Forgetfulness galaxy. This was the first time the primordial dragon halberd had surpassed the power of the origin dragon palace. It actually became a half-step ancestor level fortune divine weapon. The Chaos Beast on the opposite side let out a roar of disbelief. The sharpness of the primordial dragon halberd made it feel a deep sense of crisis. It also made it understand that if it did not take action now, it might not be able to do anything to Long Chen. At that moment, the destructive power, 9 types of chaotic elements, flames burning on its body, frost covering it, storms swirling around it, and lightning wrapping around its body. All of these powers were born to destroy. In a short moment, the Chaos Beast's murderous intent had reached its peak. Divine Fist of all destruction. All the chaotic elements gathered in its giant claw that was fused with the River of Forgetfulness galaxy. This was a very straightforward but terrifying rule. At least from Long Chen's point of view, the power of this chaotic destruction rule had already surpassed all the rules of the primordial giant demon. After all, Soyan did not have a so-called half-step ancestor-level fortune divine weapon like the River of Forgetfulness galaxy. Boom! Everything, including time, space, and everything that was made up of primordial chaotic elements, was destroyed. Before the fist of the chaotic beast, the world was destroyed and turned into the most primitive space that had yet to be created. All living beings, everything, and spacetime were crushed by the divine fist of destruction of all living things. Too strong, too fierce. This might be the reason why the chaotic heaven heart was so proud. After turning into the chaos beast, she was simply a real beast. In the area of the divine fist of all destruction, Long Chen could only be considered a small piece. To him, what he saw was the destruction of the entire world. So powerful, even so, Long Chen was not moved in the slightest. In fact, when the primordial dragon halberd reached a higher level, Long Chen had already made his move. He did not use the primordial dragon halberd, but directly. This rule was the same as the inverse dragon blood that had killed the barbarians. The chaos beast had the most blood in the world. Chapter 3307. Billions of primordial blood spiritual dragons were in the chaos beast's body. No matter when, the inverse blood of the dragon would always be a headache for the enemy. In an instant, the chaos beast's body seemed to have been occupied by Long Chen. TSK, TSK. Countless laws were destroying the chaos behemoth's bloodline and organs. This was when the chaos beast had just executed the infinite destruction divine fist. It was also when a large number of worlds had been destroyed by its conceited attack. Despicable. The primal chaos heavenly heart was enraged. To her, this method of not daring to fight her head-on and instead choosing this method to cut off her attack from the inside was quite despicable and shameless. Do you think you can stop me like this? Naive. The divine fist of annihilation of all living things was not that easy to stop. Long Chen's attempt to use this method was laughable to her. Although the inverse dragon blood was terrifying, she only needed to suppress it for a moment and let her attack destroy Long Chen. Die. Even though her body was in a mess, the primal chaos heavenly heart did not stop. She gritted her teeth and endured her injuries. The fist of all things became even more powerful. She thought that this was how Long Chen was going to break her rules. In fact, this was just a way for Long Chen to buy some time. Just as the inverse dragon blood took effect, Long Chen transformed into a divine Tao heart dragon in front of his opponent without a word. This huge divine dragon was like a small snake to the chaos beast, but the difference in size between the two was too great. Long Chen was now exposed to the fist of all things. Primordial dragon halberd. Just like the beast. But Long Chen was different. He had fused the primordial dragon halberd with the judgment sword. The judgment sword was the most important part of the heart-refining dragon. When the primordial dragon halberd was fused, the sharpness that surpassed the forgetfulness galaxy appeared on the judgment sword. In fact, the judgment sword was already the primordial dragon halberd. Karma Judgment Light. The inverse dragon blood was only the appetizer. The true killer move was the Karma Law. The Karma Law, the power of the Origin Dragon Palace and the half-martial ancestor-level primordial dragon halberd, in addition to Long Chen's breakthrough, was simply the strongest trial of light in Long Chen's history. At the end of the day, the inverse dragon blood had greatly affected the chaotic heavenly heart. Its destructive power was still terrifying. At this moment, the divine Tao heart refining dragon's golden and black light fused together to form a white light of judgment. All of it condensed on the judgment sword on the dragon's head, giving birth to a tearing white ray of light. This ray of light was extremely fast. The moment it was born, it exploded in the direction of the chaos beast. Both internal and external attacks. Just the light of judgment of karma alone was not inferior to the divine fist of all things. Coupled with the inverse dragon blood, Long Chen had the upper hand this time. The white karmic judgment light tore through everything. With an unprecedented power, the two rules clashed. Rip! The white ray of light condensed into a sharp thorn and pierced into the other party's rules. This caused a loophole in the divine fist of all things rules. When it rushed past Long Chen happened to be in that loophole. As a result, he was completely unharmed in the destruction of the rules. The light of judgment of karma pierced through the rules and consumed most of its power. However, it had to be said that the Chaos Beast was instantly faced with 2 attacks from Long Chen. The instant it resisted the inverse dragon blood, the light of judgment of karma pierced through its huge body like a sharp sword. Instantly, the Chaos Beast let out a shrill scream. It was unknown how many worlds the scream had traveled. This was the signal that the Chaos Beast was completely defeated. After being hit by the light of judgment of karma, the power of the divine fist of all things' explosion was unable to hurt Long Chen. Long Chen retreated from the other party's attack. Moreover, the attack of the inverse dragon blood was still within his control. At this time, the Chaos Beast whose body had been pierced through could no longer maintain such a huge body. In front of Long Chen, the primal Chaos Beast had transformed into the primal Chaos Heavenly Heart. Her face was deathly pale, her face devoid of blood, and her entire body was trembling. Her former beauty and flirtatiousness had now turned into a sorry state, and her beautiful expression had even declined. The blow today was simply too great for her, and even now, she was still unable to react. At this time, the inverse dragon blood was still launching a big attack. Long Chen thought for a moment. It's better not to kill her. If I really anger the chaos divine world, it will be even more troublesome for me. I might not even be able to return to the dragon sacrificial continent. After all, he didn't know how long he would be here. It was better to be cautious. Now that he had dealt her a heavy enough blow, it was impossible for her to catch up under normal circumstances. Long Chen could have used the inverse dragon blood to kill her in one go. But now, he gave up and stopped the attack. I'll spare your life. I hope you won't pester me in the future. I don't want to have any enmity with you. After stopping, Long Chen turned into his human form and stood in front of the chaotic heaven's heart with his hands behind his back. He looked at the woman who was in a sorry state and spoke. In front of Long Chen, she no longer had that arrogant attitude from before. Perhaps the primal chaos heavenly heart had never imagined that this loser would be able to force her into such a state in such a short period of time. Indeed, Long Chen was already doing her a favor by not killing her. However, given her mood, how could she be willing to accept this? He was a master god of the 9 chaotic continents. Farewell. After he was done, Long Chen did not wish to stay here for even a moment longer. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart suddenly burst out laughing. This was a carefree and victorious smile. For her to have such a smile after being defeated, there was definitely something going on. You said that you can't escape from my palm. The Chaos Heaven's Heart couldn't help but laugh. She was so heavily injured that she didn't have the qualifications to say this. Long Chen suddenly turned his head, and indeed, he saw that behind the chaotic heavenly heart, there were several experts chasing after him. They had already seen Long Chen's position, and with the huge commotion caused by the previous battle, they had long locked onto this place. With just a glance, Long Chen was able to discern that the 3 people pursuing him possessed terrifying cultivations, and based on their speed, every single one of them was probably not inferior to the chaotic heavenly heart. Obviously, if he were to go against the 4 of them, then he would undoubtedly die. They are master gods of my chaos divine world. Are you afraid? The Chaos Heaven's Heart retreated to prevent Long Chen from killing her. With the speed of the 3, they could catch up in an instant. At this time, Long Chen had 2 choices. First, hold the Chaos Heaven's Heart hostage. With one hostage, they couldn't kill him. Second, escape. As long as he escaped, everything would be fine. After a moment of consideration, Long Chen chose to escape. After all, if he held the Chaos Heaven's Heart hostage, he would be surrounded. At that time, it wouldn't be easy to escape. Moreover, the Chaos Heaven's heart itself was a huge danger. At this critical moment, Longchen turned and instantly traveled millions of miles. You can't escape. The Chaos Heaven's heart's voice still reverberated around him. Longchen was extremely depressed. When he turned back to look, the Chaos Heaven's heart had already gathered with the other three. The three master gods passed by her and directly chased after Longchen. Meanwhile, the Chaos Heaven's heart was hanging behind them. Most of her energy was recovering. Those three master gods were like the Chaos Heaven's heart from before. They were like shadows that couldn't be shaken off no matter what. Longchen barely defeated one of them. But when four of them gathered together, it was too terrifying. It wouldn't take long for the Chaos Heaven's heart to fully recover. How depressing. This feeling of escaping was simply too unbearable. Longchen had enough confidence that Longchen would definitely kill his way back. It was truly difficult for him to return to the dragon sacrificial continent. At this time, Longchen couldn't care about anything else. He directly rushed towards the dragon sacrificial continent with all his might. It would be great if he could shake them off along the way. If he couldn't, he could only think of other ways. Along the way, he didn't even need to look back to know that those three were hanging on to him. Moreover, the Chaos Heaven's heart wasn't far away. As long as Longchen stopped for a moment, they would be able to catch up in an instant. They're really lingering around. If they were separated, Longchen could still defeat them one by one. But now, he couldn't. This wasn't the tomb of Samsara where he could easily separate them. Moreover, in this unfamiliar world, Longchen didn't have a single helper. He was getting closer and closer to the dragon sacrificial continent. Their pursuit would definitely cause a huge commotion. What should he do? Longchen racked his brains but couldn't come up with a solution. He could only be depressed. This Chaos Heaven's heart was really too tangled. She refused to let go even after chasing him all the way here. What was she thinking? Was it to control him or to avenge her too? In any case, she just didn't want to let Longchen escape. She couldn't take this lying down. All of a sudden, Longchen discovered a world in front of him. It was a familiar world. As they were rushing at high speed, this world instantly enlarged in front of them. Longchen could immediately tell that this was the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. So, before the epoch, the Spirit Essence Star Ocean was a creator-level world. There were many creator-level worlds in the myriad worlds after the epoch. Therefore, Longchen frequently saw creator-level worlds. This meant that at this time, the Spirit Essence Star Ocean was the weakest world. Having just seen the Chaos Divine World, and now seeing the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, Longchen still felt a little uncomfortable. He could sense that there was nothing special about the common people here. There weren't even many gods and demons. They were only creator level. However, before the epoch, even the weakest world in the myriad worlds couldn't be underestimated. That was because the weakest world was created by the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds, and the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds existed there. Longchen immediately thought, could ancestor god Ling Su be here? One had to know that he had just met ancestor god Ling Su and became friends with her after the epoch. Today, an enthusiastic reader asked about July 3rd through QQ. Now that there are many new readers joining, I'll explain it to you. Breaking 10 chapters means that there will be a total of 10 chapters on the same day. It doesn't mean that there will be an additional 10 chapters. Breaking is a kind of update status for today. This has always been the rule of Lunatic. Most authors also say the same thing. At least, I've done many times breaking 10 chapters, but I've never broken 13 chapters. Chapter 3308. Even the Spirit Essence Star C, which was the lowest level of a creator world before the epoch, was still much larger than the spirit essence star C after the epoch. Naturally, it was also much more gorgeous. There were nearly 30,000 stars orbiting the spirit essence star. After the epoch, there were less than 10,000 left. Every time there was a battle, some of them would be destroyed. After being chased here by the 4 chief gods of the chaos divine world, he happened to pass by and suddenly thought of ancestor god Ling Su. After coming to this epoch, Long Chen realized that he had not even seen an ancestor god. The ancestor gods of the myriad worlds were also important figures in the myriad worlds. Even in this weakest world, ancestor god Ling Su, who was considered weak among the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds, was not someone the Chaos Heavenly Heart and the other chief gods could provoke. Suddenly, Long Chen had an urge to see ancestor god Ling Su. Perhaps it was fate. After the epoch, when she had lost all her memories, Long Chen had been able to get to know her and become familiar with her. If they had returned to before the epoch and met again, it would be fate among fate. Subconsciously, Long Chen moved closer to the spirit essence star C. In the spirit essence star C, the strongest was only a god king. There was not even a god emperor. Clearly, when the 5 peak half-martial ancestors, who were at the level of a supreme divine dragon, approached, ancestor god Ling Su would definitely be able to sense it. Just as Long Chen had expected. At a certain moment, he felt a gaze lock on him. It was a gentle but mysterious gaze, heavy and grand, as if the entire spirit essence star C had opened its eyes and was gazing at Long Chen gently. That was definitely the gaze of ancestor god Ling Su. However, it was slightly different from the ancestor god Ling Su after the epoch. In an epoch, too many changes had happened. Even ancestor god Ling Su's gaze might have lost the heaviness of the world. All of a sudden, light gathered in front of Long Chen's eyes as a woman appeared. She seemed to have walked out from the core of the spirit essence star C. When he saw this woman, his heart involuntarily filled with a sense of awe. This was the feeling he had when he had seen a god when he was still a mortal. After the epoch, ancestor god Ling Su had changed somewhat. Only at this time did she truly transcend the realm of gods and devils. Creator God. But Long Chen still felt a warmth in his heart. Although the elder god Ling Su in front of him had changed a bit in terms of aura, her looks and special traits were exactly the same as the one from the previous era. This clearly meant that the elder god Ling Su from the previous era was real. She had indeed returned. Now that elder god Ling Su had appeared, Long Chen and the other 4 overgods had no choice but to come to a halt outside the spirit essence star C. Why have you barged into my spirit essence star ocean for no reason? If you wish to fight, please stay far away from my spirit essence star ocean. If you accidentally harm my world, I will not show any mercy. Ancestor god Ling Su spoke to Long Chen and the others in a gentle yet threatening tone. Chaos Heavenly Heart rushed over and said anxiously, Ancestor god Ling Su, this person offended me and killed 2 people close to me. This time, I have to capture him, but I didn't expect him to escape here. I hope you can help me, Ancestor God. Chaos Heavenly Heart's tone was only a little polite towards ancestor god Ling Su. After all, she came from the 11th rank Chaos God world. Their ancestor god was probably much stronger. The 4 of you are from the Chaos God race, right? Ancestor god Ling Su glanced at them, but she did not panic. The Chaos God race was a warlike race and was famous in the myriad worlds. Basically, their arrogant and despotic personalities were ingrained in their bones. Finally, her gaze shifted to Long Chen. She stared into Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen was rather familiar with her, so he met her gaze. For a moment, Ancestor God Ling Su was in a daze. Ancestor God Ling Su, you just need to chase him out of the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. We will capture him ourselves. Chaos Heavenly Heart had just been severely injured by Long Chen, so he could not tolerate it any longer. Unexpectedly, Ancestor God Ling Su acted as though she did not hear him. She looked at Long Chen and murmured, "You seem a little special. You are different from all of us." "Who are you?" Long Chen was surprised by Ancestor God Ling Su's gaze. Perhaps she could even tell that he did not belong to this world. Chaos Heavenly Heart was very anxious when she saw that Ancestor God Ling Su was not listening to her. She was about to attack, but Ancestor God Ling Su pressed down lightly. Even though she was a peak half ancestor, Chaos Heavenly Heart could not move. "Heavenly Heart, don't be rude." Another member of the Chaos God race shouted at her to stop. Although Chaos Heavenly Heart was unwilling, she had no choice but to give up. However, her eyes were still filled with deep hatred. She thought to herself, isn't it just the 9th era's primordial ancestor realm? What's so great about that? My Chaos God world does not have ancestor gods, but there are people stronger than you. Deep down, she did not place Ancestor God Ling Su in her eyes at all. Long Chen did not know what Ancestor God Ling Su wanted to do. Her gaze was somewhat stupefied as she sized Long Chen up. Finally, she turned and said to Chaos Heavenly Heart and the others, "You can leave first. I need to understand him. At the very least, you are not allowed to touch him in my territory, much less fight him here." "You." No matter how much she tried to endure, Chaos Heavenly Heart could not hold it in any longer. She glared at Ancestor God Ling Su and sneered, "The 9th era's primordial ancestor realm is the lowest level world. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Let me tell you, don't anger me. Otherwise, the ancestor gods of our Chaos God race will destroy you." Faced with such a threat, Ancestor God Ling Su was not affected in the slightest. She smiled and said, "Sure. Unless the myriad worlds no longer exist in the dragon sacrificial continent and the Chaos God race is in charge, your ancestor gods can punish me. However, I'll have to disappoint you. The myriad worlds are always ruled by the divine dragons." Chaos Heavenly Heart still wanted to say something, but she had already been dragged away by the other master gods. They were all her seniors, and they were slightly more sensible than her. Clearly, under the control of the divine dragons, the myriad worlds' ancestor gods were responsible for protecting the stability of their respective worlds. If they wanted to fight, it was basically impossible. Every ancestor god had to be responsible for the lives of all living beings. The center of the 10 ancestor dragons' rule was the lives of all living beings. As such, the myriad worlds were stable, peaceful, and prosperous. Everyone had the chance to achieve glory. "Enough, Heavenly Heart. Let's go back first." The other 3 master gods had the same intention. No matter how unwilling Chaos Heavenly Heart was, she was dragged away by them. However, it was clear that they would not let this matter rest. The 9th era. The 9th era's ancestor god. In fact, Long Chen had already understood that in this era, the levels of the worlds were not divided according to the levels of fantasy and origin. Even among the 10,000 ancestor gods, there would be differences in strength. For example, the Ling Su Star Sea was the 9th era's world, and Ancestor God Ling Su was the 9th era's ancestor god. At this time, only Long Chen, Ancestor God Ling Su, and the resplendent world around them were left. A hint of a smile appeared on Elder God Ling Su's face. "I can see the kindness in your heart. Although you are surrounded by slaughter, you are still a pure child. However, you are far too special. I can't quite put my finger on it, but the difference between you and all of us is far greater than the difference between me and all of us." Perhaps what she sensed was the information that Long Chen had come from the later era. "Thank you, Ancestor God, for saving my life. It was nothing. No need to thank me. It's just that if you leave this place, I won't be able to protect you." Ancestor God Ling Su was as gentle as a mother. She was very different from after the previous era. Long Chen kind of wanted to tell her that he would reunite with her after the previous era, but he didn't know what was going on. He didn't know why he had experienced all this, so he held back. However, Long Chen had to leave. I just saw that you are special and couldn't bear to let you get hurt here. But you will have to leave sooner or later. What's your next goal? Ancestor God Ling Su asked. Long Chen said, I want to return to the dragon sacrificial continent. They might intercept you on the way. Then I'll take a detour. Long Chen said. No one could stop his determination to return to the dragon sacrificial continent. Ancestor God Ling Su didn't stop him. The primal chaos heavenly heart and the others were still nearby. It wouldn't be easy to leave, so he had to wait for a while. Since this world was here, Long Chen asked Ancestor God Ling Su about some things. He asked, the spirit essence star C is the 9th era. Then what kind of world is the primal chaos god realm? You really don't belong to our world. I guessed it. Upon hearing Long Chen ask this question, Elder God Ling Su immediately understood. In truth, Long Chen's question was rather obscure, but it was clear that the question he was asking was one that everyone in the universe understood. This was why he seemed so special. This is your secret. I won't force it on you. Ancestor God Ling Su's next words made Long Chen feel much more at ease. Her gentle gaze contained too much content. Compared to her pure and flawless self after the previous era, there was a huge difference. Ancestor God Ling Su then told Long Chen, the primal chaos god realm is a world of the 4th era. The primal chaos ancestor god is naturally an ancestor god of the 4th era. Compared to my spirit essence star C, there is indeed a huge difference in level. 4th era. Long Chen had thought that the primal chaos god realm would be the 2nd era. After all, it was an 11th grade world in Long Chen's mind. The dragon sacrificial continent was the highest, and the primal chaos god realm was 2nd. Which era? What does that mean? Chapter 3309. Long Chen understood. An epoch of 100 million years was a small epoch. For example, there was only a small epoch between the present world and the future world. A true great epoch would be dozens of small epochs at the very least, and it would be endless at the very least. The earlier a world was born, the higher its level. The dragon sacrificial continent was definitely the first world to be born, while the chaos divine realm was born in the 4th epoch. Long Chen originally thought that the 10,000 worlds were born at the same time, but he didn't expect that there would be such a long time gap between them. The dragon sacrificial continent and the 10 ancestral dragons were simply too ancient. The myriad worlds had developed to this point, and it could be considered the peak of their development. The 10,000 worlds were competing with each other. The epoch of a world is basically the same as the level of the world, Ancestor God Ling Su said softly. Then which epoch is Pangu continent? Pangu continent was born in the 5th epoch. What about the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms? The Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms is the same as the 3 Divine Realms, born in the 4th epoch. What about the Builder Tree? This world was an order-level world after the 1st epoch. At this time, it should be around the 7th grade Eternal Realm. You know about the Builder Tree? Seems like your understanding of this place is quite deep. The Builder Tree was born in the 8th epoch and is a level stronger than my world. After the 1st epoch, the Spirit Essence Star Ocean was only a 2nd grade world, 3 levels lower than the Builder Tree. But now, there was only a gap of 1 epoch. Long Chen roughly understood that the worlds from the 1st to the 4th epoch were all born in the 9th epoch. The 5th grade order level was born in the 8th epoch. The 6th grade chaotic origin was born in the 7th epoch. The eternal origin was born in the 6th epoch. The primordial incipient was born in the 5th epoch. The origin was born in the 4th epoch. What about the dragon sacrificial continent? Ancestor goddess Ling Su smiled. The dragon sacrificial continent is very special. It was born in the most ancient first epoch. It's unknown how many years ago it was. It was formed in the second epoch. It's extremely ancient as well. It matured and became complete in the third epoch, and its true perfection was at the beginning of the fourth epoch. However, when the dragon sacrificial continent reached perfection, other places like the primal chaos divine world and the supreme ancient immortal realms only started to be born. Basically, they would reach perfection in a single epoch. Hence, we refer to the dragon sacrificial continent as the world of the first epoch. In other words, there is no second or third era. I didn't. Long Chen now had a thorough understanding of the hierarchy of worlds before the epoch. It wasn't complicated at all. The differences between these divisions truly explained the differences between each world. For example, the dragon sacrificial continent needed a total of 4 great eras before it reached perfection. It was precisely because of this that Long Chen was filled with emotions and shock towards the dragon sacrificial continent. He just didn't know what the myriad worlds from the first era to the third era were like. At that time, maybe the dragon sacrificial continent was just a skeleton. Maybe there weren't any gods, devils, or living beings. After being shocked for a long time, Long Chen continued to ask, in other words, the strength possessed by the ancestor gods of the various worlds is also the same as the level of the world. Long Chen had long understood that there was such a great difference between the primal chaos divine world and the spirit essence star ocean. Although ancestor goddess Ling Su and the primal chaos ancestor god were both at the same realm, the ancestor realm, how could the strength they possessed be the same? Even if they were at the ancestor realm, there would still be differences. If not, why didn't ancestor goddess Ling Su create a world on the same level as the primal chaos divine world? Even the 10 great ancestor dragons were all at the ancestor realm. Their levels were also different. Kitten was also at the ancestor realm, but the difference between him and the Void Universe dragon was also huge. The dragon attendants were also at the ancestor realm, but when compared to the true ancestor dragon, there would definitely be a difference. He just didn't know what the difference was between an ancestral god of the 8th era and an ancestral god of the 9th era. Each world first gave birth to an elder god, and then came the world. When an elder god was born, the first thing he did was create the world. Roughly speaking, the elder god and the world had both appeared at the same time. It was impossible for the elder god to have appeared in the 8th epoch, and the world to have appeared in the 9th epoch. Not exactly. Unexpectedly, elder god Lingsu would deny Long Chen's deductions. How should I put it? Elder god Lingsu said, in general, it's the same. For example, I was born in the 9th epoch, and my level is also in the 9th epoch, so it's the same. For example, the primal chaos elder god was born in the 4th epoch, and his level of power is generally in the 4th epoch. Most of them are like that, but there are 2 exceptions. One is a portion of the 10 great ancestor dragons, and the other is the ancestor realm, but the ancestor gods who don't have the ability to create worlds. Seeing Long Chen's doubt, Ling Su Star C explained, let me first tell you about those ancestor gods who don't have the ability to create a world. Actually, there are 2 types of ancestor gods in the myriad worlds. One is me and the primal chaos ancestor god. There are about 10,000 of them, each of them has their own world. We were born from the myriad worlds, not from cultivation. The 10 great ancestor dragons also belong to us. The other type is those who relied on cultivation to reach the ancestor realm. They only have the cultivation and power of the ancestor realm. The only thing they lack is the ability to create a world. For example, on the dragon sacrificial continent, there are many such existences, such as the reincarnation demon ancestor, the origin dragon attendant, etc. In the world of the 4th era, there are also some such ancestor realms. Their advantage is that they can still charge up. For example, the reincarnation demon ancestor cultivated to the 6th era, I am far from being his match. For example, the reincarnation demonic ancestor realm has cultivated to the 6th epoch's origin ancestor realm. I am far from being his match. Long Chen understood. For the ancestor gods, the era had nothing to do with time. It was only the division of their power. Apart from the birth of the infinite worlds, where the ancestor gods with fixed power were unable to change their power, the other ancestor gods could improve. For example, Kitten was actually the 6th epoch's origin ancestor realm. This was equivalent to the ancestor gods of an eternal level world after the epoch. No wonder Kitten was so arrogant. Therefore, the ancestor gods are divided into the ancestor gods of creation and the ancestor gods of destruction. Those who don't create worlds are collectively known as the ancestor gods of destruction. The level of the ancestor gods of destruction is not fixed. But for the ancestor gods of creation, the level of a world and the power of an ancestor god were indeed corresponding. The rest were the 10 great ancestor dragons. Long Chen was naturally curious about the strength of the 10 great ancestor dragons. Seeing Long Chen's curious gaze, ancestor god Ling Su knew what he wanted to know. She smiled and said, "The 10 great ancestor dragons are an exception again." Actually, the entire dragon sacrificial continent was jointly created by the 10 great ancestor dragons. The 10 great ancestor dragons can be considered as ancestor gods of creation, but not all of them. First of all, there is an exception. That exception? Long Chen had a premonition of who it would be. Ancestor god Ling Su continued to explain. The first ancestor dragon disappeared without a trace. No one knows his name, and no one even knows if he existed. He was born in the first era and was the first life in the myriad worlds. He is the most ancient and ancient. Although he has never appeared before, he was defined as the strength of the first era, and no one can surpass him. The second ancestor dragon was born in the second era and was the only one born in the second era. The current skeleton of the dragon sacrificial continent is a part of his body. The dragon sacrificial continent formed its god, in the first era and its body, in the second era. In the third era, the Void Aeon dragon was born, allowing the dragon sacrificial continent to have time. As time passed, the dragon sacrificial continent became more mature. Therefore, the Void Aeon dragon is the only ancestor god of the third era. Now, it is as if the first and second ancestor dragons don't exist. Therefore, the strongest is the Void Aeon dragon. Apart from these three, all the other ancestor dragons were born at the beginning of the fourth era, before the Chaos Divine Realm and other eras. Therefore, although the other ancestor dragons are considered to be in the fourth era's ancestor realm, they are slightly stronger than the Chaos ancestor gods. However, there is an exception that I mentioned to you before. This exception is the 10th ancestor dragon. The Chaos Heaven-devouring dragon. Long Chen had been waiting for his information for a long time. The initiator of the destruction of the myriad worlds. He was born in the 5th era, after the primal chaos ancestral gods and the others. That was when the dragon sacrificial continent was at its most glorious era, but because he was also born in the place of origin of the divine dragons, he is also counted as a part of the creator ancestral gods. However, the level of the primal chaos ancestral dragon is different from the other ancestral dragons. Until now, it is already the third era and is on par with the void astral dragon. Apart from the first ancestor dragon and the second ancestor dragon who have never appeared, the void astral dragon and the primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon are the two strongest ancestral gods in the myriad worlds. Of course, the primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon does not participate in the management of the myriad worlds. Apart from the first, second, and 10th ancestor dragons, the ones who maintain the order of the myriad worlds are the 7 great ancestral dragons. Of course, just these 7 great ancestral dragons alone are comparable to all the ancestral gods in the myriad worlds. This was the glory of the dragon sacrificial continent. Perhaps at this time, no one knew that the chaos heaven-devouring dragon was the root of the future destruction of the myriad worlds. In Long Chen's opinion, although he was born in the birthplace of the divine dragons, he could not be considered an ancestor god of creation, but an ancestor god of destruction. It was only at this moment that Long Chen truly understood the myriad realms. He had some understanding of the situation of the dragon sacrificial continent. Although he knew that the dragon sacrificial continent was still a variable to him, Long Chen still longed to go back. He did not care if it was an illusion or before the real epoch. He just wanted to tell the 10 great ancestor dragons about the future of the myriad worlds so that they could be prepared. After all, the sky-devouring race had not descended yet, and had not risen yet. Long Chen digested this information and finally asked, "Ancestor God, have you heard of the sky-devouring race?" Ancestor God Ling Su shook her head. "Never heard of it. Perhaps they existed, but as the legend said, the sky-devouring race was weak, and the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds did not care about their existence." All right. Long Chen understood. But he had to leave. "Ancestor God, can you promise me something? Speak. If you feel danger, can you escape quickly, or even help me warn the 10 great ancestor dragons? There is a possibility that the myriad worlds will be destroyed." When she heard Long Chen's words, ancestor god Ling Su stared at him for a long time. Finally, she said, "I will warn the 10 great ancestor dragons. Then will you escape?" "No." "Why?" Chapter 33:10. When faced with elder god Lingsu, Long Chen really wanted to tell her about the heaven-devouring race or the situation after the first aeon. However, he also knew that if he really did return to a few minor eons ago, the chances of that happening would be extremely low. He was more inclined to believe that this was just an illusion. Ancestor god Ling Su was as gentle as water. She looked at Long Chen with a gaze that seemed to know everything. Long Chen would never forget it. "I'd better go to the dragon sacrificial continent and take a look. If I have the chance to tell the 10 ancestral dragons, then it'll be of real use." After all, she couldn't do anything even if he told her. Ever since he came to this world, Long Chen's thoughts had been in chaos. Before he reached the dragon sacrificial continent, he was full of doubts about everything. "Go." Ancestor god Ling Su waved her hand slightly and said to Long Chen. Fate had come to an end. She had no intention of sending Long Chen to the dragon sacrificial continent. Of course, Long Chen didn't need it. In terms of strength, Long Chen was a peak half-ancestor, while she was an ancestral ancestor of the 9th epoch. There was a huge gap between them. "I'm leaving." Long Chen didn't hesitate anymore. But he knew that Chaos Heavenly Heart and the others would definitely intercept him, so he had to take a detour. Once he took a detour, he would have countless choices. It wouldn't be easy to find Long Chen in this boundless galaxy. Is this world real? But, without the dragon attendant's reminder, how can I really return to the world of an epoch? If that's possible, they would have returned long ago and told everything to the mystical dragons. But, if the sky-swallowing clan has already grown, no matter how much I remind them, it's useless. History cannot be reversed. He looked at this glorious world. This was the glory of the mystical dragons. But in Long Chen's eyes, he felt that it was all fake. The real world had long been shattered. But, even in his dreams, Long Chen wanted this world to reappear. Go back. Like a wanderer who had left home, he finally set foot on the final journey home. At this time, he could more or less sense the location of the only world of the first era, the dragon sacrificial continent. In the starry sky, there was a distant point, and that was Long Chen's destination. He took a detour and headed toward the dragon sacrificial continent. He thought, since I'm already so close, there shouldn't be any problems this time, right? However, something that made him depressed still happened. Even though he took a detour, he still discovered that there were people waiting for him. He was naturally familiar with this group of people. They were the four master gods of the primal chaos god race, including the primal chaos heavenly heart. But this time, there was one more person. If it weren't for this person, Long Chen reckoned that the other party wouldn't have found him. This person appeared to be a youth, pure and clean. His eyes were like the starry skies, and he had an aura similar to that of Elder God Lingsu. However, there was something slightly different about him. There was only the pressure of being a progenitor, but there was no sense of being one with the universe. Clearly, this was not an elder god of creation, but rather, an elder god of destruction. The ancestor god of destruction of the primal chaos god world. Among the ancestor gods of destruction, Kitten charged from the 9th era's progenitor realm to the 6th era's progenitor realm. He was basically the highest. The other ancestor gods of destruction were generally in the 9th era's progenitor realm, and the stronger ones were in the 8th era's progenitor realm. I said, "You can't escape from the palm of my hand." Upon seeing Long Chen, the primal chaos heavenly heart laughed gloatingly. However, this time, she was very obedient and didn't directly attack Long Chen. Long Chen's gaze collided with the ancestor god of destruction of the primal chaos god race. "Hello, we are from the primal chaos god world. The ancestor god of chaos wishes to see you. Please follow me to the primal chaos god world." The ancestor god of destruction spoke to Long Chen very politely. This attitude made primal chaos heavenly heart very unhappy. She felt that she should directly capture Long Chen and bring him back. The ancestor god of chaos wanted to see him. This was somewhat out of Long Chen's expectations. Why did the primal chaos heavenly heart know of him and want to meet him? Can I make a trip back to the dragon sacrificial continent first? I haven't been back for many years. My only wish now is to go back and take a look. Facing this ancestor god of destruction, escaping was impossible. The only possibility was to negotiate. That won't do. The ancestor god wants to meet you immediately. The other party's tone was elegant, but her words were not to be refuted. After hearing this request, Long Chen was helpless. The world before the era was simply too strong. He didn't have much ability to truly control his own fate. Mortals, gods, devils, primogenitors. Now, Long Chen was still at the gods and devils level. All the primogenitors were people that he couldn't resist. Let's go. In an instant, a force enveloped Long Chen's body. He couldn't tell if it was the law, but it was like the river of forgetfulness Star River. It simply made Long Chen unable to move. After that, he flashed and disappeared at a terrifying speed, heading towards the primal chaos god world. As expected, someone who could rush to the ancestor realm and become the ancestor god of destruction was definitely not a simple character. Unlike the ancestor god of creation, the ancestor god of destruction looked even more terrifying. They didn't have the aura of creation, only the aura of battle and destruction. Of course, they actually didn't have any use for it. Because in the world ruled by the dragon god, battles between ancestors were not allowed without reason. Not long after, Long Chen returned to the primal chaos god world. Previously, he had escaped, and now he had returned. It was really laughable. All his efforts seemed to have come to nothing. The only difference was that he was now in the hands of the primal chaos ancestor god. Why did the primal chaos ancestor god know him? Why was he looking for him? In the blink of an eye, Long Chen appeared in the primal chaos god path. The passageway to the other primal chaos continents. There's nothing else for you guys to do. Go back first. The ancestor god of destruction said to primal chaos heavenly heart and the others. No, I still want. Primal chaos heavenly heart was waiting for Long Chen to meet the primal chaos ancestor god before she controlled Long Chen. Long Chen killed her two most beloved concubines and heavily injured her. This debt had to be settled. Heavenly heart. The ancestor god of destruction only said 2 words, but primal chaos' heavenly heart shrank back. She didn't dare to say another word. However, her eyes were still filled with hatred when she looked at Long Chen. Let's go. Next, the ancestor god of destruction led Long Chen into the primal chaos god path. They kept going down, passing through layer after layer of primal chaos continents. The deeper they went, the smaller the primal chaos continents were. The 9-colored primal chaos spiritual energy was thicker, and the number of living beings was also in the trillions. One continent after another. Finally, they passed through the 8th continent, the world that once belonged to the primal chaos god martial world. Which world's main god are you from? Given his capabilities, he definitely controlled one of the primal chaos continents. The 7th continent, the violet snow continent. The other party replied. After an epoch, that continent should be called the Crimson Sky continent. It belonged to the primal chaos Crimson Sky continent. In other words, there was another ancestor god of destruction who controlled the 8th continent in the primal chaos divine world. His cultivation level should be higher than this one. After passing through the 8th continent, they arrived at the true core of the primal chaos divine world. When they arrived, Long Chen was deeply shocked. This was a world of 9 colors. The light was endless, and the spiritual energy here was even more terrifying. It was several times more majestic than the 8th continent. At the most important place, Long Chen saw a transparent, multicolored boulder. This scene was a bit similar to the first time Long Chen entered the primal chaos divine world. He saw the origin incandescent stone and the primal chaos god master. However, it was infinitely magnified. In the center of this place, the boulder should be the predecessor of the origin incandescent stone. However, its name was definitely not the origin incandescent stone. The power it contained was definitely not at the origin level. This was the core of the entire primal chaos divine world. It was the source of spiritual energy. This was the most resplendent stone that Long Chen had ever seen. Nothing in the world could compare to this stone. It was more magnificent than this stone. Given the Chaos Ancestor God's current strength as a 4th-era Ancestor God, this stone was definitely comparable to his strength. The level of this treasure was beyond Long Chen's knowledge. He was sure that even if it was just the tip of the iceberg, the power it contained was still greater than his. The primal Chaos Ancestor God was one of the strongest beings in the world before the epoch, apart from the 10 great Ancestor Dragons. In the center of that gorgeous stone, Long Chen finally found him. There were only 3 people in this world. One was the young man standing next to Long Chen, and the other was a young woman standing guard next to the gorgeous stone. Her eyes were muddled, and her skin glowed with rainbow light. She had a wooden expression on her face, and she was currently looking at Long Chen. Presumably, she was the ruler of the 8th Chaos continent. Indeed, Long Chen could sense that she was stronger than Ancestor God Ling Su and the Chaos Purple Snow. She was probably a destruction Ancestor God from the 8th era. The last one was the most important person in the gorgeous stone, the primal Chaos Ancestor God. He was inside the stone. The chaos seemed to be made up of 9 clouds of fog. They seemed to have no physical form and were constantly fluctuating like clouds. Each cloud of fog had its own color. Seeing him, Long Chen was a little excited. However, when he thought about how he had already been swallowed by the sky-devouring clan in his previous world, he felt a little depressed. My name is Long Chen. Greetings, Primal Chaos Ancestor God. May I know why you are looking for me, Primal Chaos Ancestor God? Long Chen said sincerely. Within the gorgeous stone, the 9 clouds of fog were gathering together, revealing a blurry figure. A pair of eyes appeared and stared at Long Chen. After a long time, he said, as expected, your fate is different. You don't belong to this world. However, there is only one world. Where did you come from? Where did he come from? How should he answer this question? If he were to tell him that he came from an era later, would he believe him? Or, actually, Long Chen wanted to find out everything when he was facing the 10 great ancestor dragons. However, now that he was being controlled by the primal chaos ancestor god, he could only say, "Ancestor god, I brought many secrets with me. However, I would like to say them before the 10 great ancestor dragons." Is that possible? Chapter 33:11. Long Chen waited expectantly for Chaos Ancestor God's answer. After a moment of silence, he said, "Lilac Snow, Silverwing, you two can leave first." The two Destruction Ancestor Gods nodded and left without another word. Only Chaos Ancestor God was left. At this moment, Chaos Ancestor God said, "I can't meet the 10 Ancestor Dragons whenever I want. You can tell me what you want to say first, and I'll weigh the pros and cons." Long Chen understood. After thinking for a moment, he could only confess to Chaos Ancestor God. "You might not believe me, but I came from a world a small epoch later. I believe that there is only one world in the universe. You can't possibly come from another world. You can only come from another time. Besides, you inherited the blood essence of the ancestor dragons." The 10 ancestor dragons appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Ordinary people had never seen them before. Moreover, there were too many divine dragons on the draconic sacrificial continent, and they all looked similar. Therefore, when Long Chen transformed into a divine Dao Heart dragon, Chaos Heaven's heart didn't recognize him. Although Long Chen knew how to hide himself, he couldn't hide it from Chaos Ancestor God. But he didn't expect that he would believe it so quickly. "Did I still exist then?" Elder God Primordial Chaos's voice suddenly turned desolate. He wasn't surprised by Long Chen's answer at all. This puzzled Long Chen. He had always felt that there was something strange about Elder God Ling Su and Elder God Primordial Chaos. "You don't exist anymore." Long Chen answered honestly. "Then, does the Chaos Divine Realm still exist?" "It does, but it's much weaker than it is today." Long Chen was prepared to answer everything he knew. Maybe then, Chaos Ancestor God would realize the seriousness of the matter and let him go. Chaos Ancestor God suddenly laughed. "That's impossible. I am the Chaos Divine Realm, and the Chaos Divine Realm is my body. As long as the Chaos Divine Realm exists, I won't die." After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Judging from his state, Long Chen had a feeling that he knew what was going to happen in the future. It's the end of the 10th era, the Pi era. There are no creator gods or new worlds. Clearly, the worlds have reached perfection. Someone once had a prophecy that the end of the Pi era would be the end of the worlds. So that's how it is. Start and finish. I know what you want to say. You want to tell us that you know what destroyed the myriad worlds, so you want us to be prepared, right? Yes. However, time has run out. Moreover, I also know what destroyed the 10,000 worlds. What? The primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon and the heaven-devouring clan. This is destined to be a good thing. It's already happening. The voice of the chaos ancestral god carried a hint of desolation. What did you say? Long Chen had not expected things to turn out like this. Could it be that everything had already begun? Even though Ancestor God Ling Su did not know about it yet, Ancestor God Chaos did. "I saw it." The primal chaos ancestral god said. "What did you see?" Long Chen's heart couldn't help but go crazy. It made his blood boil. What was going on? Why was it so strange? What did the chaos ancestral god mean? From the moment he came to this world, he had sensed the chaos here. "Child, we were originally in despair, but after seeing you, I have hope again. Thank you for bringing me such important information." Not allowing Long Chen to resist, he suddenly controlled Long Chen. "What are you doing?" Long Chen looked at him in shock. "I'll send you to take a look, and also send you back to where you belong." "Don't, I want to go to the dragon sacrificial continent." This was Long Chen's deepest desire at this moment. "That's right, I'm sending you to the dragon sacrificial continent." In the blink of an eye, an unprecedented and terrifying force hit Long Chen. "Long Chen, remember to save me." This was perhaps the last thing Ancestor God Chaos said to Long Chen. Just as Long Chen heard what he said, he moved at the most terrifying speed in the blink of an eye. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this speed, even the myriad worlds became illusory. "He wants to send me to the dragon sacrificial continent." This conversation with Ancestor God Chaos left Long Chen's mind in a mess. Without time to think, Long Chen suddenly stopped and fixed himself in a position in the myriad worlds. When he stabilized and saw his surroundings clearly, a terrifying world in the distance instantly attracted his attention. That is, Long Chen couldn't help but cover his mouth. Otherwise, he would have cried out in shock. In front of him was an incomparably huge divine dragon that was coiled together. This was the biggest thing Long Chen had seen so far. In the Fourth Era, the total area of the 9 chaotic continents was considered huge, but compared to this divine dragon in front of him, it was really too small. This was the biggest thing in the world before the Fourth Era. This wasn't a real divine dragon, but the dragon sacrificial continent. Of course, it could also be said to be a divine dragon because it was a part of the primordial dragon sacrificial dragon's body. The silver-gray divine dragon's body was its fundamental structure, but the other ancestral dragon's rules were embellishing this world, making it magnificent, colorful, gorgeous, and magnificent. As a descendant of the divine dragon, when he saw this world, Long Chen's heart was filled with deep pride. The dragon sacrificial continent. It was still too far away. Long Chen didn't even know how far away he was from that place. He also didn't know how vast the spiritual energy in the only world of the First Era was. In comparison, the dragon sacrificial continent in his god nation that was already at the origin level was simply like a baby. Of course, the dragon sacrificial continent that was once close to destruction was just a particle. Glory. The glory that belonged to the dragons. When he saw the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen was so shocked that he couldn't speak. At this moment, what he wanted most was to bring Lingxi and the others to see this former world together, the glorious era of the dragon sacrificial continent. The core of the myriad worlds. The dream and wish in his heart was to let the dragon sacrificial continent return to such a state. At this moment, Long Chen couldn't help but tear up. This was the tear of a man who finally saw his home, which was also his lifelong struggle. He had to thank the Chaos Ancestor God for sending him back so quickly. Although he didn't understand many of the words that the Chaos Ancestor God said, he remembered all of them without missing a single word. And now, what he wanted most was to return to this world and witness the era when billions of divine dragons soared. Long Chen couldn't wait to move his feet and fall toward the world below. Compared to this world, he was really too insignificant. On the entire dragon sacrificial continent, there were divine dragons that were 10 times the number of all the living beings in the chaos divine realm. After an era, all the living beings in the myriad worlds added up wouldn't even amount to 1% of the current dragon sacrificial continent's divine dragons. Long Chen originally thought that a large number of divine dragons had left behind their inheritance blood essence and origin dragon souls. Only now did he know that such luck was only a very small portion of them. A large number of them died in battle, a large number of them were cursed, and a small number of them stayed behind. Those who stayed behind were basically committing suicide. However, at this moment, there was only this world in Long Chen's heart. What he didn't know was that when he arrived in this world, danger was already approaching this world. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a man in a black robe. Chaos was shrouded in the black robe, and there were blood-colored patterns on the black robe. The arm that was revealed from the black robe looked like a dragon's claw. This black-robed man had a rather strong devouring aura on him. "Who are you?" When he saw this person, anger and hatred welled up in his heart. It was a hatred that came from the depths of his bloodline. It was bone-piercing. The other party's face was shrouded in shadows, and he could only feel two indifferent gazes. "I should be the one asking you, who are you?" the other party asked in a hoarse voice. That person's strength was also that of a peak half-martial ancestor. He had yet to reach the martial ancestor realm. However, he was able to make Long Chen feel an astonishing sense of danger. He was the strongest existence among the ancestral gods that had yet to become ancestral gods. He stared at Long Chen. It was very likely that the aura of the ancestor dragon on Long Chen's body had made him deeply suspicious. At this moment, Long Chen had a shocking guess. Perhaps this person was someone that he had been dreaming of. Thus, he asked with a trembling voice, "You're the devouring dragon servant, right?" When Long Chen revealed his identity, the other party wasn't surprised at all. He said with a cold voice, "You don't even know me, yet you're a divine dragon." "But, that's not entirely true. You're really strange. However, no matter who you are, you're about to witness a grand occasion. Very interesting." He didn't deny it. Evidently, he was the devouring dragon servant. After the epoch, he was the one who killed Long Qinglan. The person who killed his father. Regardless of whether he was real or not, and whether this world was real or not, none of it mattered to Long Chen. His eyes were bloodshot, and his only desire was to kill the other party. "You have such strong killing intent toward me. Who exactly are you?" At this moment, the devouring dragon servant suspected him. At this moment, a powerful pressure descended. He was like a vortex that was born to devour. This was the moment in Long Chen's life where his hatred erupted the most. He had been suppressed for far too long. Until now, he was the one who destroyed Long Qinglan's everything. Of course, he was also the accomplice to the destruction of the myriad realms. Long Chen's hatred for him couldn't be washed away even by the death world and blood sea. All his anger exploded in his chest at this moment. All his strength was in anger, and all his blood was boiling. The Origin Dragon Palace was protecting him, and the Primordial Dragon Halberd was also in his hands. At this moment, he was also terrifying to the devouring dragon servants. "I'm the one who's here to take your life." Chapter 33:12. Take my life. No matter how gloomy the devouring dragon servant was, he couldn't help but laugh. "This joke is quite funny, but you naturally know where this place is, and now that you know who I am, it's not easy for you to still have such courage." Facing Long Chen's hatred and anger, the devouring dragon servant wasn't worried at all. It was like an adult watching a toddler provoking him. His eyes were full of mockery and he didn't take it to heart at all. However, it was very strange that this strange person who had suddenly appeared would be so angry at him. He could see that the anger and killing intent in Long Chen's eyes had fused together to form a monstrous blood fire. At this moment, it had already become incomparably berserk. If one had to say it, it really did give off a slightly terrifying feeling. To Long Chen, now that he had met his fated nemesis here, everything else was no longer important. He saw the dragon sacrificial continent. This time, his dream had already been realized. At this moment, his greatest desire was to disregard everything and slay the devouring dragon servant. Even though he didn't know if the devouring dragon servant was real or not, and he didn't know if this world was real or not, it didn't matter. Only by killing him would he feel satisfied, and only then would he be able to get rid of the knot in his heart and avenge his father. Long Qinglan had spent his life pursuing the mystery of the extinction of the mystical dragons. He had pointed Long Chen in the right direction, allowing him to reach this stage. Dreams, pursuits, and so many desires were all cut off. This was no longer something that could be described as pain. At this moment, Long Chen couldn't care less about being recognized. He only wanted to kill. However, he was still careful and didn't transform into a divine dragon. As a devouring dragon servant, he must have seen every ancestral dragon except the first and second ancestral dragons. The battle for revenge was about to begin. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He held the primordial dragon halberd with both hands and used it as the center to gather all his strength to execute the rules. In an instant, it shone brightly. Light of karma. The power of the laws of karma wasn't particularly fixed. Sometimes it was tyrannical, and sometimes it wasn't very effective. It was largely dependent on Long Chen's current state of mind, who his opponent was, and how much karma and fetters there were between them. The devouring dragon servant was his sworn enemy. It was an existence that he had longed to destroy for countless years. There were too many karmic connections between them. Therefore, this time, the power displayed by the karmic trial light was simply unparalleled. It surpassed all the previous times, and gathered too much of Long Chen's anger. Gold and black fused together, creating a dazzling, overbearing white light. This light all gathered on the primordial dragon halberd, the 3 dragon fangs, and the primordial sacrificial stone. Now, the primordial dragon halberd was terrifyingly powerful. With Long Chen's current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight against primitive giant demon and kitten alone. Except, even though the devouring dragon attendant was not at the ancestor realm right now, just how strong was he? It would be revealed very soon. Die. Long Chen used the primordial dragon halberd and stabbed forward. Instantly, the power of the karmic trial light exploded like never before, forming a heaven-defying white light beam that shot towards the devouring dragon attendant. At this moment, it was a battle of life and death. Die, 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 die. It had been a long time since Long Chen was in such a berserk state. It had been a long time since he had such a desire to kill the enemy in front of him. Now, there was only killing in his eyes, not defeating his opponent. Facing such a powerful attack from Long Chen, the devouring dragon attendant didn't react at all. No, he did react, but not out of fear. Instead, he was surprised. He had some impression of this rule. Although the ancestral dragon rarely made a move, and the devouring dragon attendant had never seen them use any rule, it was obvious that this was a karmic rule. How can this kid use such a profound rule? Moreover, it seems a little like the Shinto heart-refining dragon's rule. This was the doubt in the devouring dragon attendant's heart. This doubt only appeared in an instant. Although there was a certain distance between the two, the rule arrived instantly. However, Long Chen's heart of slaughter calmed down a little when he saw that the devouring dragon attendant wasn't prepared to resist the attack at all. He could only see a faint smile on his pale lips. Even in the face of such a powerful attack, he wasn't panicking at all. Was he still a half-martial ancestor? In the next instant, all the karmic trial light rushed into the devouring dragon attendant's body and engulfed it. The devouring dragon attendant was instantly vaporized by the light. But Long Chen knew that it definitely wasn't. He couldn't help but recall Primeval Troll's endless demon body. This isn't the endless demon body. The endless demon body only transmits power, but he devours. That's right. The primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon's dragon attendant naturally possessed the law of devouring. In that instant, Long Chen sensed that the karmic trial light was rapidly shrinking. It was as if a vortex had appeared where the devouring dragon attendant had previously been. That vortex was rapidly devouring all the karmic trial light. As far as the eye could see, all the white light was distorted and rapidly surging into that vortex. Within that vortex, a black-robed figure was faintly discernible. How is this possible? In that instant, Long Chen was astonished. Mo Xiaolang also possessed the law of devouring. However, most of his law of devouring was aimed at fire. As for the devouring dragon attendant, he was using the law of devouring to devour his opponent's attack. Even an attack could be devoured. What could be used to describe this? The karmic trial light didn't display any destructive power. It was simply like food. When it attacked the devouring dragon attendant, it was directly eaten by the devouring dragon attendant. When the white light of the karmic trial light surged into the devouring dragon attendant's body, the other party's body was revealed. He stretched his waist in front of Long Chen and said lazily, "Your law of karma is not bad. Do you have more? Let me have a taste. Also, it's strange. Why do you seem to know the law of the divine Tao heart refinement dragon? That's an ancestral dragon." This was simply a humiliation to Long Chen. His goal was, of course, to use his own ability to make Long Chen feel despair. In fact, to him, Long Chen was just a small seasoning that had suddenly appeared in his long life. This time, witnessing the power of the devouring dragon attendant was like pouring cold water on his head. It made Long Chen realize how terrifying his opponent was. He knew that he had to calm down. Of course, although he was calm, the hatred and killing intent in his heart burned even brighter. Every part of his body seemed to be roaring with billions of divine dragons. Long Chen didn't answer his question. He was thinking about what method he should use to kill his opponent. The inverse dragon blood can directly control his blood and attack him. It is not an external attack. No matter how much he can he devour the inverse dragon blood? Not long after, Long Chen thought. At this time, the devouring dragon attendant thought that he had exhausted his limited abilities and was approaching him. It laughed in a strange voice, as if it was looking at a powerless child. At that moment, Long Chen's eyes turned scarlet, and he gathered all the power in his body to unleash the inverse blood law of the dragon. In the blink of an eye, the blood of the devouring dragon attendants was under his control, transforming into primordial spirit blood dragons. Millions upon millions of laws were unleashed from within him, and the primordial spirit blood dragons were born for the sake of destruction. Ancient bloodline dragon rule power. The devouring dragon servant stopped in his tracks and looked down at his body in shock. Under the control of the inverse dragon blood, he was now covered in blood. His body had started to change shape, and many parts of his body were crumbling. It wouldn't be long before Long Chen used the rules to tear him to pieces. Break. Finding the hope of victory, Long Chen, of course, tried his best. How can you have the ancient bloodline dragon rule power? The devouring dragon attendant was stunned. It was a miracle that a person could have two ancestral dragon rules. "I'll tell you when you're dead," Long Chen replied coldly. "Huh." The devouring dragon attendant couldn't help but laugh. Even though he was in a miserable state, it couldn't stop him from laughing. Perhaps, in his eyes, Long Chen was still too naive. He didn't do anything, but there seemed to be a whirlpool in his body. When the whirlpool descended, it was like doomsday for the ancient bloodline dragons in his body. In an instant, all the ancient bloodline dragons were devoured. At the same time, this meant that all the blood of the devouring dragon attendant had been devoured by him. Whoosh! In an instant, the devouring dragon attendant returned to normal. Not long after, the blood in his body returned to normal. It didn't seem to have disappeared, but the inverse dragon blood rule power had been devoured. In the blink of an eye, he was back to normal. Let me tell you a story. Once, when the ancient bloodline dragon fought with the chaotic heaven devouring dragon, it used the inverse dragon blood rule power. But just like today, I easily resolved it. Now, other than the first and second ancestral dragons, there are no ancestral dragons that are a match for the chaotic heaven devouring dragon. Don't use your useless rule power to embarrass yourself. Let me ask you, if you don't have any other tricks, it's my turn now. Even the inverse dragon blood was devoured. From the beginning to the end, it was as if the other party didn't even make a move. Without making a move, he could force Long Chen to such an extent. If he were to make a move, it would be disastrous. In an instant, Long Chen was forced to retreat. The devouring dragon attendant's eyes were burning. He wanted to figure out Long Chen's goal. Chapter 33:13. Long Chen had originally thought that it would be an evenly matched confrontation, but when the battle really began, the devouring dragon servant's strangeness and strength made him unable to vent his hatred and anger, and his heart was filled with deep fear. Without a doubt, this was the most powerful devouring law he had ever seen. It was even more profound than Mo Xiaolang of the sky-swallowing race. At least Mo Xiaolang didn't have the devouring dragon servant's talent in devouring law. Logically speaking, the sky-devouring clan possessed unparalleled devouring abilities, while the ancestral dragons and the ancestral gods of the myriad realms possessed unparalleled nomological powers. The Chaos Heaven devouring dragon was considered perfect among them because he possessed both. As a dragon attendant of the Chaos Heaven devouring dragon, the devouring dragon attendant had the same incomparable talent as him. Because of this, the Chaos Sky swallowing dragon servant, who was supposed to be in the 5th era's Yuanzhu realm, was now in the 3rd era's Yuanzhu realm and was known as the strongest. However, as long as there was a chance to kill him, Long Chen didn't want to give it up. This time, he threw everything aside, leaving only the anger and hatred in his heart. He rushed towards the devouring dragon servant with a cold glint in his eyes. His long-cherished wish and desire for revenge were all concentrated on the primordial dragon halberd in his hand. The primordial dragon halberd shone brightly, with the 3 dragon teeth and the primordial sacrificial stone standing out the most. Kill! The roar was like a sudden clap of thunder. However, the devouring dragon servant's expression didn't change. He looked at Long Chen with a smile, as if he was looking at a child waving a broadsword in front of him. Nirvana Primordial. This might be the most destructive move that Long Chen had ever used after learning this law. The Chaos Dragon Fist was on the left, the Primordial Dragon World in the middle, and Creation Reincarnation on the right. The 3 laws were amplified by the Primordial Sacrificial Stone and fused at the blade of the Primordial Dragon Halberd. Vaguely, a giant dragon that looked like the entire dragon sacrificial continent appeared in Long Chen's hand. This is... The devouring dragon servant didn't quite understand what kind of divine dragon this was. At the very least, he knew that it was neither the primordial blood spiritual dragon nor the divine Tao heart refinement dragon. Logically speaking, this type of rule was harder to deal with than the previous 2 types. Its destructive power was stronger, and it was definitely not a rule that an ordinary divine dragon possessed. To be honest, Long Chen was very mysterious to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so interested in him. But how could the rules hurt me? The devouring dragon servant sneered inwardly. Just as he was about to do nothing, Long Chen swung his primordial dragon halberd, aiming for the devouring dragon servant's head. The nomological power of the Nirvana Primeval was all in the primordial dragon halberd. Now, it was like a silver-gray divine dragon descending, colliding with the devouring dragon servant's head. Rumble. Die. Long Chen let out a furious roar. It had been a long time since he had reached such a level. What made him speechless was that the devouring dragon servant didn't dodge at all. The sneer at the corner of his mouth didn't even change. However, the devouring dragon servant had already slashed at the top of his head. Even though there was a lot of resistance, the primordial dragon halberd still broke through the devouring dragon servant's head and slashed down to his chest, almost splitting the devouring dragon servant in half. However, the devouring dragon servant's body was terrifyingly tough. However, what made Long Chen the most depressed wasn't the toughness of his body, but the devouring characteristic. When the Nirvana primeval descended on his head and began to invade and destroy him, Long Chen knew that all the destructive power of the Nirvana primeval had been extracted by the primordial dragon halberd. Before it could destroy the devouring dragon servant, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, dissipating in the devouring dragon servant's body. If the devouring dragon servant didn't have this characteristic, it should have been the Nirvana primeval that destroyed the devouring dragon servant. However, the only thing that caused damage to the devouring dragon servant was the primordial dragon halberd itself. In this way, the power of the halberd had been greatly reduced. In front of the devouring dragon servant, Long Chen was simply like a boorish man who didn't know the rules. "Is that all you've got?" The devouring dragon servant's broken mouth closed at this moment. He stared blankly at Long Chen. It was this blank gaze, coupled with the smile on his face, that made him so terrifying. At that moment, this smile indeed gave Long Chen a sense of fear. He felt that he had become a lot stronger and was giving it his all. However, in front of the devouring dragon servant, he realized how small and weak he was. Even though their strength might be similar, in this world, there were definitely people who could suppress him in terms of the rules. For example, the person in front of him. "You're proficient in many rules, but they're too childish. After playing with you for so long, I've wasted a lot of time. Obviously, it's meaningless." The devouring dragon servant's voice was like a devil's voice. That arrogance and haughtiness made the anger in Long Chen's heart erupt again. He was about to retract the primordial dragon halberd. Even if he lost all the lethality of the rules, he still wanted to cut his opponent into pieces. Whoosh! At this moment, the devouring dragon servant reached out and grabbed the primordial dragon halberd with one hand. There was a devouring whirlpool in his hand that was imprinted on the primordial dragon halberd. His strength wasn't much stronger than Long Chen's, but it was precisely because of this whirlpool that a terrifying force suddenly acted on the primordial dragon halberd, shaking both of Long Chen's arms. In an instant, Long Chen lost control of the primordial dragon halberd. Right in front of his eyes, the primordial dragon halberd that belonged to him was suddenly swallowed by the whirlpool in his opponent's hand. "This is a good thing. I won't stand on ceremony then." The devouring dragon servant revealed a satisfied smile. Primordial dragon halberd. After losing control of the primordial dragon halberd, the anger in Long Chen's heart turned into cold sweat. He realized that even if he exhausted all his strength, he still wouldn't be a match for this old monster. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, his opponent moved even faster. Mercy Dragon. Just as the devouring dragon servant's right hand swallowed the primordial dragon halberd, a crescent blade that looked like a full moon appeared in his left hand. That crescent blade was in the shape of a black divine dragon with 9 gemstones embedded in the middle. Each gemstone was like the primordial sacrificial stone, as if countless divine dragons were trapped within. This was definitely a so-called half-step ancestor-grade fortune divine weapon on the same level as the Forgetfulness Star River and the primordial dragon halberd. It still belonged to the category of fortune divine weapon, but it had completely surpassed it. At this moment, Long Chen was still fighting for the Nirvana Reborn. The devouring dragon servant made his first move. The mercy dragon in his hand instantly turned into a ray of light and flashed past Long Chen's arm in an extremely short time. In that instant, one of his arms lost its feeling. In fact, it was precisely because of this that Long Chen had lost the primordial dragon halberd. He naturally knew that one of his arms had been severed at the base. However, the devouring dragon servant was currently controlling the mercy dragon, which posed a greater threat to Long Chen. It was simply courting death to approach him like this. At this critical moment, Long Chen could only choose to distance himself from the devouring dragon servant in order to catch his breath. Under the nourishment of the resurrection song of life, his lost arm started to recover. However, it could be considered as having lost some vitality. When Long Chen escaped, the devouring dragon servant grabbed his lost arm. Don't tell me that you can use every single ancestral dragon's law. As the devouring dragon servant spoke, it seemed like it wanted to devour Long Chen's arm. In that case, why do you taste like this? Indeed, in front of Long Chen, the devouring dragon servant bit the arm. He did not directly devour it, but rather slowly, as though he was enjoying a delicacy. The intoxicated expression on the devouring dragon servant's face made Long Chen realize that this devouring dragon servant was crazy and terrifying. Tastes not bad. The devouring dragon servant's mouth was full of blood. The ferocious expression brought about a huge visual impact. Such a scene caused Long Chen's mood to sink. For a long time, he had not been suppressed to such an extent by an opponent. However, he was the devouring dragon servant. If not for this identity, how could he have made Long Chen hate him so much? Alright, I've decided to eat you up. My intuition tells me that the benefits will be great. After devouring Long Chen's entire arm, the devouring dragon servant's greedy eyes landed on Long Chen. His greedy eyes sized up Long Chen, just like the sky-devouring clan in Long Chen's heart. The devouring dragon servant had a huge responsibility for the destruction of the myriad worlds in the future. For a moment, it was suffocating. Long Chen's gaze went past the devouring dragon servant and saw the huge and glorious sacrificial dragon continent behind him. Because there was still a long way to go, it would be difficult for anyone to save him. In this world, will I die? Even if I die, I can't let the other party devour me to death. That resplendent and glorious world. Looking at him, Long Chen could not help but feel a fire burning in his heart. That was the sacrificial dragon continent, a beautiful world that belonged to all mystical dragons, the home of everyone. In front of him was a malignant tumor. His smile, his ferocious expression were all unforgivable. When he came here and encountered the devouring dragon servant, he was completely suppressed by the other party. The biggest feeling in Long Chen's heart was indignation. He had finally come to this world and arrived at the sacrificial dragon continent. He only wanted to take a few more glances and did not have many requests. As for the devouring dragon servant, he had longed for it for a very long time. He wanted to take revenge and destroy it. He had heard too many stories about Long Qinglan, but everything about Long Qinglan was destroyed in his hands. Long Qinglan was the time dragon servant of this world. The Void Dragon and Chaos Heaven Devouring Dragon were equivalent. The feud between the Time Dragon Servant and the Devouring Dragon Servant had lasted for an era. At this moment, the Devouring Dragon Servant descended in front of Long Chen in the blink of an eye. The crisis of death was like the dark sky outside of the sacrificial dragon continent, descending on Long Chen's head. It was as though there were many more shadows in the sky. Long Chen could not see what those shadows were. He only had one wish, one desire, and that was to let the devouring dragon servant die. Chapter 33:14. Even in front of the devouring dragon servant, no matter how powerless he was, that determination had never changed. Now, the devouring dragon servant was one of the countless shadows that descended on top of Long Chen's head, looking down at Long Chen with a predator's gaze. Devouring one of your arms actually made me stronger. You're really a miracle. The devouring dragon servant's voice was filled with madness. Perhaps it was this effect that made him unable to control himself. Life and death were on the line. In the distance, the radiance of the sacrificial continent with billions of divine dragons soaring above it was even more majestic and magnificent than Long Chen's dreams and imagination. Towards the devouring dragon servant, it wasn't just a father's hatred, but the hatred of the sacrificial continent, the billions of divine dragons, and even the gods and demons of the entire world. Father, the person who killed you is right in front of me. I've never forgotten what kind of person you wanted me to be. Today, there's nothing that can make me give up. The body could die, everything could die, but the spirit and will were immortal. Long Chen's gaze passed over the devouring dragon servant and looked at the huge divine dragon in the starry sky with the most shocked gaze. That was the dragon sacrificial continent, which was also the primeval sacrificial dragon. It was peaceful and awake. Long Chen saw every detail clearly. His wish was to let the dragon sacrificial continent in his god kingdom return to this world. There was still a long way to go. And it might even come to an abrupt end today. My life is to fight, to protect, and to avenge. This was the mission he shouldered, and the reason why he couldn't retreat at all. Many days had passed, and he had completely lost contact with them. So many people were waiting for his return. Lingxi, Li Xuanji, his children, his brothers, and his people. If he were to die in front of his great enemy, be devoured and digested, it would simply be the greatest joke in the world. Among all the endings, it was the one that Long Chen was the least willing to bear. They can't survive without me. Without me, without Father, Yen Er's fate is also very miserable. He was the pillar of the myriad worlds. Of course, in this world, he was insignificant. When his father's hatred, the fetters of his wife and daughter, and the wishes and dreams of his brothers were entangled in his heart at this moment, Long Chen's gaze changed. In his eyes, the dragon sacrificial dragon continent wasn't just beautiful and glorious. It was the root, the place where souls and hearts belonged, the place where souls were born. The entire boundless continent was like an infinite number of divine dragons, changing its appearance in Long Chen's eyes. In the end, there was no dragon sacrificial continent. There was only a gigantic divine dragon looking at him gently, as though it was telling him something. That was the mother of all dragons, the source of everything. The first ancestral dragon was the origin of souls, the most ancient dragon soul. The primeval sacrificial dragon was the origin of the land mass and the fleshly body. He was the one who gave the divine bodies to the dragons, and began to pass on their legacies. True life was born in the second era. Eternity, the dazzling brilliance, the spiritual sustenance, the supreme holy land. Everything was poured into Long Chen's fighting spirit. It was Long Chen's honor to be born in such a world. For a moment it was as though everyone around him was standing with him. They were all the strength in his heart, looking at this vast world with him, ignoring the existence of the devouring dragon servants. In the blur, Long Chen saw that the gigantic divine dragon was holding the eternal god domain in its mouth, which was the ancestral dragon realm. In its mouth, the ancestral dragon realm turned into a planet, a dark black planet. On this planet, the laws of creation were evolving, causing the rumbling of countless powers. However, this wasn't as simple as it seemed. Amidst the waves of the evolution of creation, from a small angle, the entire huge planet was made up of countless dark black gravel. As long as one took a closer look, one could see that each gravel had 9 different colors inside. The gravel itself wasn't gravel, but an incomparably vast world inside that could accommodate billions of lives. Every gravel was a space formed from the laws of grand mist. The entire dark black planet had trillions of gravel and trillions of grand mist spaces. And within each giant grand mist space, there were the 9 most violent types of chaos elements. Each grand mist space was filled with chaos flames, chaos storms, chaos thunder, and other elements, nearly exploding at any moment. Then, just how much power did this dark black planet of good fortune contain? This was another perfect fusion of chaos, good fortune, and grand mist. The divine dragon held the dark black planet in its mouth and spun in the starry sky. The dark black planet and the fusion of these 3 powers caused Long Chen to recall far too many things. For a time, he completely forgot about the devouring dragon servants. Right now, Long Chen could only see the planet. This was a type of extreme compression, a super law that represented anger. The grand mist space was compressed to the extreme, becoming the size of a gravel. The chaos elements that were comparable to a world were suppressed into each gravel-sized space. When combined, and under the invisible influence of the rules of creation, it was destined to release a destructive power that surpassed imagination. This could be considered the anger of the primordial sacrificial dragon. In fact, the entire dragon sacrificial continent didn't change. What changed was Long Chen's heart. His heart, on the dragon sacrificial continent, saw all of this, saw this heaven-defying anger. For a time, Long Chen's heart was also filled with too much anger. Everything was born in his body. He had to thank the dragon sacrificial continent, and he also had to thank the devouring dragon servants. If it weren't for them, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to see such a grand scene. It's worth it. After coming to this world and seeing the tumbling primordial sacrificial dragon, if he could return to his original world, Long Chen would no longer have any regrets. Right now, his only regret was that he wasn't able to kill the devouring dragon servants. However, the battle was far from over. Long Chen saw the beautiful changes of the entire world, but the devouring dragon servants only saw him in a trance. Scared? It seems I was too casual. Next time, I must take it easy and not directly scare my opponent. That would be tasteless. Devour. In its eyes, Long Chen was an opponent who had been scared to death and no longer had the slightest strength to resist. Time didn't seem to allow it to fool around, so the devouring dragon servant manipulated a vortex. That was its entrance to devour. That vortex shrouded above Long Chen's head and connected to its mouth. As the devouring dragon servant devoured, the dazed Long Chen instantly disappeared, leaving this world and becoming food in the devouring dragon servant's stomach. Everything seemed to have ended just like that. The devouring dragon servant glanced around and saw that there was nothing left of Long Chen. He rubbed his stomach and couldn't help but laugh. My luck today is really good. Although I didn't understand what was going on with this little guy, I still devoured him. However, this is just an appetizer, not the main event today. After brewing for so long, the real main event is about to unfold. The myriad worlds have been stable for 10 eras. It's time to break free from peace and enter a stormy era. The era that belongs to the next ruler has arrived. He stretched his hands towards the sky, welcoming the arrival of the new rulers. Among them was the master he served. But it didn't stop. The devouring dragon servant looked at his body with some doubt. The strongest part of his devouring ability was within his body. According to his estimation, he only needed a few breaths of time to completely digest Long Chen. But now, a few breaths of time had passed, and Long Chen didn't seem to be dead yet. When he saw his hands and feet disappearing in the vortex and turning into powder, Long Chen woke up. It turned out that the dragon sacrificial dragon continent had disappeared in front of him, and he was now in this terrifying vortex. Without a doubt, this was the devouring dragon servant's stomach. Did he devour me? Now, Long Chen's eyes began to change. If one looked carefully, they could see that his eyes were like two dark stars. The stars on them were constantly changing, and every grain of sand on the stars was a grand mist space with countless chaotic elements. This was a pair of unprecedentedly terrifying eyes. When Long Chen displayed such eyes, his terror could no longer be described with words. Now, all his anger had turned into indifference and ice-cold killing intent. In his mind, he couldn't get the image of the dragon sacrificial dragon continent turning into a divine dragon and holding the dark star in its mouth. Although his body seemed to be dissipating rapidly during the devouring dragon servant's digestion, countless devouring laws were like ants devouring flesh and blood, attaching themselves to Long Chen's body and tearing at him with all their might. Dark green flames burned in this gloomy, destructive space. The parts of his body that had been lost reappeared with the last of his strength. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly transformed into the primordial sacrificial dragon. The silver-gray dragon scales were filled with the mountains and rivers of the dragon sacrificial dragon continent, mountains and rivers, lush vegetation, and a vast and boundless world. The primordial sacrificial dragon had appeared. At this moment, Long Chen was the most clear-headed. He flew in the destructive world of the devouring dragon servant. All his desires and everyone close to him appeared in his mind. Finally, it was Long Qinglan's face, as well as all the stories he had chased. Father, although I was somewhat fortunate to reach this step, I will still allow you to witness this moment with me. Regardless of whether this world is real or fake, regardless of whether I can return to the world that belongs to me, I will kill him today. The primordial sacrificial dragon circled around this dark world. The scenes he had seen before began to replay on Long Chen's body. When he let out a terrifying roar, his body shone with a dazzling brilliance. In an instant, endless power began to condense between his dragon teeth. Chapter 33:15. The name of this rule wasn't overbearing, but it was vivid and vivid. Currently, the dark star in the mouth of the primordial sacrificial dragon that Long Chen had transformed into was a dragon ball. Of course, it was a dragon ball that was completely born for the sake of destruction. Under the evolution of good fortune, the star deformed, rotated, collapsed, and was reborn. Just this process alone released an infinite amount of energy. Within this star, there were countless grains of sand. Each tiny grain of sand was a huge primordial space. Within it were countless primordial elements. As the 9 types of primordial elements collided and compressed, they formed a terrifying power of destruction. When trillions of primordial spaces were combined together, its might could be imagined. Countless primordial elements formed a primordial space. Countless primordial space formed a complete good fortune. Every evolution of good fortune was a huge change in the primordial space, and every change in the primordial space was the collision and explosion of countless primordial elements. At this moment, Long Chen had truly restored the dragon sacrificial continent that he had seen. Although to him, the scene he was seeing was actually his imagination of a rule, if he didn't get close to this world, to the dragon sacrificial continent, he would never know this rule. The devouring dragon servant didn't care much about him, but what was going on with the terrifying power within his body? He had never doubted his own devouring ability, but this time, the accident was simply too great. He felt his heart palpitating. Still not dead yet. Unknowingly, he had already increased the intensity of his digestion. This could be considered as thinking highly of Long Chen. In this dark space, while Long Chen was brewing, he completely experienced the terror of his opponent's rule. Even at this level, you still think you can digest me? But at this moment, Long Chen revealed a relaxed smile. All his preparations had been for this moment. It had finally arrived. In the mouth of the primordial sacrificial dragon, on the dark surface of the dragon ball of destruction, upon a closer look, one could see the gorgeous colors of the primordial elements. There were simply too many primordial elements within. This rule had exhausted all of Long Chen's power, directly emptying him. Let's end this. For this moment, Long Chen had waited far too long. Anger, hatred, everything, the fated showdown, the anger of countless lives, all poured into this rule. The devouring dragon servant could devour many rules and easily digest them, but Long Chen didn't believe that he could even devour this rule, especially inside his body. Devouring dragon servant. With a final roar, the divine dragon raged and the annihilation dragon bead shot out from its mouth. The annihilation dragon bead was like an entire world, like a planet as it rapidly smashed into the darkness. Before it touched the devouring dragon servant, the truth was that the annihilation dragon bead didn't cause too much of a stir. This was because all of its destructive power was sealed within the grand mist space. In an instant, everything was poured out. Long Chen was incomparably exhausted. It had been a long time since he had felt this. It had been a long since he had felt so, and had been excited. At that moment, there was a dead silence. What's going on? the devouring dragon servant sensed the movement of the Dragon Ball of Destruction. At this time, there was a certain possibility that he could spit out the Dragon Ball of Destruction. However, he thought to himself, this is probably his final struggle. It should be time for him to be exhausted. This was the last moment. In the next moment, the devouring dragon servant's expression changed. His face in the shadows suddenly turned pale, and he made a vomiting motion, wanting to spit out Long Chen and the Dragon Ball. He should have succeeded, but at this moment, the Dragon Ball of Annihilation had already entered his body. At the moment he released his body, the power that he had been accumulating for a long time was completely released. The angry rule of the primordial dragon sacrificial ritual instantly unfolded an unprecedented and terrifying destruction. This was a rule that was born for the sake of destruction. Long Chen originally thought that there would be a loud noise, but there was none. All the power quietly swept out, and the colorful light instantly submerged Long Chen. This was originally Long Chen's own rule, so of course, it wouldn't hurt him. Otherwise, he would have died in the center of the explosion. It was precisely because there was no sound that it was even more terrifying. Just like a pantomime, Long Chen felt everything around him being destroyed in a very short time. He had successfully returned to the outside world. Even so, the gorgeous colors and the destructive power that swept out too far still covered everything around him. Even Long Chen himself didn't know what was going on. Vaguely, he saw the face of the devouring dragon servant. This face was being torn apart by the power, and his distorted face was extremely angry. He looked at Long Chen in shock and said in a tone of disbelief, "This is the second ancestral dragon's rule." That's right, the second ancestral dragon, the primordial dragon sacrificial ritual. As Long Chen sneered, the devouring dragon servant's eyes were bloodshot, filled with endless unwillingness. His deepest depression completely dissipated in front of Long Chen. Everything that belonged to him had been annihilated by the primordial dragon sacrificial ritual. When the light dissipated, Long Chen saw that the devouring dragon servant had indeed disappeared. Is he dead? Long Chen simply couldn't believe that he had actually killed the devouring dragon servant. In the past, this would have been unimaginable, but he had actually succeeded. It was like a dream. It would be great if all of this was real. But if it's real, can I still go back? Long Chen couldn't help smiling bitterly. He should have been celebrating after killing the devouring dragon servant, but he was only one person now, so he couldn't be sure if all of this was real. Not far away, the Nirvana primordial beginning and the scimitar dragon compassion that had been devoured by the devouring dragon servant were still nearby. The devouring dragon servant wasn't under Long Chen's control, so it was about to escape. Long Chen didn't care about the consequences. Even though he was extremely weak, he still chased after the devouring dragon servant and firmly held onto the fortune divine tool. In his hand, the devouring dragon servant was like an evil dragon that was furiously resisting Long Chen. For some unknown reason, after the fortune divine tool's grade increased, the fortune heroic spirits seemed to hide and were very difficult to find. The devouring dragon servant is already dead, so what's the point of you running away? From now on, follow me. If this was a fake world, the devouring dragon servant would disappear in the future. If this was a real world, and Long Chen returned to the infinite worlds, perhaps it would follow him there. Long Chen firmly held on to it. Beneath his feet, the magnificent dragon sacrificial dragon continent was still glowing with its own colors and radiance. Meanwhile, the shadows above Long Chen's head were getting thicker and thicker. Finally, when Long Chen's strength had more or less recovered, the devouring dragon servant was even more unable to escape. In the end, it succumbed to Long Chen's hands. The destruction Dragon Ball's laws were too terrifying. Even this half-ancestor level fortune divine tool was frightened. After its master perished, it couldn't even resist with great difficulty and could only choose to submit. Long Chen held the primordial dragon halberd in his right hand and the scimitar in his left. After controlling the scimitar, he looked down at the sacrificial dragon continent. I even killed the devouring dragon servant. Should I go down and take a look? Just as Long Chen was slightly hesitant, some things that he didn't dare to imagine happened. At that moment, Long Chen saw many black shadows projected onto the sacrificial dragon continent. The bright and beautiful sacrificial dragon continent lost its brilliance and became gloomy. For a moment, Long Chen was a little stupefied. How could there be shadows in such a huge world like the sacrificial dragon continent that made it gloomy? This was really too inconceivable. Furthermore, these shadows were actually expanding. The entire sacrificial dragon continent seemed to have become deathly still. Could it be that something appeared above his head? In Long Chen's heart, the joy of defeating the devouring dragon servant and the joy of revenge were all gone. He even felt a little suffocated and dazed. He raised his head blankly. The moment he raised his head, what he saw was the end and destruction of an old era. This was the end of the 10th era. In Long Chen's vision, several huge shadows appeared, and within the largest shadow, there were countless small shadows of different sizes. In the center of the largest shadow, there was a shadow that was the clearest. It was a dragon. Although its body wasn't as huge as the entire sacrificial dragon continent, it was still a continent after all, and this was a real divine dragon. In the shadows, it was very difficult for Long Chen to see its appearance clearly. However, it was a pitch-black divine dragon. Perhaps it was the same as the ancient blood spiritual dragon, which looked no different from the most ordinary red dragon. This pitch-black divine dragon also seemed no different from the most ordinary black dragon. But in fact, just this incomparably huge body indicated its identity. It was an ancestral dragon. This was the first time in Long Chen's life that he saw a complete, mature real ancestral dragon at such a close distance. The most important thing was that Long Chen now knew what the 2nd to 9th ancestral dragons looked like, but this pitch-black ancestral dragon was completely not among them. All of this indicated its identity. He was the chaotic heaven devouring dragon. Around him, there were several huge shadows that were not inferior to him, shrouded in endless clouds. Obviously, they were the group of fellows that Long Chen wanted to destroy the most in his life. That was the Sky-Devouring Clan. Moreover, it was the leader of the Sky-Devouring Clan. Behind them, countless members of the Sky-Devouring Clan appeared. They were all shrouded in the shadows. This might be the first time they lifted their mysterious veil. This day had arrived. Long Chen was stunned. Could this be the destructive battle before the era? He never expected that he would actually come to the sacrificial dragon continent on this day, kill the devouring dragon servant, and even appear in the middle of the chaotic heaven devouring dragon, the Sky-Devouring Clan, and the sacrificial dragon continent. Long Chen couldn't imagine what would happen next. At this moment, it was the deepest shock in his life. Chapter 33:16. Perhaps it was a dream. During the previous battle with the devouring dragon servants, Long Chen could still feel that this was reality. He had to kill the devouring dragon servants to avenge his father and the myriad worlds. But when the primal chaos heaven devouring dragon appeared above his head, when countless members of the Sky-Devouring Clan opened their bloody mouths and approached the sacrificial continent, Long Chen was dumbfounded. In this war of eras, in this mighty tide of history, he was like an insignificant ant in front of the wheel of history, unable to do anything. He could only widen his eyes and watch the scene unfold. The scimitar compassion dragon in Long Chen's hand was trembling. It wanted to escape again, but Long Chen held it tightly. What did the trembling destinable artifact mean? I can block the devouring dragon servants, but what can I do at this moment? On the path of cultivation, Long Chen advanced by leaps and bounds. In an extremely short period of time, he reached his current realm, and even killed the devouring dragon servants. But when the true culprits of the myriad worlds and the existences that ended this great era descended, what could he do? In this situation, even breathing was difficult, let alone escaping. At this moment, there was no place to escape. The primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon saw him. It was a pair of huge eyes that were comparable to those of an eternal level world. How much coldness was hidden in those huge eyes? In any case, Long Chen did not have any courage at this moment. All of this must be a dream. Who sent me into this dream? But even though it was a dream, all the feelings were so profound. Even the feeling of trembling, perhaps it's to let me understand the difference between the current me and these existences that destroyed the myriad worlds. Even Long Chen found this thought funny. At that moment, his thoughts were very long, but the time was very short. From the appearance of the primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon and the sky-devouring clan to the descent of the dragon sacrificial continent, it took a lot of time. Long Chen, who was stuck in the middle, was just an invisible speck of dust. He wished that he could be as huge as the chaos heaven-swallowing dragon and be able to stop the traitor, the sky-swallowing clan and the chaos heaven-swallowing dragon. However, it was impossible now. The only thing he could stop was the devouring dragon servant. That was his limit. Under the destructive tide of the epoch, his arms were incomparably insignificant. At this moment, resistance was just a joke. Long Chen completely relaxed. He was now sure that none of this was real. If it's real, if someone sent me to this point in time and told me to turn the tide, it's impossible. It's impossible for the current me to turn the tide in this war of the epochs. It was futile. Fortunately, I was able to see the chaos heaven-devouring dragon and the sky-devouring clan so clearly. I was able to see the circumstances of the battle before the epoch. What one imagined and what actually happened were always different. When Long Chen saw the two sides collide in that instant, his blood boiled like fire. From this moment on, hatred was no longer imaginary, but concrete. Humph! At this moment, an unimaginably deafening sound reverberated in Long Chen's ears. Boom, tremble, and his entire body shattered in this cold snort. Bang! The dragon compassion spear and the primordial dragon halberd shattered at the same time. Everything about him was dissipating. This was the attack of the chaos heaven-swallowing dragon, who was now in the third era's progenitor realm. Long Chen knew how huge the difference was. The only thing he could do was to turn his body around and look at the dragon sacrificial continent before he died. The beautiful dragon sacrificial continent was now safe in the shadows. The originally chaotic world had now completely calmed down. At that instant, Long Chen felt movement. This made his eyes brim with tears. In his sight, he saw countless divine dragons soaring and rising. They rushed out from the draconic sacrificial continent, courageous and fearless as they charged towards the direction of the sky-devouring clan. It was just a moment. Long Chen saw it. Among them, there were 7 ancestor dragons leading them. Each of them was about the same size as the chaos heaven-swallowing dragon. Although Long Chen had received their inheritance, this was the first time he saw them with his own eyes. Right in front of him was the illusory void cosmic dragon. It was the largest, but it seemed to have no physical form. It appeared in the void and disrupted time. Time was born because of him. Then, there was the blood-red ancient blood spiritual dragon. It was a dragon of war. At this moment, it was the most ferocious. Everywhere it went, a sea of blood rose to the sky. Within the sea of blood, countless divine dragons tumbled. Divine Tao heart refining dragon. The combination of cold, judgment, gold and black represented authority and blood. Tai Chi life spiritual dragon. 15 dragon heads bathed in the flames of life. 14 types of elemental powers surrounded its body. Chaos heaven fate dragon. In the white mist, it was mysterious and hazy. Universe chaos calamity dragon. The dragon of calamity. thick black mist. Compared to the chaos heaven swallowing dragon, it was more like a demon. Surrounded by death energy, the demonic dragon beast and skeleton dragon head were extremely ferocious. Shadow Dream Demon Dragon was like a precious jade in the night sky, exquisite and mysterious, ever-changing. Long Chen finally saw them. They were bestowed to his inheritors. In the end, only the primordial sacrificial dragon and the first ancestral dragon were left. There was still no trace of the first ancestral dragon. Perhaps the primordial sacrificial dragon was this entire dragon sacrificial continent. At this moment, Long Chen felt that this continent had come to life. Everything was complete now that he saw it. The historical war of eras was replaying in his eyes. The devouring dragon servant was just scouting ahead and happened to meet Long Chen. The divine dragons and the sky-swallowing clan would eventually clash at where Long Chen was. Long Chen's position might be where the ancestral dragon and the sky-swallowing clan's rulers would clash. He was not a participant, but a spectator. And at this moment, when the two great half-ancestor-level destinable divine weapons were destroyed, he was also in the midst of destruction. When the ancestral dragon appeared, he was actually only left with his head. Finally, only a pair of eyes was left, which vanished into thin air. Ancestral dragon, in the end, Long Chen was full of smiles as he disappeared from this world. He knew that after he disappeared, there would be a tragic battle in this world. In this battle, the sky-swallowing clan would be defeated. However, the divine dragons did not have it easy either. At this moment, they had already grown to become the divine dragon's opponents, especially the rebellious chaotic sky-swallowing dragon. They were in the dark. Not a single patriarch god could leave their own world. Their world was their own. Therefore, the sky-swallowing clan in the dark, under the situation where the divine dragons could not stop them, defeated and devoured the ancestral gods of all worlds. In the end, all the ancestral gods of all worlds became the power of the sky-swallowing clan. This was the time when the sky-swallowing clan was at its strongest. In the end, they counterattacked and destroyed the dragon sacrificial continent, the 9 great ancestral dragons, the dragons, and the 10th era. They destroyed the era of the divine dragons that lasted for 10 eras. From then on, the myriad realms entered the era of the sky-swallowing clan. The myriad realms were devoured and destroyed. One day, when the first ancestral dragon was born in the first era, the myriad realms formed would return to chaos. The only use of the entire world was to fatten up the sky-swallowing clan. Long Chen was born after a small era. From a small position, he led a group of brothers and loved ones to rise. In the unseen world, Long Chen heard the sounds of the war of eras. The roar of the divine dragons, the roar of the sky-swallowing clan, and the collision of giant beasts. However, these sounds were getting further and further away from him. Another sound was getting more and more familiar. Long Chen. Chen, wake up. Big brother. Big brother, if you don't wake up, I'm going to hit on your daughter. Those familiar voices came from afar and got closer. In the end, they stimulated Long Chen. Ugh. Long Chen suddenly woke up. The taste of death was actually so unbearable. When he opened his eyes wide, he realized that he was still surrounded by fog. Figures passed by him, but none of them touched his body. Ah! This was a terrifying impact. Long Chen was stunned on the spot. Experiencing the feeling of being alive, many of his thoughts slowly returned to his own world. Long Chen appeared outside the origin of the divine dragons. He was pushed out again. This time, he was very careful and did not touch that figure. Chen, Lingxi's anxious voice. God's nation. Dragon sacrificial continent, only now did many memories return. Scenes of the past replayed in front of his eyes, especially the last scene. It was too shocking. At that moment, Long Chen was really an ant. You're finally back. Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. We couldn't call you and completely lost contact. Lingxi was in the God's nation, talking to him on the origin grade dragon sacrificial continent. Little she. Long Chen found it hard to wake up at this time. He said, "It's okay now. Wait a moment. Something happened. I have to sort out my thoughts." They must be worried sick about him not returning for such a long time. Fortunately, what made Long Chen cry tears of joy was that he was finally back instead of staying in that world forever. He could not bear to leave so many companions here. "Okay, don't worry. Nothing big happened. Everything is normal." Ancestor god Ling Su also stayed in the spirit essence star ocean and did nothing. However, almost a month has passed, so everyone is worried. But none of us can go in. Generally speaking, no matter what happens, we won't completely lose contact with you. So we are a little worried. In fact, it was not as simple as a little worried. After almost a month of being completely cut off from Long Chen, everyone was worried sick. In the end, everyone was praying that nothing would happen to Long Chen. After all, everything depended on him now. "Well, don't worry. I'm fine now." Long Chen was fine, Wan Jia was also fine, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, the doubts in Long Chen's mind: what kind of world is that? Is it real or fake? Long Chen could not make a judgment because of two things. First of all, he died there but was able to return. It obviously showed that it was fake. Moreover, the half-ancestor level creation divine weapon, Dragon Mercy, that he used for the test had disappeared. However, he had made a breakthrough to the complete stage ultimate god realm and was currently in the complete stage ultimate god realm. The primordial dragon halberd was still there with the primordial sacrificial stone embedded in it. Moreover, the destruction Dragon Ball's laws were clearly in his mind, therefore, from these aspects, it was also true. Was it real or fake? Chapter 33:17. Whether it was real or fake, there was no answer at this moment. Long Chen was silent for a long time, but he still couldn't figure it out. Everything was like a dream. He was deep in thought, recalling every single detail. He was silent for a full 2 hours. This fortuitous encounter from before the epoch could be real, or it could be fake. In fact, it could even be something else. Perhaps there is an existence controlling all of this. I just don't know who that existence is, and what is his true purpose for bringing me to that time. Although he had returned from there, in fact, there were more doubts in Long Chen's heart, and they were all puzzling doubts. Depressing, strange. On one side was the disappearance of Dragon Mercy and rebirth, and on the other side was the real increase in strength and the changes of the primordial dragon halberd. Long Chen really didn't know which side he should believe. Forget it, it's impossible to understand even if I crack my head. I'll just accept the changes now. This trip to that world was undoubtedly of great significance to Long Chen. Not to mention his own strength, he had seen the world before the epoch and truly understood the gap between himself and the destroyers of myriad worlds, and also firmed up his goal. I just don't know if the devouring dragon attendant is dead or not. If it really exists, if it's the world before the epoch, then the devouring dragon attendant should be dead now. Slaying the enemy with his own hands. If it's not dead, I'll slay it again. The faith in Long Chen's heart, after going through this reincarnation change, had become even more solid. Only now did he put the matter at the back of his mind and return to the dragon sacrificial continent, meeting all the people who were waiting for his return. Lingxi, Li Xuanji, Long Yan, everyone was here. From their expressions, it could be seen that they were really worried. I've made everyone worry. Seeing them, Long Chen's heart was filled with even greater strength. It was them that made Long Chen have such a tenacious heart. He had to be as hard as iron to protect his beloved ones. "Daddy, Uncle Cat said you went to find a lot of women and don't want us anymore. You play with those girls every day and have a lot of babies. You don't want Yen anymore. Is that true?" Long Yen was now a mischievous little girl. When she saw Long Chen, she jumped up angrily and jumped into Long Chen's arms. She looked at Long Chen with hatred and pinched Long Chen's ears with her chubby little hands. Everyone roared with laughter. The atmosphere of the reunion became incomparably relaxed. Long Chen was really worried. If Kitten continued to talk nonsense like this, what would Long Yen look like when he grew up? It seemed that he must isolate Kitten. "Yen, do you believe me or Kitten?" "Daddy, of course I believe you. I've long known that Uncle Kitten is a wretched scoundrel who specializes in deceiving children like me. Serves Aunt Zhu she right for ignoring him." Long Yen, who was still fuming just now, became obedient in a short while. This made Long Chen very satisfied, but it made Kitten go crazy. This little fellow was now everyone's joy. As long as she was around, it would be especially relaxed no matter what. Everyone was here, and they were all familiar people. Long Chen let everyone sit down. Right on this lush grassland, he told everyone about his encounter in the dragon god's origin grounds. "What do you think is going on?" After hearing this bizarre encounter, everyone was stunned. They completely didn't expect such a thing to happen to Long Chen. Mo Xiaolang said, "I don't think it's a simple question of whether it's real or fake. What I mean is that there's no difference between real and fake. But I'm more inclined to think that someone set all of this up. There must be a purpose. This purpose might be to make you stronger, or to let you see the dragon sacrificial continent at that time. Maybe there are other purposes, but he can't tell you directly and can only let you feel it. Of course, these are all my guesses. Big brother, you should have guessed it yourself." Indeed, Long Chen had thought so too. Everyone discussed for a long time, but there was actually no important conclusion. Now that he could return, improve himself, and even kill the devouring dragon servant, Long Chen felt that it was completely worth it. Fortunately, during this period of time, his and Li Xuanji's child had not been born, but it was almost there. She rarely spoke. Only when Long Chen looked over would she smile gently. Although her belly was already big, she had an indescribable charm at this time. Fortunately, nothing happened in the myriad worlds during this period of time. Then let's stick to our original plan for the time being. We'll try our best to strengthen ourselves while monitoring the myriad worlds at the same time. Now that the Death Dragon Gate of the myriad worlds had disappeared, Long Chen needed to rearrange it. Compared to before the epoch, it was actually easier to travel through space in the current myriad worlds. The stable space before the epoch was a little difficult, and even moving it was difficult. After spending some time, Long Chen rearranged the Death Dragon Gate of the myriad worlds. Not only him, but everyone could travel through the entire myriad worlds. In the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, Long Chen met ancestor god Ling Su again. She accompanied Long Chen with flowers, waiting for his arrival. "I heard them say that you are in seclusion, and that it will be a while before you can come and see me." Compared to the ancestor god Ling Su of the past, ancestor god Ling Su was simpler and purer, like a happy bird. Long Chen watched her dance among the flowers, and he thought back to the scene of her before the epoch. He couldn't help but ask, "Before you met me, did you remember me? Or, did you feel that I was very familiar, that you had met me before?" "No. I don't know either. I just came here, and I don't know anything." Ancestor god Ling Su didn't even know that Long Chen was talking about their meeting before the epoch. She had forgotten everything. But she was definitely ancestor god Ling Su. There was no doubt about that. But why did she forget everything? Long Chen thought back to every detail of his conversation with her. He couldn't imagine that the time before the epoch had given birth to so much fog, so many mysteries, and so many mysteries that he couldn't solve. After spending some time with Elder God Lingsu, she suddenly said, "Oh, right. One time, I was wandering around, and in the westernmost region, I saw a strange place. I think you said that you have a little brother who can devour fire. There's fire over there. Is that so?" Long Chen was a bit surprised. Flames that could catch the eye of ancestor God Ling Su should be quite powerful. But he had searched the infinite worlds before, and he was sure that there weren't many flames that Mo Xiaolang could devour. Still, he had to go take a look. Then let's go take a look. Long Chen opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate, and they were teleported to the westernmost world of the infinite worlds. If they went any further west, they would reach the primordial chaos. There would only be chaos in this place, and no life would exist. By this time, Long Chen and ancestor God Ling Su had reached the border of the infinite worlds. Do we still need to advance? After advancing for some time, they had already touched the border of the infinite worlds. They were pretty much walking in the primordial chaos. So, Long Chen asked. In the past, when he searched, he wouldn't go so deep. After all, there was nothing in the primordial chaos. There was only destruction. There's still a bit more to go. Long Chen trusted her very much, and so they continued forward. After a period of time, they were already in a haze, and it was difficult for them to move forward. But inconceivably, Long Chen could sense that there was something up ahead. This could be considered as opening up a new world for Long Chen. There were things in the primordial chaos. He had already notified Mo Xiaolang. If there was a suitable flame, he would let Mo Xiaolang clean it up. Right now, Mo Xiaolang's progress was the slowest, and that was because he didn't have any flames. Once there was a suitable one, his progress would be very fast. Do you see it? In the direction that Elder God Lingsu had indicated, Long Chen's gaze pierced through the primordial chaos and into the distance. Amidst the haze, Long Chen was able to make out what appeared to be flames swirling about. They were on the left, and they seemed to be fighting against each other. The flames on the left were slightly golden, and there seemed to be black portions that were entangled with each other. As for the flames on the right, they seemed to be blood-red in color, as though they were burning blood. It's a flame, but it's not big. If it's a divine flame, it's useless. It can't be an ancestral flame, right? Just as this thought appeared in Long Chen's mind, he was suddenly shocked. Because Mo Xiaolang now had 5 ancestral flames. They were the Void Aeon Dragon, the Mixed Origin Fate Dragon, the Tai Chi Lifeform Dragon, the Umbra Dream Demon Dragon, and the Universe Chaos Calamity Dragon. Besides the 1st, 2nd, and 10th ancestral dragons, he lacked the ancestral flames of the Primordial Blood Spirit Dragon and the Divine Tao Heart Dragon. The Primordial Blood Spirit Dragon was blood-red, and the Divine Tao Heart Dragon was gold and black. So the 2 flames not far away were very likely Xiaolang. Long Chen immediately brought Mo Xiaolang out. He was a connoisseur, and as soon as Mo Xiaolang appeared, he smiled. After searching for so long, I didn't think that the 3 lives Karma Flame and the Necromancy Blood Flame would actually be here. Indeed, these 2 were ancestral flames, and they were the seeds of the ancestral flames. They had already grown from seeds to a very powerful level, and they possessed an incredible amount of flame power in the primordial chaos. The Divine Tao Heart Dragon and the Primordial Blood Spirit Dragon are both extremely skilled in combat. Their ancestral flames were also extremely savage. Right now, it seemed as though the 2 types of ancestral flames were still fighting. Perhaps they had been fighting ever since they had existed. Big brother. Go. Long Chen and Elder God Ling Su could just wait here. What on earth is your little brother? He can actually devour fire? Elder God Ling Su was very curious. Long Chen didn't know how to answer. After all, he couldn't very well tell her that this was the Heaven Devourer, and that his race would be their greatest enemy in the future. He would have to slowly explain it to her. Chapter 33:18. Looking closer, the three lives karma flame was indeed made up of gold and black flames entangled together like vines. It was huge, and sometimes it turned into a divine dragon that fought against the blood fire of the dead spirits. The blood fire of the dead spirits burned fiercely. There seemed to be countless souls and blood within it, and it was dark and filthy. Hence, the flames that were born from death were even more savage and destructive. The two types of ancestral flames fought against each other in this chaos. Because of this, they caused even more commotion, and ancestral god Ling Su, who was even more sensitive, noticed them. After all, she was different from Long Chen and the others. Although she was still weak, she was still at the 9th era's progenitor level, so she was slightly different from Long Chen. Actually, even after 100 million years, it was still the 10th era, and it could be considered the end. But in the Sky-Swallowing Clan's plan, there was no 11th era in the infinite worlds. Mo Xiaolang transformed into a sun-devouring dire wolf and rushed down. First, he released 5 types of ancestral flames and billions of divine flames, trapping the 2 types of ancestral flames in the middle. Then, he devoured them one by one. Mo Xiaolang himself was already very strong. Hence, no matter how strong the 2 types of ancestral flames were, they could not escape from his grasp. It was only a matter of time before they were completely devoured. That way, as long as he was done, he would have 7 types of ancestral flames. Compared to Long Chen, who had 8 types of ancestral blood essence, he was just a little bit behind. If he could have 10 types of ancestral flames, it would definitely cause a huge change. Long Chen and ancestral god Ling Su waited there. In the firelight, ancestral god Ling Su looked at Long Chen's profile, and she was slightly entranced. Have I seen him before? She was also confused. She could clearly feel that after Long Chen appeared, he was different from before. Not just in terms of strength, but also in terms of spirit. About 5 days later, the flames created by Mo Xiaolang began to shrink. With a whoosh, all the flames disappeared, leaving only Mo Xiaolang, who was still enveloped in the flames. After the divine flames disappeared, only the 7 ancestral flames remained. 7 types of ancestral flames swirled around Mo Xiaolang, each one with heaven-defying power. They complemented each other, and under Mo Xiaolang's nourishment, they grew stronger and stronger. Now, all the flames of the myriad worlds were concentrated in Mo Xiaolang's body. All of the divine flames submitted to the 7 ancestral flames. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang looked even more different. Amazing! Elder God Lingsu couldn't help but sigh in praise. Let's go back. Mo Xiaolang wanted to go back and digest the flames. Long Chen opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate and entered. Mo Xiaolang returned to the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time to digest the ancestral flames, while Long Chen sent Elder God Ling Su back to the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. Are you leaving? Elder God Ling Su was like a little girl, reluctant to leave. Long Chen said, "You have to protect the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, and I have to protect the myriad worlds. In the future, the myriad worlds will definitely have powerful enemies. I'm not strong enough, so I need to go back. Of course, I might need your help in the future, but don't worry, I'll come back often. Then I'll cultivate and gain more power," Elder God Ling Su said resolutely. Just like that, Long Chen parted ways with her and returned to the Tower of Time. He needed a lot of time to sort out his thoughts. After the events of the previous epoch, the destructive battle seemed to be right in front of him. For the sky-swallowing race, the war of the myriad worlds had ended long ago, but for Long Chen, it was just the beginning, and it was about to erupt. Li Xuanji asked, "Have you decided on a name for him? I feel that he's about to come to this world." These days, I feel that he's already learning what we're talking about, and he's already thinking about it. Name. Long Chen had thought about it, but it was a headache. After thinking about it, he couldn't think of a suitable name. Let me think about it, you should think about it too. This isn't just about me, you can't just blame it on me. Li Xuanji said, Yen Er's name is given to you by you, it's pretty good. Alright, I'll do it. Naming was the most troublesome thing. After thinking about it for a long time, Long Chen even had the urge to call him Long Gooden. Son. This kind of creature was quite strange. Long Chen had accepted a daughter, but a son, he wasn't prepared. This kind of relationship might be like his relationship with Long Qinglan. He was thinking about what kind of father he should be in this post-apocalyptic world. Time passed quietly. It was as if everything had quietened down. However, on a certain day, in another direction of the original dragon sacrificial continent, there was a prehistoric world called Endless Cosmos Mountain. Spirit Essence Star Ocean was the world closest to the dragon sacrificial continent. Before the Chaos Divine World appeared, Endless Cosmos Mountain was the second world closest to the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen had been to this world a few times. Because it was remote, it was relatively peaceful, and the previous battle didn't affect this place. The Endless Mountain of the Universe was a mountain peak in the starry sky. It was slightly similar to the God-Fiend Buzhou Mountain, but it was far from being as huge as the God-Fiend Buzhou Mountain. Looking from afar, the Endless Mountain of the Universe was majestic, with dusky yellow mist lingering around it. There were trillions of living beings on the mountain, and the strongest among them was barely at the God-King realm. Even in the entire myriad worlds, Endless Cosmos Mountain could only be considered the lowest world, similar to Spirit Essence Star Ocean. Before the new era, it was probably the last world to be born, the ninth era. Outside Endless Cosmos Mountain, a faint yellow light flashed, and a figure appeared. It was a tall, bare-chested man. His entire body was brown like a rock, and only a few pieces of rags were hanging on the important parts of his body. He looked rough, and his withered yellow hair was like withered grass. His entire body was covered in rock patterns and cracks. If he wasn't in human form, he would be no different from an ancient rock. His entire body was made of rock, and he looked very similar to this Endless Cosmos Mountain in front of him. When this person first appeared, his eyes were blank. After a long time, brown eyes appeared, but even if he tried to cover it up, he couldn't hide his ignorance at this moment. It was the eyes of a newborn, slightly afraid, but also very curious as he looked at this world. He stared at the dark starry sky, then at the Endless Cosmos Mountain in front of him. He opened his mouth slightly, coughed a few times, and subconsciously hugged his arms. He was a little nervous as he said, "Where is this place, and who am I?" Just like Elder God Ling Su, two huge questions appeared in his mind as soon as he appeared. He stood there in a daze for a very long time. Soon, he realized that he could see many existences that looked similar to him in the Endless Mountain of Universes. However, they were made of flesh and blood, while he himself was as tough as stone, but he was also made of flesh and blood. Unknowingly, he began to move closer to this world. He discovered that his speed seemed to be very fast, much faster than the living beings below him. He discovered that he was very strong, and if he was angered, he could destroy this world. However, he had a feeling in his heart that this was the place where he was born, his home, and he couldn't bear to part with it. Strange, how strange, he looked at the living beings, feeling very puzzled about his own existence. Why had he suddenly appeared here? Finally, he landed on the Endless Cosmos Mountain. The feeling of touching the ground with bare feet was very foreign to him. He was in the middle of an ancient, gloomy forest, which was filled with dried leaves, damp, and misty air. From time to time, savage bestial roars could be heard, but he wasn't afraid at all. In his eyes, everything seemed to be too fragile. He stared at his surroundings with wide eyes, then walked forward curiously, as though he wanted to understand everything. By his side, as long as he willed it, he could control everything, be it trees, rocks, or even space itself. As he walked past, he left a path in the forest. "Save me, save me." Just at this moment, a miserable female voice rang out. He looked in that direction curiously. Although he was very far away, he could immediately see that there were a few people chasing someone. Those people looked quite similar to him, but the one being chased was much smaller. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her skin was snow-white, and her breasts were full and full. She had a softness that was different from his hardness. What are they doing? In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of those people. In front of him was a beautiful woman. That woman was staggering as she ran over with a pale face. There were already many wounds on her body, all of which were on her snow-white flesh. Looking at it would cause one's heart to ache. Behind her, there were a few masked people holding large sabers in their hands, rushing over with cold killing intent. If this continued, if he hadn't appeared, this woman would definitely have died in their hands. Are they going to kill her? He understood a little. At this moment, that woman who was fleeing in panic saw his existence, and it was as though she had seen a life-saving straw. She immediately ran over and hid behind the man without saying a word. Her body was trembling like a Xiaofan rabbit. "Get out of the way." The person chasing didn't say anything and slashed his saber from 50 meters away. An intense saber light flashed, and that saber had already slashed at the man's head. The other attacks were also coming over. But to him, they were all too slow. He instinctively resisted and counterattacked, but that was only a thought. In front of him, a few black-clothed people directly fell to the ground, not moving at all. In fact, they were killed by his thoughts. Before he even attacked, the black-clothed people's souls were the first to be unable to withstand his thoughts. The woman screamed for a long time, but she wasn't attacked. Suddenly, she felt very quiet. She opened her eyes and saw that those people who were chasing her were all lying on the ground, not moving at all, as though they were dead. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the seemingly wooden man beside her. His muscles were as hard as rocks. The woman blinked and asked, "Was it you who saved me?" "I." He had never spoken to anyone before. "Thank you." The woman hugged his waist and squeezed into his embrace. Chapter 33:19. My name is Hong Qianxue. What about you? The woman came out from his embrace and looked at him with a pair of beautiful eyes. That gaze gave him a strange feeling in his heart. He quickly turned his head and said, I don't know who I am. I don't know. The woman rolled her eyes. You don't even know who you are? Then what do you know? I don't know anything. He started to get nervous. The fragrance on her body made him a little confused. Seeing how nervous he was, the woman couldn't help but smile. She looked at the men in black lying on the ground and thought, even though this idiot is dumb, he seems to have some ability. Thinking about this, she smiled, then I will give you a name. You look like rock, so I will call you Stone. Yes, I am Stone and you are Hong Qianxue. I will remember that. Don't you have other partners? Then you can follow me from now on. If I need your help, you will help me, right? Okay. He was lost in her bright smile and her soft body. He really wanted to touch it, but he was afraid of making her angry. This was the first person he had ever touched. From then on, Stone followed her. Why is it like this with me and you like this? Stone had many questions. Hong Qianxue giggled, Idiot, you are a man, so you are my woman. Men and women are of different genders. Only when two people get together can they reproduce and have children. Then can we get together? Stone understood a little. He instinctively had that kind of impulse. You are playing dirty and taking advantage of me. Let's see how you perform in the future. Listen to me and do whatever I tell you to do. I will get together with you. Okay. 1 month, 2 months. For a long time, Stone stayed by Hong Qinshue's side. Sister, should I kill them and take their things? I have told you many times, not to kill them, just to put them to sleep. They will wake up in the future. But, don't you believe me? I love you so much, you can't disappoint me. You are my only family now. Okay then. Stone still did it. Although he knew that many things were not quite right, he already had deep feelings for Hong Qinsue. Even in his dreams, he saw her figure. He didn't know that Hong Qinshue's name would soon shake the entire endless mountain of the universe. It wasn't because she was strong, she was only in the earth martial realm, but because she had an expert by her side that no one could defeat. He was invincible. She was a devil. Wherever she went, not even a blade of grass would grow. But it wasn't bloody, because everyone died quietly. Hong Qinsue was also very good at hiding, so she didn't cause too much of a commotion. Not many people had personally seen the expert beside her, and those who had seen him were usually dead. It was said that in the end, the gods were alerted. When Hong Qinsue heard the news, she went into hiding. She knew that the fool beside her was powerful, but he was not a match for the gods. Moreover, during this period of looting, she had obtained a large number of treasures, enough for her to cultivate and improve herself for a long time. It's really good to have this fool by my side. However, this ugly fellow is a toad lusting after swan meat. He even wants to marry me, haha, Hong Qinsue laughed coldly in her heart. Stone stared at the sky in a daze. He had just arrived in this world and everything he knew was taught to him by Hong Qinsue. Stone, this is a dangerous world. You have to protect me, said Qin Wentian. I'm so good to you, you can't make me sad. If someone dares to hurt me, make that person and everyone related to him sleep. In a few days, I'll let you marry me, okay? Okay. Stone knew that it was easy to force her, but he was afraid that she wouldn't be happy. He had to make her happy. One day, Hong Qinsue said, "There's a waterfall ahead, I'm going to take a bath. You can't come over, and you can't peek at me. I know you're strong, but if you do, I won't talk to you anymore." Stone was very afraid, and hurriedly nodded. He could clearly see what was going on in this world, but this time he didn't dare. He completely sealed himself, waiting for her to return. Hong Qinsue was very satisfied. Finally got rid of this fool, I have my own space. When she arrived at the waterfall, there was already someone waiting for her. It was a handsome man with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a noble temperament. Duan Lang. Hong Qinsue ran over, and the two of them hugged, forgetting everything else. Stone's heart pounded. Although he didn't look, he could feel that Hong Qinsue was in danger. If she was in danger, he didn't care if she would ignore him anymore. Whoosh, he appeared next to the waterfall, and saw a naked man pressing down on Hong Qinsue. Stone knew what he was doing, and this scene made him very angry. Under his anger, the man turned into dust, dissipating into the air. Ah! Hong Qinsue was scared out of her wits. When she saw the dust in the sky, she knew that her lover was gone. It was this idiot who killed him. To Hong Qinsue, no matter how strong the idiot was, he was still an idiot. There was no meaning in him, and there were no words of love. You actually killed him, you idiot. Hong Qinshue's eyes turned red. She jumped up and slapped Stone. Of course, she was the one in pain. Why do you say I'm an idiot? I just made him sleep. Stone said in a serious manner. Go to hell. Hong Qinsue took out a sword and stabbed it into his body. Of course, it couldn't pierce through. She used to think that he was useful, but now, the more she looked at him, the angrier she got. She was so used to controlling him that she had forgotten how strong she was. She wasn't wearing any clothes, and her eyes were filled with rage as she cursed, "You're an animal without parents. I accompanied you out of kindness, but you still killed my people. Don't even think about it in the future. Kneel down, apologize, and admit your mistakes." "I won't." Stone's heart was on fire. This was anger, and when he was angry, he wanted to destroy everything. The fire in his eyes burned brighter and brighter. "Didn't you say that I'm the most important person to you? Why did you lie to me? Why did you curse me?" Stone was hurt, and his rationality was drowning. "Idiot, I was just using you. Other than being strong, what else do you have? Do you really think that I like you?" Hong Qianxue couldn't hold it in any longer. In her anger, she had forgotten how strong he was. In her mind, he was just an idiot who was completely controlled by her. "Is that so?" Stone roared. He opened his arms in anger. Right now, he was simply too angry. He wanted nothing more than to destroy everything, including this woman who was looking at him with disdain. Scram! He was restraining himself. After all, the woman in his heart was too beautiful. "You dare to tell me to scram? I won't leave." "So what? You dare to kill me? Idiot, can you bear to do that?" Hong Qianxue laughed coldly. As soon as the words left her mouth, her soul and fleshly body shattered. Everything in the forest, including her, vanished. Roar! Under Rockhead's rage, he only let out a single roar. However, in an instant, countless people were killed by this roar. The entire endless cosmos mountain was shaking. At this moment, Rockhead's eyes had already turned blood red. "Liar, she's lying to me, everyone is a bad person, trying to harm me. I'm going to destroy them. I'm going to destroy them all." He clenched his fists tightly. Under his rage, the earth cracked and everything trembled. The entire endless mountain of universe was crumbling. Rumble, everything, was shattering. "Women. I want women." He went to a crowded area and found beautiful women one after another. But soon, he realized that things were different from what he had imagined. All the women he saw were useless. They couldn't withstand him at all. Not even a female deity could do it. He was alone. He was the one with the most supreme power in the entire world that he could see. With this kind of power, I should be a paragon. That way, I won't be looked down upon. I won't be called an idiot. I want everyone to fear me. Under his slaughter, countless people died. The entire endless mountain of universe was in a nightmare. His sorrowful voice echoed through the skies. Long Chen. Long Chen was roused from his cultivation. "There's news from the endless mountain of universe. Someone is destroying this world. It's likely to be ancestor god Ling Su or someone on the same level." "How is that possible?" Long Chen was extremely shocked. The last time he entered the dragon god origin grounds, he didn't even touch anyone. Ancestor god Ling Su couldn't possibly do such a thing. Although the Ling Su star ocean was very close to the endless mountain of universe, there was no time to think. If it was an ancestor god, he alone wouldn't be enough. He still had to bring Mo Xiaolang, Kitten, and Soi Yan. Now that the situation was urgent, Long Chen was worried that things would go out of control. Therefore, he contacted ancestor god Ling Su. "Can you do me a favor?" "Of course." Ancestor god Ling Su said happily. Indeed, it wasn't her. Other than her, ordinary gods and demons wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Long Chen opened up the Death World Dragon Gate and let her in. The five of them gathered together and swiftly headed towards the endless cosmos mountain. After exiting the endless Cosmos Mountain's Death World Dragon Gate, Long Chen saw the shaking world. Roar. A violent roar could be heard. In that world, there was indeed someone that they feared.